Yeah.
I'm thinking on the run.
But what would you
pressure is
measured
in force? I'm thinking on the run here. Lise, once again, I'm thinking on the run.
He's trying to make up his.
I understand.
Trying to make up his physics without doing any experiments.
Hey, I do pretty well.
It sounds good to him.
I'm just curious. How would you detect this pressure? Yeah.
How would we depict? Oh, for a magnet.
For a magnet.
Yeah. This magnetic pressure. How would you detect it?
Just the flux lines. If you watch the flux lines around two magnets interacting, just like an aeroplane wing, you see the flux lines getting much closer together between them, which is like a low pressure point, and there's a higher pressure point on the outside. So it's the same thing.
So you have different strength magnets, don't you, Lise? Yeah. So that different strength magnet, however they measure that in magnometers. Let's go with magnometers. Right. That would determine the potential pressure that it could impart on an object.
So the pressure would just be the strength of the magnetic force. Basically, the stronger the magnets, the stronger the interaction between,
Yeah. Well,
the stronger the charge between them, the stronger.
And when you're talking magnetism, as you know, that magnet, if it's far away from an object, will only move it very, very slightly. But when you get closer and it's more engulfed in the field, it'll move faster and more rapidly. So. Yeah. So
I've never heard of this before. Okay.
Yeah, so get out your magnometer and
ferrocell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a play.
It makes perfect sense, really. That without pressure you can't move anything. I don't know why people are getting so lost in it.
Because this is new, Ben. So like you saying things people have never said before. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around this.
Well, you come here for world firsts, Lise. World firsts.
Definitely. Interesting.
Hey, he's got more where that comes from. Apparently, water's not water. I'm keen to learn more about
that. No, I'm saying water is water. You're saying it's H2O.
No, he means I'm saying. Or isn't it me that said water isn't water? Or did Bandsaw say that water isn't water?
Water is just water. You guys want to say it's H2O.
Yeah, true. We're the ones claiming it's not just fucking water. Yeah,
exactly. All of a sudden, white's on your side, Lise.
Oh, look, I'm only following on that side of the fence purely because I've done experiments where I've actually combusted, the stuff. So there's obviously something going on.
Yeah. But how did you do it? You did it through using what, electrolysis or something?
Yeah, electrolysis. I've done it different ways. So I verified hydrogen's flammable with acid and aluminium in that reaction. But like it's you get the same ratios, the two to one when you electrolyze it.
Well, maybe it's just,
it may not be what it is. You're right. I can't verify hydrogen and oxygen. But
it may just be the breakdown of the element itself, perhaps.
Well, if you use carbon, it doesn't break down, and if you like we discussed yesterday, you do have to add some ions like sodium chloride or something to pure water to get it to actually hold a current. So there is an argument that it could just be the breakdown of those things. But then we discussed the radio frequency, getting pure water to separate and be combustible. So that requires no salts, nothing.
Mm.
And that breaks down to the same ratio, 2 to 1 as well.
I'm going to have to do some more investigation into it. I'm only on the cusp of my breakthrough.
Mm. Yeah, just 5 more years. You have something.
I'll be right back, guys.
Go for it. Semantics, eh?
Yeah. it's kind of like that a little bit.
Tell you what, I'd really love to know the truth or the science or however you want to put it behind the bumblebee. Because I've heard a few stories about how they fly. It's, you know, they're supposedly too big for their wings or whatever the situation, and they manage to create some sort of beat frequency around them that you know are able to suspend themselves in or some shit. I don't know. I'd like to know exactly what that process is, if we even know exactly what it is. That'd be good. Because that should be repeatable. Like we should be able to reproduce that. You know what I mean?
Well, the frequency or the resonance that they produce to enable them to fly is definitely interesting. You know, it was mentioned, I think, day before yesterday when they were talking about building the pyramids, right? And perhaps they use some sort of frequency technology to move those big blocks around,
right?
Instead of, you know, what we've been told, you know, a couple of logs and a few elephants, you know, pulling the blocks from point A to point B, pretty much, with a million slaves. So, like, who knows? Who knows, really? But yeah, bumblebees is definitely an interesting one. I think there's been a lot of studies into them over the years.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of studies done into bloody those flying spiders too for a long time. They thought it was wind until they realised the whole, you know, electrodynamic tethering thing going on. So, you know, there's so many assumptions until someone actually fucking does some experiments. So it's quite possible that, you know, there's assumptions with bumblebees and no one's actually really done the experiments. So I don't know. Because it shouldn't be a mystery. If there's been experiments done, it shouldn't be a mystery anymore. And if they have been done and it's still a mystery, then that should be fucking studied even more. Because it should be worked out. It could change the world, really.
Or maybe they have discovered it, and this is part of the secret technology yet to be released. Right.
Oh, maybe that's that sound coming from Area 51. They've just got fleets of bumblebees. That's that deep drone. I like that. Do you reckon they like have heaps of bumblebees like just strapped to the top of their fancy aircraft? Or do you reckon they've developed the technology?
little pet bumblebees, like
they've just bred them up.
A pack of bees. Well, I know. Have you seen? Oh, I can't remember. It was years ago now, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, where I saw something in regards to UFOs and the Nazis, for want of a better, I think, say Germans were developing UFOs. There was an old black and white video I think I saw years ago that had the typical looking flying saucer in them. I don't think there was any video footage of them flying around, but I think it was just full of photographs. But sure, I saw something years ago stuff like that. But yeah, I'm positive. You know, that there's definitely technology that we don't know about that they are always working on in the realm of the military.
Oh, shit, yeah. Without a doubt. Have you seen, fucking speaking of military and technology, have you seen the footage of the bloody police and military setting up the bloody LRAD systems in Canberra? Those
No,
microwave fucking beams? Yeah, they got
no,
four-wheel drives parked around the joint with these essentially microwave cannons on the top of, and they're like, lining up protesters and blasting them.
really?
Like, how disgusting is that? Yeah, using full microwave weaponry, military, against protesters in Canberra. It's fucking disgusting, And yet again, like you think to yourself, so they've got this technology where from a distance they can just disperse a crowd very easily. Yet they,
Mm-hmm.
for some reason, show footage of them going in, beating on people and, being heavy-handed and pushing old ladies over. It's like, if you've got the technology to avoid that nonsense and just disperse the crowd with technology, why use the heavy-handed tactics?
Yeah,
Like, I don't understand. But meanwhile, they're going to use both heavy-handed and then microwave people. Yay.
exactly.
This is crazy. That's tax-funded technology. Taxpayer-funded fucking
Oh,
technology
of course.
against a peaceful protest.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. And the protesters are begging the abusers, please, please, we want more freedoms. It's just so fucked in so many ways. Not that I don't think they should be doing it. Fuck, gotta do something. Protest and fucking kick up a stink. But yeah. Asking for the chain to be lengthened is not really fucking the ideal situation.
No, not at all.
Just a couple more links, please. I just need to get a bit further away from the kitchen. Or maybe it's a ball and chain situation where you're just asking for, 5 kilos to come off the weight of the ball. It's only 50 kilos. Can you just knock it back to 45? That'd really help. We'd all be beasts if we had to lug around 45 kilos just to move. We'd all be fucking beasts.
Hey, Travis. How you going?
Hello, what ho?
Hello. It's quieting down a bit now.
You fucked him with the water thing.
Well, water is just water. Come on. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, and we see things because we see things. Not bent up over a horizon. They're just
They
there.
are illuminated. That's why we see them. Just fucking bouncing a fucking. Sorry, Travis. Go, man.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, it's just refracted from the position that it's actually in your line of sight. You know what I mean? So it's just it's a kaleidoscope, because it can be close to you, far away, to the left, to the right. It could be close and to the left, far away and to the right, down. So it's not that it's being brought up over the horizon, but everything in front of you is refracted and distorted in, at least 5 different refraction phenomena. Because if you don't know where my claim is right now, I think that there's only one mirage. There's only an inferior mirage. The other, the superior mirage doesn't exist. It does as a phenomenon, but not as a classification.
Okay.
Okay. So
It certainly
if
makes sense that all the phenomena are happening at the same time all the time, to different degrees. That makes sense.
No, you can have different aspects. I think it would be too hard to parse that or to split that hair. But I do think that you can have at least two things, possibly three, happening at the same time. But I don't think that they all have to be happening. But again, I mean, you could be right. I suppose now that I'm thinking about it, I suppose that to a certain extent, I guess you really could parse it. Because the one thing that I've thought about is, even in the article that I wrote, I mentioned Andrew Thomas Young's diagram of the inferior mirage, and he has it sunk as well as miraged. So you have the left part of the diagram that has the target in normal standard atmosphere, and then in the mirage target, it drops from its position and has an inferior mirage. But you know what he doesn't do is he doesn't delineate that in his paragraph. He doesn't tell you that it's dropped, unless you're paying this. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know that all five. I don't think you can have. Okay, you can't have the opposites. You can't have towering and stooping, right? You can't have looming and sinking.
Could that not be the case though if you've got sufficient distance and there were different land masses and water and temperature? Like, couldn't you be looking through those two effects simultaneously?
Well, I would say that the one thing that I've seen that's most consistent for me is looming and stooping. That is what I call compression. I don't like the word stooping, but it's compression. So the one thing that looming, in my opinion, the way that I've talked about it on my channel, looming is when we see farther than we normally see. And what I mean by normally, I guess, is the majority of my observations on the Chesapeake Bay include inferior mirage. So when I go out and there's an inferior mirage, I can't see the shoreline. Can't see it. Can't even see the dock. I can't even see the pavilion sometimes because of the intensity. But then looming comes in and the entire landscape is dropped into the background, like it's receded so that the field of view opens up so that I can see more water, or I can see the water that was actually there. And when that happens, when the background is dropped and looming happens in that sense, compression always accompanies that, so that if there's a boat out there in the event, it's going to be smashed. But you don't have a smashed boat in an inferior mirage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, very complicated. Yeah, no, it is. It's very hard to consistently nail down to actually describe well enough, and well, not even describe, but get all the phenomena at play nailed down to understand it. I suppose if you had yourself a laboratory, mate, and you had ways to produce all these different atmospheric effects and looking through things and verifying distances to different things, so that you could actually see what actual changes take place. Because that's always the problem with, just viewing out at a panorama. Because no matter when you look at it, it's always, refracted in some way, shape, or form. So nothing's ever truly where it actually is. So you can't actually verify, even triangulation, it's hard to verify. Whereas if you had a little lab set up where you knew all the distances and heights and whatever to different objects, and then you were able to introduce atmospheric conditions and then look at refractive things and know how they actually correlate. That would be good.
I think
Keep raising money, mate.
I think it'd be impossible to do it under laboratory conditions.
Well, yeah, you're never going to recreate Earth's environment, but to the best of your ability. Like we know the mix of the air, so you certainly could recreate the ratios of the atmosphere. You could add moisture, you know what I mean, and you could heat the layer underneath or cool the layer underneath, or add water or salt water and different salinities, and you know you could do it. You could introduce fog. It'd never represent exactly, but you could get, I think, a better idea. You know.
Mm.
Obviously not at scale, man. I'm talking at a smaller scale.
Well, see, I think on a small scale, I think it'd be impossible to do it on a small scale.
3 square mile warehouse. If we
Okay.
had a 3 square mile warehouse, I think we could do some awesome stuff.
So that's small. A small scale.
Well, it is, but it's big. That's a lot
Yeah.
of ground space, you know, to play around with atmospherics and stuff. Definitely. Yeah. I mean, why stop at 3? Let's go to 10 if they're going to build us one. But it wouldn't need to be much bigger. Like, in all honesty, it doesn't need to be ridiculous. Nothing more than, you know, your standard Amazon fucking supply center these days. That's just a fucking, it's just a crap. Not groundbreaking science. I mean, there's already that guy that does stuff in that shed, or the team of people where they, you know, they have the roller door that opens and closes, and they wet the floor and they do this and do that. They're already pretty good experiments. So I think if you had a much bigger area to replicate that sort of science, I think that'd be good. Let's go.
What was that? Somebody say something?
I was talking to my cat, mate. My bad. My cat named Puss.
Hey, Whites.
Yeah, mate.
Hey, did I send you, or have you seen that I've posted the article that I wrote on Inferior Mirage? I mean, it's really short. It's not very long, but it's gonna be put up on the Georgia State University's webpage on Mirage and refraction. But anyway, if you're interested, I can send you the link right now. I'd be interested in any feedback if anybody has any.
No worries, mate. Send it through. I'll read over it.
All right, cool. I think I have it set to where you can make comments on the page. I don't know if it pastes the comment or what, but should be able to do it.
What sort of feedback have you had so far, if any?
Zero. I mean, nothing that's substantial. I think Bandsaw read it, but he was just not too specific about any feedback. So yeah, it's really interesting that I've posted it a few times. I'm sure someone from the other side has seen the link or possibly even read it, but to not offer any criticism, I just don't get that. Like, even if a baller wrote a paper and said, "Hey, if you guys want to read this, let me know." I mean, like, I totally would be into reading it, and even giving him, grammar Nazi edits. You know what I mean? But
have you
yeah.
sent it to Rui?
Who?
Ruhif? Is he interested at all?
I haven't sent it to him personally directly. No.
Well, you should. I think he's honest enough to see that you've tried to do something and give you some sort of feedback. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's possible. I can send him the probably just send him the link, because I read the article for an episode on my channel. So there's a video presentation, and then I show the pictures of the article that are in the article. So I could probably just send him that. But it is a pretty amazing event all around. I think that what we were talking about just a little bit ago, and even if you look at the article, there's a panel of 4 images where I superimpose a sailboat, and technically I have the sailboat in the same position conceptually, right? So it's in a fixed position. So let's say it's anchored, so it's not going anywhere. And each of those 4 different events, it's going to appear to be in 4 different positions, even though it hasn't moved. To me, that just is mind-boggling and just amazing.
yeah, well, like I've said to a few people during the day here, like from the vantage point of my backyard, I can look out over several hills and like rolling hills and stuff like that. And quite often I'll look out there and think to myself, shit, everything I'm looking at right now isn't actually where it is. It is all literally in a different location physically because of optics. Even though it looks to me like I'm looking straight at physical objects and things like that. And then some of them obviously are only going to be out of place a little bit. But some things are going to be, moved significantly, like some of the peaks of some of the hills aren't actually going to be where they are. And, the only way you ever know that is by doing a time lapse. And when you look back at the time lapse and you see it over time, you're like, fucking hell, look at that scenery move up and down,
Oh
up and
man.
down, and
Oh
squash and stretch, and you know.
yeah.
But to do a
Absolutely.
still shot, to go out there for one little moment in time, you would never know it. It looks perfect every time,
Oh
except for
man.
those real heat haze
Yeah.
times, things like that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. There have been quite a few videos where I didn't catch anything until I sped up the playback, because when it happens in real time, it's so slow. Absolutely so
Yeah,
slow. You can't even tell.
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's amazing just doing time lapse of a plant just for one day. You know, when obviously to the eye, it doesn't look like the plant's even grown in one day, like from the start of the day to the end. But when you look at that time lapse, it's like, fuck, that plant moved all day and grew. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's the
time
other
lapse is
thing.
quite revealing.
Yeah, that's the other thing that I've thought of before. Like I have a video of an oil platform in a Fata Morgana,
Mhm.
and at one point in the video, later, I guess maybe about 3/4 of the way through, the platform drops like almost a full size of its body,
Yeah.
and first of all, it's happening 8+ miles away. So there's no, I wouldn't even. That's like the general relativity kind of a thing, right? It's moving, but it's so far away I can't tell. But the one thing that I would be curious about science, right? If science is so interested in pinpointing everything, we just got to know how everything works. Like, what's the equation for that? What's the equation where it completely drops the entire target almost a full target's length? Like, what conditions create that? Right? Like, is that sinking? Is that reverse looming? You know what I mean? Like, I don't see a qualification for that occur. And Andrew Thomas Young didn't know what to do with that video. I sent it to him. He said, "That's really, really interesting. I have no idea what's going on." I'm like, really? You can't even like guess? There's so many things that, like, I don't know if you know Heath Carmody's channel, or even Pablo's Dog, which is the channel that shoots the Santa Barbara platforms. But Heath Carmody's last video, he's got a ferry up in Canada, and it's in a Fata Morgana, and you can only see the Fata Morgana when it's in contrast to the ferry going through the field. Like, to the left of the ferry, you don't see the Fata Morgana. To the right of the ferry, you don't see it. But in the ferry itself, there's a fucking Fata Morgana going on. It's like, what's your explanation for that? Like, why is it only in that one area where the ferry is?
Well, is it not just that well, okay, were the things left and right of the ferry at the same like depth, like distance, or were the things left and right further away?
Farther away.
Yeah, so it's possible that the ferry just happened to be in, like you were talking before with the anchored boat.
Yeah.
The ferry just happened to be in that location to be
Right,
drawn into that particular
Yeah.
optic effect. Yeah.
Yeah, I get you. So that if it was farther away, I don't know. I guess that's because it was so dynamic, though. I guess that's the other thing that I would say that I didn't say before, is that if you don't know what a Fata Morgana's characteristics are, but it's actively dynamic. It looks like a west wind blowing across. It's very, very active. So, just thinking back to the video itself, the activity was in proximity to the boat. So, like, when you looked at the land behind the boat to the left, it wasn't blowing across that. At least I couldn't determine. It didn't look like that to me. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah. It's just amazing. A lot of these independent guys going out
finding shit like amazing.
Yeah, that's why I sort of thought the whole laboratory, you know, to be able to nail some of this stuff down, even just on a real basic level, you might not be able to get all the nuances of reality and have it being as dynamic as it could be. But some of the fundamentals to really definitively work out and know exactly how far the real object is away from the lens versus the height versus, you know, other things relating to it and different colors and just have all these different things and see how they all react and affect and move. And because, like I was saying before, there's no way to be definitive if you're looking at a big panorama where you can't physically measure anything.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You know, you got no idea how much things are actually moving. Because if your only way to measure how far away something is to triangulate it with bloody optics over a long distance, you know, you don't know what you're getting.
Yeah, I watched a video on foreshortening. This guy has got a pretty big channel with photography, and he was just demonstrating how on a short distance shot, when you zoom in to your target, the lens can actually draw the background closer to the target, so that there's a foreshortening of the distance between the two. Yeah, it was really, really. Not only that, but he did it with his own image. So he set his camera up and he stood in front of a tree, took the picture the normal way, and then took it in, zoomed in. And he didn't even look like the same person, in my opinion. Like, it was crazy. I had to look at him like a couple times to see the features in his face, because he has a prominent mark on his face. I can't remember if it's a mole or if it's a scar or something, but there's absolutely something on his face that's like, this is the same guy. And I commented to him, I said, you don't even look like the same person. He said, yeah, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, so the camera itself, when you zoom in on a target, can cut the distance between the proximity and the background. But I don't think that that's the same thing as what happens like in my photographs. I don't think it's. I don't think I could pinpoint to the camera doing it. I think the I was going to say atmosphere. The aether band is the lens that's doing the foreshortening.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But anyway, I mean, it's like I said over and over again. I think the field is wide open for rediscovery.
Yeah, I think a lot of things are, mate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Honestly.
Yep. Got to crack those cold cases and bring them back up and start looking at all the evidence again.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it, actually. Yeah, all those things that are supposedly, you know, been put down to just known, or we just know that. We don't have to look at that anymore because we just know it.
Right.
All of those
Yeah.
sort of things, yeah, they should be looked at like cold cases, yeah.
Yeah.
With new eyes and new perspectives and everything.
Yeah.
Flat Earth investigators cracking all the cold cases. The FEI. Freeze! Drop the globe! Put your pseudoscience down!
Step away. So are you still working on that blood sample that you showed us the other week?
Not that same sample, mate, but I work with many all the time.
Yeah.
Yep. Still weird and wonderful, man. Nothing's getting better.
Who's commissioned the study, or are these people coming in and saying, "Look, I don't feel right. Can you do a blood work on me?" Or like, how did?
No, most people who are coming in are doing it because they either want answers or they want to take part in something to try and get to the bottom of whatever's going on of their own volition.
What is I guess yeah, I was going to ask if there's a difference between someone who's contracted the C word, the other C word, as opposed to getting jabbed. Like, do you look at those two samples and see what's different, or do you not even consider that because they're completely different specimens? I suppose.
Yeah, well, look, the focus of what I'm doing in particular is trying to see definitively if there is clear indication that the anomalies that are known to be only found in the vaccinated right now can ever be witnessed in the blood of the unvaccinated, i.e., shedding. Right? I don't know if you've heard that term.
Yeah.
Shedding. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm probably fucking saying all the wrong words. But yes, so that's the focus. But there are other things being looked at with regard to what you mentioned. Because from our perspective, there is nothing spreading naturally, and people are only being affected by the usual things that affect them, and whatever's being put in them now. Yeah. So if we start to see any evidence of shedding, then that's a fucking major concern, because that means they don't even need to have you line up anymore.
Do you think, I just thought of this right now, like allergies, there's seasonal allergies and the flu season. Do you think that there's something in the ecology that is released naturally that just happens and then people have their immune responses to that? It's not an allergy, but it's flu. You know what I mean?
Well, look, from my experience, a lot of people's allergies, bar a very few, clear up when they clear their diet up. So that is very suggestive of you being borderline toxic, or some of your systems were loaded up to the point that that environmental stimulus just put you over the edge, and your body had to just try and reject it, as much as possible. Yeah,
I get you. Okay. Yeah. So these structures that you've seen, are they like snowflakes? Are there no two alike?
Look, the only similarities would be squares and circles, and like right angles, and 3D inorganic looking structures. That would be the only common thing, but individually, yeah, they're different.
Say again, individually they're different.
Yeah, and I think that's a function of the electrical potential is different in everybody. So these things form slightly different in everybody.
It's almost. Sorry.
No, go on. I just think that's by design, so that we all have, a different.
I was going to say that's almost like crap. What's the word for the wave patterns that form with shapes and shit? What's that called when you do that?
Like fractals, no? Or
no, you do it with sound, like on a speaker, and you can form with sand.
Oh, semantics.
Cymatics, yeah. So cymatics with the body, right? So the body's electrical pattern interacts with whatever's been brought into the body, and it forms that shape, maybe.
Yeah, and a unique shape too, because
Right.
when you look at the patents for this stuff, it's all about, you know, having us amplify a certain frequency, an individual signal, you know. What better way to do that than have us build our own unique antenna? You know?
My favourite Martian.
I never watched that to get the joke. What's your? Did he have an antenna?
Yeah, he used to pop up from behind him.
Oh, that's interesting.
I love cat's eyes and just glowing straight back at you. Freaky.
Yeah, ever got a torch, guys, and put the torch and gone outside and got the torch and put it beside your head and shone it into the bushes and stuff, and you see all the spiders' eyes? It was notice that?
This is
Beside
at night.
your head.
At night.
Yeah, at night. Yeah, at night. Yeah, you put the torch beside your head, so it's coming more or less from behind you, right, or from beside you.
Yep.
And you point it at the bushes and all that sort of stuff, and it is amazing how many spiders you actually see.
Oh, that's crazy. I've never done that.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I've spotlighted heaps. I've never thought to put the fucking torch right up next to my head. No, I'm going to do that next time, don't you?
Yeah, my boy showed me that actually. And it
That's
freaked me out because we're surrounded by spiders.
Yeah. Yeah.
They are. They're everywhere.
uh,
Freaks come out at night.
yeah.
Well, they're there through the day. Just, yeah.
When do you submit your article, Travis, or have you already?
Yeah, I gave it to him, and he got back to me with some suggestions, and then I tweaked it, and then I'm just waiting to hear back. But he already has it up. I think he's got it on an unlisted page right now, but he showed me the format for it. So
Okay.
yeah.
Is the one you just dropped, is that the tweaked version or no?
Right. Yeah, that's the updated version.
Yeah.
There wasn't a whole lot content wise, he didn't touch anything. It was just small editorials.
Is he prepared for this to be the most clicked page he's ever put online?
I don't know. I was just wondering that right when Bandsaw asked me the question. I was just like, I wonder what the algorithms are going to be for this. Like I don't, like what's their student body ratios usage of the page itself, right? So if they have a physics department, is it just lit up all the time with people doing research and using that page, or what? That'll be, I don't know. It'll be interesting.
You crashed the server.
Yeah, right.
It's actually amazing to see how much objection you get from the Globe Earth side. It really is. It's like they're not even reading the content, Travis. All they're seeing is this is coming from a dopey flat earther. So how can we pick holes in it? That's all they're doing. They're not actually even reading what's being presented or what you are hypothesizing at all. It is, where can we pick holes in this? How does this not marry up with what we are told is true and all this sort of stuff? It is absolutely crazy that I haven't heard any of them, and you may have, Travis, give any constructive criticism to what you've presented.
No, not at all. It's always been just a stiff arm, hand wave dismissal.
Yeah.
Either like you said, we already know what's happening. So whatever you're saying is wrong already, or just completely they don't even care, and I'm just a flat earther, and so it's just got to be wrong anyway. Because like, so you have people that
used a pseudonym.
Do what?
Would you say what?
I said you could have used a pseudonym, and slipped it in like a bowler pseudonym.
Oh, yeah, he could have.
Yeah. But yeah, nothing.
Is the
nothing
debate
really.
about?
Go ahead.
What was that, Samir?
What is the debate about?
We're not debating. We are conversating, and we're conversating about an article that that Travis, or I'm your Copernicus, has just dropped in chat. If you'd like to have a read of it.
Oh, I shall read chat. Yes.
Conversating, pencil.
Yes,
I like
conversating.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Conversating on Discord. I like it.
Is that not a word? What the hell?
it's
Is that not a...
We could be conversing.
Yeah, conversing.
No, it's a word. If ether band is a word, so is
Yeah. In this day and age, you're right. Absolutely right.
That's crazy. But yeah, no, that's a general gist of it. It doesn't matter who you've come up with, up against, and even when I've had conversations with people, I had one with Sean G a week and a half ago in regards to it, and it was just impossible. It was impossible to get a breakthrough, a concession, not even a concession, any sort. Because all of a sudden, bang, if they give a concession, oh my God, the world is flat. It doesn't mean that at all. It doesn't mean that at all. What you've got in your article, it's not saying anything of the sort.
Well, yeah, that's true to a certain extent, but at the same time, I think that if anybody's paying attention, they're going to have to say what we think is happening at the horizon has to be reassessed. And
yes,
because that's the one thing I said in my article is that Andrew Thomas Young makes a comment in this article that I cite that I agree with, but I don't think that he's thought about the ramifications of what it means.
But having said that though, Travis, just because you have to reconsider what is happening at the horizon, that doesn't necessarily equate to globe or flat or concave. It doesn't equate to any of those things.
Oh yeah. Directly, yeah.
Wait.
So Smear's a new character. Has he jumped in and talked to anybody yet? We know what his story is?
No. Apparently too, Travis, when it comes to voice verifying people, we're supposed to take them up to the voice check-in and have a little bit of chat to them.
Oh.
Yeah, I've only voice checked one person, and it was just I just thought we were supposed to make sure that they were a real person or whatever. So I didn't even do the full extent of what I should have done. But most of the time I'm driving, so I don't have the ability to go back and forth between different prompts and whatnot.
Was his mate Pat with him this time?
Smear is 14 years old. He's from
Israel. He's a fan of the globe, and his hero is Simon Dan. Let's all have a nice round of applause for Samir.
Really?
Hey!
Is he really 14?
Yep.
He shouldn't be here then.
No, he shouldn't be.
What?
Right?
Whatever happened to our?
Isn't the age of
No, go ahead.
isn't the age of TOS 14?
It's 13, so
It's 13, isn't
Okay,
it?
mate.
Well,
See you,
maybe
Buffy.
you just made it.
Simon Dan's the coolest, man.
some of the stuff goes on here isn't appropriate. I would suggest that myself, but anyway.
Oh, you said he's Israeli?
Oh, well, that's basically 19 in America, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're Israeli, dude, then he's a grown man.
Fully fledged, damn.
Mm-hmm.
What age are you an adult in Israel?
12.
Are you ever?
A lot of things.
It's Chikey's kid.
Hey, mashallah.
But let me ask, what is the world? Is the world round or flat?
Jagged.
Hmm?
Is it a ball or is it flat?
Oh, tricky.
He doesn't know.
Optically.
He's not paying attention. He's not paying attention to you, God.
What does the Talmud say?
أنا ما بعرف شوية عربي.
What?
Uh-oh. No. Uh-oh. No, this is the Australian hour.
Exactly. It's Aussie o'clock.
Yeah.
The Abo gas station. I just don't even know how like 13-year-olds get in a Discord. I don't know how they even do that.
It's easy. You make an account, you sign up, and you're in.
Doesn't Discord ask you if you're 18 or something?
Yeah, you check a box which says
That's
I am
how
18.
NSFW.
So we have 13-year-olds that are lying. That's not good.
Yeah, imagine that.
They need to teach you in school
Definitely
to
not
stop
fucking
lying.
Aussie.
Don't you know the story of George Washington and the cherry tree?
Oh, mate, you just go back with the boy who cried wolf.
How old were you when you had your first drink
My first drink.
or your first cigarette?
Too young.
Who in here has not had a fake ID in high school?
Me.
I never
needed
had one.
Yeah,
I
was so
I never
young
did.
looking, no one would have even believed me that I had a fake one.
I didn't need one.
Mine was
I
McLovin.
still get asked for my ID, which is fucked.
Show off.
No, it's bullshit, man. It's fucked.
Yeah, they where I live, they're supposed to go through this whole rigmarole to check IDs at the package store. But around happy hour, there's so many drunks that go into that liquor store that they don't have time for that.
Profits always come before any community concerns, mate. You know that.
You.
Hey, Bandy, have you been to the Bend at all?
The Bend? No.
Tailem Bend, you know, the motorsport park?
Yes. No, I haven't been there. No.
Okay, yeah, it's good. Should get there at some point.
Okay. Yeah.
There's eventually going to be bloody jet boats, you know, like they used to be at Currency Creek. Fucking
Yeah.
drag strips, everything's going
Oh,
to be out
okay.
there,
Yeah.
man. It's gonna be fantastic.
They're building a big complex there, are they?
Yeah, they've already got a very good track and good go-karting. And, you know, if you've personally got a car, you can book a day and take it out there. Or if you want, you can go out there and rent any of the cars that they've got, man, and go for a fucking blast. It's pretty sweet. They got some nice cars to choose from too. Like Formula Ford, you know, fucking open wheelers and, you know, just everything you can imagine, pretty much. Even the motorbikes, if you're that keen, you know, like the fucking H2 fastest motorbike there is. I think there is sort of some competency thing to go out and fucking take the motorbike out, but other than that, it sort of sucks that it's all the way out at Tailem Bend, but at the same time, it's the only place that was really ever going to work. They got a full drive park and shit out there too.
Okay.
If that tickles your fancy, it's the old Mitsubishi one, which they bought off of, and then have sort of renovated out of it, added onto it.
Oh, yeah. I don't think this is the other place to tell you what really tickles my fancy.
What's that?
Is anyone here allowed to do share screen?
Yeah, you
No.
can.
Oh.
Yeah, you
Who's
can.
allowed to?
No, not allowed.
Really? I better
What
start
are,
sharing my screen then.
what are you sharing?
Well, I can't share screen. I want someone to go to like science.com or one of the top science sites.
What's wrong?
Let's go through some of the top headlines.
Okay, fine.
The top
That's not a bad
headlines.
idea.
Or the top story.
Science.com. Let's see.
Science.
Science.com.
Oh, good.
Let's see what happens.
Sounds like you've never even been to the site before. Just
Oh my God.
There's a science.org.
No, I'm at science.com.
Oh, they didn't give me science.com. Okay. They must be trying to hide something from me.
The very first headline, scientists must give more consideration to the impact and inner workings of social media to use the medium effectively. This is up to scientists, mind you. Scientists. This is what they're wasting their time with. Scientists. Oh my God, Travis. You're right, mate. What happened? The last scientist that died, what would he have thought about this sort of thing?
Wait, so they're saying social media. Go through the article. I don't. It's saying.
Do I really have to? It looks like clickbait.
It's almost all scientists have been concerned with over the last 50 years is social engineering. It's no surprise they've moved into the fucking social media.
Why wouldn't they have just said sociologists, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
scientist. But I don't want to study the ramifications of the media. I want to study light. No, you have to figure out how to use the platform properly.
But see, if they say sociologists, then they're basically saying pseudoscientists, because that's not science. So they're trying to give it more
sociologist
credibility
these days
than it
just
owes.
Twitter user.
Here we go. What have we got here?
There's some good headlines here. I got a good one, kind of a juicy looking one here.
Yeah.
Why is Harvard University physicist Avi Loeb working with ardent UFO believers?
For
Why?
propaganda
We got
Uh,
or
UFO.
narrative. For the headline.
In July, Loeb unveiled the Galileo project. The overarching goal of this $1.8 million project is to search for extraterrestrial technology. Search for
There
evidence.
you go.
That's not much money, 1.8 million. I don't know. Feels like you could spend that money just buying like a telescope, right?
No, they're probably buying time with other bigger telescopes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You would
Airbnb.
try and build your own, but
More controversial is the construction of a network of rooftop cameras designed to capture any UFOs prowling. Oh, so they're buying cameras.
oh, who would have thought to look up? That's a new idea. We should invest in that. Looking up, you might see something.
Me?
Yes, I suggest you look up right now. Look up quick. What is it?
I'm looking at the Galileo project right now.
Long article.
It looks interesting.
Did you link the article? Where do you find these articles?
Science.org.
Who started this?
I'm on
Jesus.
I'm on
Andy.
science.org now.
You have to scroll like 70% of the way down.
Science
Okay.
bullshit. I think there's a science channel server where you can go find
Science
stuff.
scary.
Channel 2, voice chat 2, I think, maybe even read the news there. Come on.
Science scary, YouTube good.
And someone just posted the URL. Someone already posted the URL.
Now,
URL.
Conrad, he definitely would have been to the pen. With a name like Conrad. He would have been a Bathurst, that's for sure.
Automatically. Yes.
Remember that radio show, Coast to Coast AM? It's still around, but
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Even as an Aussie, I remember that show.
Here we go.
yeah, I used to listen to Coast to Coast AM. They would have all the top UFO guys out there. Art Bell, all that stuff.
A ferret named Elizabeth Ann could become the first cloned mammal to help save an endangered species.
Let me guess.
That would be a way to.
I've got to send this article to Dave.
Do you know why they have to save them? Because the rest of them will basically be wiped out. in the mRNA experiments.
There's actually not one COVID headline on the full page. That's nice.
That one was essentially a COVID headline. It's like cryptic.
Sure.
Well, it was.
In your
They've got to
imagination.
save the ferrets. No, they've got to save the ferrets. Ferrets are endangered. They have to clone them because they're so endangered. Why are they endangered? What did I just say before? Experimented on.
Yeah.
Sure. Experimented on.
You are something wrong with you, man.
No, they
Sounds
slaughter lots of
sounds
them in
nice.
some countries.
Maybe do
We're
a
gonna
little
save
for you.
experimentation by experimenting on them.
Ad hoc imagination.
Ad hoc imagination. Is that what you call it? Is that your new term?
That should be right
just
up your
made it.
alley.
I can make something up as well.
I didn't make it up. It's true. Ferrets were the first thing they
Oh,
tested
okay,
the
I found
mRNA
the
technology on. They all died.
social media and
Just saying.
shared reality. So there's a flat Earth headline on the page.
Oh God.
Nice.
It's actually a really cool picture they have on the article.
You know why they generally test on, I read somewhere that why they test certain things on ferrets. Not talking about vaccines, but like medication and all that shit. I read somewhere that like their bodily parts are kind of like similar to us. So somehow, I'm not 100% sure how. But
Yeah, which part would that be?
I have to read again. Wait, let me check. I just remember I read that one time.
Aren't we really close to the chemical makeup of bananas as well? Was that something?
No, that's pretty far away. But
I think we're like 50%, 50% symbiont.
that's pretty far away.
Yeah.
I mean, there's one
Yeah. And they lived about 2 weeks, Spunk. And when you extrapolate that out to humans, we've got about 3 years. So there you go. They're so close. If you agree with that and they're so close to us, shit, that extrapolation is probably pretty
They test typically vaccines on ferrets because ferrets tend to contract the same type of respiratory viruses as humans. So it's believed that they have like similar symptomatic
Do the
responses
male
as
versions
humans
of the
do.
ferrets, do they get man flu as well? Like, do they lay around in bed asking the missus to do everything? And do like
Yes.
the female ferrets just get on with shit? They just go and, go to work.
Of course.
Why don't we just experiment on humans? Be so much easier.
They tested on humans, but I don't know. Like, that's an ethical question.
Just invade a country and use their prisoners of war.
You could use that, do that. Hitler did it.
Allegedly.
Really? America does it all the time.
America is not very, what you say, innocent. No.
They are the most guilty.
I would say Hitler was probably worse, but I won't say
Really?
America is very far behind.
Really?
What about the people
Yeah.
controlling them all? What about the people behind them all playing both sides? Do you think they're possibly the worst ones?
I don't want to talk about things that are imaginary.
Imaginary?
Imaginary. Oh, interesting.
Look up the investors and
So
owners
does
of
that mean-
Vanguard and BlackRock. Quick. Let's all discuss it. These
Does that mean
imaginary people.
Does that mean we should just boot you now?
Yep.
No, you can just talk about something else, or I will not respond it.
Okay.
for example.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, you don't have to engage. Yeah, there's no forcing
I
of
would-
engagement here.
I don't know how to respond to something I don't believe exists. So it's pretty difficult to do that, you know.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Hey, as long as you've got faith in whatever you believe in, that's fine.
Yeah.
There's no obligation to engage here. You are allowed to remain silent.
Oh.
Have you heard about the? There is a conspiracy podcast there in Norway where there are couple of people doing like conspiracy, like looking into conspiracies, and there is quite a few American conspiracies, which are like I looked up their sources as well, and it's a lot of them which are actually true. Like I don't know about if you've heard about
Really?
like the asbestos. Yes, many. Like CIA
You're
has done like
crazy.
some fucking shitty things in the past.
No.
You're kidding me.
No way.
Conspiracies that turn out to be true.
They don't do terrible things. Oh, come on.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Did you find any that weren't true?
There was, for example, I don't know if you heard about like asbestos, the asbestos conspiracy. Not conspiracy, but it was a conspiracy back then. Now everybody knows it's unsafe, but they didn't know back then. And they were like the company who made it. They hid it, and they were also collaborating with like what you call it, insurance companies to try and hide away that
He's waking up, guys. He's waking up.
That
it's only a
the
matter of time.
asbestos
You'll be a
was,
flat earther, champ.
that the asbestos was dangerous, or they hid that, and it was like a really good substance for installation with in addition to being fireproof, but it was also heavily correlated with
You
cancer,
should
of
look
course.
up Mr. Fluffy. You should look up Mr. Fluffy in Australia.
Yeah, exactly. They make great.
Yeah.
They
Anyway,
make,
that's good.
great brake pads. The amount of
Oh.
brake,
Yeah.
the amount of drum brakes
You know that smell.
that I have replaced and got the drum and blown the dust out of the drum.
Yep. Yep. I hear you.
Yeah.
That beautiful smell.
Mm.
Australia is the only country left that actually allows us to still use pads with asbestos in them.
Really? Okay.
Are you allowed to use asbestos in Australia?
Yeah.
What the
Yes.
fuck? Why?
Yeah. Not
Yeah.
in building. Not in building.
Brake pads. And there's a
Yeah.
few other things that they use.
Fireplaces.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe that's the same here.
Look, I think there's even still a conspiracy to do with what it causes personally, because the amount of people that should have that condition in this country alone that don't have that condition suggests that it's, those particles can get into you, but it's obviously only certain people that are susceptible to actually suffering from the condition, because it just should be an epidemic, but it's not.
I believe when they used it, the problem wasn't like people living there afterwards. The problem is people handling it. So it's either during the building stage, or if you're gonna tear down the building, you have to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, even constructing with it, cutting holes in it. That was usually the worst thing, cutting and not wetting it down. But this Mr. Fluffy, right? This Mr. Fluffy was like a spray version of it, and it was like insulation. So people would go up into roof spaces and shit and spray this stuff in, and it would just like fill the whole air. Now, not all of those people are dead with this bloody mesothelioma, but obviously a number of them have got it, but not everyone. So it just suggests that there are other reasons.
That could be, but like it's like people smoking, and we know smoking increases the risk of cancer, but yet there are some people who smoke their whole life and never get cancer. And you also have people who
and there's
never
people
smoke
who
and
don't
also
smoke.
get lung
Yeah,
cancer.
exactly.
So
Exactly,
it's like, of course, a genetic factor, but nobody really knows what that factor is. And would you really take the chance?
I do.
I wouldn't.
I do. Lots of people do now.
I want to take the risk. وخاص
Yeah,
الخليلة
like,
getting cancer.
Huh?
Fun. Smear Galio. Why would you smear get what?
Galio.
you have this
Smear
spray,
Smeaglio.
smear Galio. Smear Galio. We have this spray insulation here as well, but obviously it's not asbestos. But I have been like I've seen that they do that. It's not so. I think. Why do they do it? Like for after installation, it's pretty good, but it's horrible to work with. Like let's say you're gonna do something. Like for example, you can't have spotlights up in the roof if you have that, because then it's gonna just fall down. Can't really remove that. Yeah, it's big drawbacks with it.
But did the company that you remember that has the spray insulation, did it have a cool name like Mr. Fluffy or some stupid name like?
They have Glava. It's called Glava insulation. It's a Norwegian
Mr.
insulation.
Fluffy just sounds so friendly and harmless.
It is.
Do a big smiley face on the side of the truck when it rocked up. Mr. Fluffy, he's here to help. Don't worry, kids. Breathe deep.
Now it's actually not allowed to have asbestos in vehicle parts anymore. But it wasn't completely banned until in 2003, though. It says so here.
Yeah, in Australia, it's not banned still, though, because they still sell it. So it can't be.
No, but it says so here. Vehicles are... let me see. Imports and export of asbestos goods contain asbestos is prohibited. So it should be prohibited, and it has been completely banned in 2003. And it says so here, like vehicle importers are responsible for ensuring vehicles and parts do not contain asbestos.
So we must make them here. That's probably the loophole they made here.
Damn.
Fuckers.
Mr. Fluffy even made it to Wikipedia.
It's like that 100% beef company that's in Brazil. No, 100% Australian beef company. It's in Brazil. That way they don't have to lie when they try and sell McDonald's here with 100% Australian beef. They're not lying. It comes from a company called 100% Australian beef.
Oh, Mr. Fluffy relates to widespread asbestos contamination of houses in the suburbs of Canberra.
I think Australians call them thongs, mate. Not flip-flops. Other places call them flip-flops, but we call them thongs. And quite often you'll see people wearing them down the beach because it's just a bit easier to just flick your thongs off and get in the water than bother with your shoes or your sandals. So I'm sorry about that confusion.
You jandals.
Socks and sandals. It's always a good look.
Norway, they wear wooden shoes.
Clogs.
Funk wears wooden shoes. Also wood shoes or something, I don't know.
Hopefully that cleared that up for you, Smiglio.
Smaglio.
You can just call
Don't
me
hurt
Smeo.
yourself.
Have you heard about? There is one conspiracy, which I would say it's kind of genius if it's true. Between the Coca-Cola and Pepsi war, that the I don't know if you guys remember when Coca-Cola rebranded itself as like, now we're gonna make a new cola, and then they stopped selling the old ones, and they only did use like a new recipe, and it was like a complete disaster at the time. But then afterwards, what happened was that there was like a lot of pushback on, we want the old cola back and all that. And then they made, I think they made something called Cola Classic or something. And then everybody wanted that, and eventually they scrapped the new cola recipe and only had the old one again. And after that, actually, it's a little bit like the saying is like, any publicity is good publicity, because they were losing to Pepsi before this a lot. And after that, they actually increased a lot more than Pepsi did. So it could have been like some kind of marketing geniusness to actually like make a worse cola, make people hate it, so they know how much they want the old thing back, and then they get like, okay, we'll make the old one alternatively, and they still want to remove the old one. And when they did, like the advertisement they get from just like all the shit going on, they actually gave the people what they wanted eventually. And even though they went back to status quo again, they got a lot of advertisement for it, and people were like, yes, finally we got the old cola back, and more people drank it afterwards. What do you guys think about that?
Interesting.
Well, it's
Wait, what does
possible, but,
Pepsi have to do with this?
Because
It's not
Pepsi
Mad that
was
move.
I think they were part of like there was some kind of like aggressive advertisements. For example, the Pepsi did blind tests between colas, and with the new cola, which cola advertised, Pepsi like won quite hard. So they were part of like pushing against that the cola is actually quite shit.
more dollars in the advertising spend, yeah.
Yeah.
Pepsi were paying for half of Coke's advertising, essentially, aggressively.
I mean, isn't this kind of like
I think that's a very weird conspiracy.
Well, it is weird. It's one of those afterthought ones that could be the case, but if someone actually definitively ever come out and said, yep, look, here's the book where I wrote down our plan back in whatever year, and look how we executed it, then that would be pretty good. But yeah, other than that, it's hindsight, I think.
It's
I want to hear
conspiracy.
Alex Jones
Yeah.
doing a Coke and Pepsi rant, just to top it off.
I mean, don't these companies make products which are not so good, so it makes their like good products look better. Like, for example, cola like own like half the things you see, either it's Pepsi or cola, and they own like half you see in the shelf.
It's called
And they
loss
sell like
leader.
all this like Fanta Toxic and all that shit, which almost nobody drinks. will raise the profit of the good ones. Like it's shown that it doesn't actually make people drink less. It makes actually people drink the good products more if you present shitty products next to it.
I told you it's called loss leading strategy.
Lastly, okay, I haven't.
But people only usually employ that tactic if they have to sort of try and occupy a bit more market space. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
just
to
to get eyeballs
present
on
some
their
opposition.
company.
Yeah.
Right.
Like even like you know, like the petrol stations or gas stations, whatever you want to call them here, they might have different names, but essentially, like they'll have slightly different prices, but essentially they're owned by the same people, but they present slightly different products and compete with each other and things like that. But yeah, it's owned by the same people. Same shit.
But loss leading strategy, that I've heard about that. That's more in referred to more pricing. Like you have thing that is like you get one scoop of ice for $10, and then you get 2 scoops for $12. So you buy the one that then it looks more attractive with the $12 scoop.
Yeah, it's similar just because like I think of loss leading as like a store that sells like just cheap crap just to like fill the shelves, just to keep you stimulated and picking things up and moving around.
Yeah. True.
Hey Funk, I've dropped a picture in chat for you to have a look at when you got time.
Yeah, I see it.
You seen that?
It's so I'm not seeing this specific picture, but it's the Soho telescope. I've heard about that.
The Soho telescope.
Did you draw that, Banshee?
Yeah, that's me. That's all me, Kosho. All right, give me props. So this Soho telescope is looking through the geo corona, all right, and it can establish what is in that geo corona by looking through it. How do you think it establishes what's in that geo corona? What sort of tools do you reckon? What sort of instruments would they have on board to work out with the light? Because they're obviously, you know, lights. They're analysing the light that's passing through. They're looking through it. How do you reckon they do it?
I wouldn't be sure. I'm guessing it's some kind of like spectrum analysis, probably, but I'm not 100%
You reckon?
sure.
You reckon? I would probably go with that too. Yeah, I reckon I'd probably go with that too. All right. Now, so it kind of looks like in that diagram, right, that it is analysing the light that is passing through the geo corona. Okay, and that light is in some way, shape, or form absorbing what's in that geo corona, so it can analyze it in some way. Would you agree with that?
That would be if it uses that methodology. Yeah.
So if it uses a spectrometer, that's what would happen.
Well, telescopes are. It's kind of actually not very like all observations are to some extent. The telescopes are visual, and spectroscopy is just like looking at one certain spectrum.
Yeah, it's looking at light that passes through whatever it does, and that light is affected by whatever it passes through to give you a reading on your little spectrometer. That's basically how it works. The nuts and bolts of exactly the technicalities beside you know how all the fairies do their magic, I've got no idea. But that's basically how it works. So now, right? So would you agree with that? Firstly,
that they look. Yes, I would agree that they look.
You would agree with that. Good. Okay then. So now we've got our little spectrometer here on Earth, right? And we've got one. You and I, right? We go down to the park, little spectrometer, right? And we point it up at a star, right? Or the sun, even the sun. We point at the sun, right? And now we're reading the light that's coming from the sun or the star. Doesn't matter which one it is, right? So now we know, right, that this light is getting affected by and corrupted by whatever medium it's passing through. Yes?
Uncorrupted?
It's corrupted, yes. I know you guys hate that word, but I just throw it in.
I don't know why.
It's
That's like, it's not uncorrupted. It's literally using the fact that it's passing through medium. That's
exactly right. So the light is passing through these mediums, and the light is absorbing whatever the medium it is going through before it gets to the spectrometer, right? And now we're taking the reading. So if that light has passed through 223 million different mediums, right, before it actually gets to the spectrometer, how in wild turkeys can we say that a star is 93.7% hydrogen or whatever the properties it comes back with, when that light has been absorbing whatever it goes through before it even gets to the spectrometer?
They don't believe there's anything in space. It's a zero matter.
Yeah, I think that the amount of gas there is so minute that it wouldn't affect it much. And also, you have the... And yeah, I will correct that as well. It's also the fact... I think that's the fact that they look at certain spectrum which are least... how should you say? Affected by the... our atmosphere, and if there's something you're looking at which is affected by our atmosphere, then we use telescopes in outer space instead for that.
Yeah, there's two types of lines. There's absorption lines and emission lines.
Yes,
so
exactly, Kosho.
You can read both of them.
Exactly. You can read both of them. 100%. You can read both of them.
Yeah,
Right.
so if you get lines that came from the sun, you can see what the emission lines were, and you can see what they had passed through from the absorption line.
Yeah, right. So whatever it's passed through, right, has to be then indicated on whatever reading you've got. But how can whether or not that light is absorbing material, right? Because the light is the light. Once the light is emitted from the source, right, it's now traveling. Okay, then. So unless you can get right next to the source, right, you can't then say that it is not absorbing what it is passing through, because you can't get those two clear readings.
Bandsaw.
Yes.
How
yes.
would a scientist? Oh, let me ask you this question: do you think that there's helium and hydrogen up in the atmosphere?
100%. 100%. Yep.
So if we're getting a spectrometer reading and it shows hydrogen or helium, how do you differentiate between the helium that's in the atmosphere and the helium that allegedly is coming from the star?
Well, I don't know how you could, Travis, to be honest with you.
I just gave you the answer. Because there'll be absorption lines that will be the light that's passing through the helium in the atmosphere. And there'll be emission lines, which will be the helium as they came from the sun.
No, but you can't. But that helium light, right, spectrum, right, is emitted from the sun. Okay, I'll grant you that. But now, as soon as it's been emitted, right, it is now traveling. And now that emitted light is becoming absorbed light.
Okay.
So then how can you distinguish the two?
Right.
Because
So
they
does
look completely different. They're the exact opposite of each other.
how do you know the difference between an emitted light and emitted light and an absorbed light?
But when I show you the difference, I think you find it quite obvious.
Quite
Okay,
obvious?
well, that's why I asked.
Yeah, we're here to learn. We are here to learn.
How do you know the emissions light, not the absorption light? The absorption light is not the emission light. How do you know that?
As I told you, I'm about to show you, and it's going to be quite obvious. So,
Yeah, but couldn't you just switch the placards? Trick everybody?
you could, but that's not how they. When they first documented the emission lines, they were actually burning material. That they actually see they can actually see the emission lines, and they knew it was emission lines. And that's for the material, hydrogen, and different shit here on Earth. And the helium was discovered on the sun, but it's the same thing. You see, absorption lines are thick colors. Emission lines are these tiny little bands.
Hold on, because I've got something to show you too, if I can find it.
Right, I sent that to Funk. I don't know why I sent that to Funk.
You need to put it in text.
Yeah.
Because the absorption lines and the emitted lines are both exactly the same. They marry up exactly on the placard.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
I know I'm right.
They combine together and make a full spectrum. That's true.
Yeah, exactly right. So now, how the difference, right? Now, if you were a foot away from the sun and you would point your little spectrometer, right? I might be able to go with the fact, okay, then that's mainly emitted light, not absorbed light. But when you're 93 million miles away from it, how can you distinguish with any accuracy that emitted light is no longer absorbed light or absorption light? Because the light has to travel. Yeah, just because the light has been emitted, right? And now the light is traveling, right? So it's on its journey. It's jumped in this little taxi and it's traveling through the universe to Earth. And as it travels through, right, it's picking up all these other little bits and pieces. This emitted light is getting affected by this and that and the other thing before it gets to its destination.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go on. I think I understand your question. You're saying if you were to receive absorption lines, for example, how would you know that those weren't strictly absorption lines of white light that pass through helium, and not emission lines that pass through helium and then gave off? How would you tell the difference? And the answer is, when you get absorption lines, you don't assume that they're emission lines. And when you get emission lines, it's obvious that they're emission lines.
I don't think it's as obvious as you may think, actually.
Look how thin those bands are.
Huh?
Look at the emission lines. They're like...
Yeah, look at them.
Yeah,
they marry up
like
exactly, don't they? They marry up exactly. Boom, boom,
yeah, so
boom,
if you
boom,
received
boom,
both,
boom.
you'd be confused. But if you received only emission lines, you'd be clear.
I think it's indistinguishable between the two of what you've actually got. Yeah, I do.
It's the exact opposite.
No, it's not.
It is. We're talking about one is a full spectrum minus the color, and one is only these discrete bands.
Yeah, it's minus the color. I'll grant you that. Yep, that's what it shows. It's minus the color. But how can you tell, right, that one hasn't been affected by the other, and the other hasn't been affected by the one.
That's what I was saying to you, that in the case of you receiving absorption lines, I do agree with you that even if those were originally emission lines and then they passed through the same gas, it would be hard to tell that those were originally emission lines. That's true.
It'd be hard to tell.
Yeah, but you don't have to rely on those. You can just receive emission lines and use that. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's as clear as all that, to be quite honest with you, Kosho.
It may not be. I'm not even sure. But to be honest with you, I'm not sure how that turns up if you have hydrogen emitted light and then pass through hydrogen, what that looks like. It probably just looks like hydrogen absorption lines, but
there you go.
Sure.
One would imagine that they'd probably look pretty much the same, wouldn't they? You'd be able to you wouldn't be able to distinguish between the two.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't. I don't think you'd be able to pull out the original emission lines. Yeah, sure.
No. So now we're left with this conundrum. Well, what is what?
I have a question.
Go, Travis.
So, am I to understand that the black band with the very, very thin spectra, that is interpreted? Okay, so I guess my question. So, when we look at the top band that has the full spectra, and then you've got these 1, 2, 3, 4 black strips, right?
That's right.
I'm talking about the hydrogen absorption spectrum.
Right.
Okay. So we get this spectrum, and then I'm just going to say it this way: we have 4 missing sections, like the light didn't come through or whatever. That light got absorbed. But the opposite of that is the band below, which is called emission. Is that taken from the same reading, but just almost like turning on a different spectrum or a different?
This was actually a discovery that was made by Max Planck and Einstein.
Okay, so just real quick. So I guess what I'm trying to think through is, it's almost just like they just switched a filter to see the band that's not there. It's still there, right?
Yeah, but it's not. This wasn't like a made up guess or something. This was like a strange discovery that the energy that the energy that it takes. So the energy that it takes whenever you shine a light onto some material, let's say iron, it's going to only take in a certain wavelengths of energy, and then when the iron loses energy, it emits light in the exact same wavelengths that it absorbed before. So that's why when the reflected light is going to be all the light minus what it absorbed, and then when it emits light, it's going to emit that same light that it absorbed. It's like barcodes for every material. They only take in certain amounts of energy, the specific amounts, the same amount every time. I'm saying frequencies of energy.
Are there two different instruments that read these spectrum? So a completely different instrument reads emission, or is it like a different setting? You know what I mean? Like it's the same.
I mean, they might, but you don't need to. Like back in the day, they just used prisms, and you can use the same prism.
So they were using. Okay, wait, no. So let's talk about spectrometers aiming at stars. So when you aim a spectrometer at a star, do you get 2 different readings? One is emission and one is absorption, or do you have a spectrometer absorption filter and a spectrometer emissions filter.
Like I said they might have different ones now, but you don't need to have different ones.
Okay,
Like they like any like any device would be able to read either.
Any device would be able to read either.
It's just refracting the light and spreading it out.
Yeah, but in order to read something different, you have to see something different. So how do you see the emission spectrum of hydrogen? How do you see that?
Well, you can do one of two things. You can burn hydrogen or excite hydrogen so that it's emitting light, like in the lab, or receive it from the sun. And if there's nothing else interfering with it, then you would receive only the hydrogen emission lines. But the easiest way to do that is in the lab.
Okay. I don't know if I'm making any sense. I'm still fishing, but again, so I'm not talking about doing something on the Earth. I'm talking about pointing this spectrometer at the sun. So I guess the only way to ask it again is it seems to me like you're just saying you just look through the spectrometer and you get both of these results.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. You do. If you actually look at data from a source like the sun or a star, it's a giant collect. It's a sloppy. It looks like it's almost like unreadable. Like it's a bunch of different spectral lines on top of each other. You have to dissect them and pull them apart based on because each material has a specific spectral lines, so you can identify which lines to pull out and separate.
How do you know?
Well, they've studied them for 200 years.
200 years. So they had spectrometers 200 years ago?
Isaac Newton was doing this 400 years ago, yeah. 300. I mean, they didn't understand it fully, but he was using prisms and spreading out the light from the sun. And chemists were burning and exciting material and recording the emission lines. They didn't know the full detail until 100 years ago, but they do have a collection of the different spectral lines, and they're very specific, almost like barcode bits of data.
Newton, the guy who also let 28 people get executed?
Yeah, probably.
I never heard that part before. What's the story with that?
I never heard it either.
Yeah, he was director of the Royal Mint, and
oh yeah, right.
He had a pretty open eye towards guys who criticized his mechanics and his theological research. And there was one certain affair where a guy accused Newton of taking money from the mint, and Newton destroyed this guy and let him hang in public, and then they cut the body and went through the country and showed this body and so on. It was really crazy. So it's documented in the primary historical documentation, and it got touched on by several historians. But yeah, he's he let 28 people hang also.
I mean, if he was stealing money, he probably doesn't want to get caught.
Yeah, the article, he was clipping, taking shavings off gold coins.
Right.
And then he got caught and then basically tried to got the witnesses killed. Man, this is
it was either him or them, right?
My language.
That's amazing. And this guy, he's also played with dolls, was an incel, and drank mercury because he thought he would shit gold. And this is their basis for their heliocentric model.
Well, I mean, it's just a guy. He's just a guy, a smart dude. I mean, Tesla was a smart dude. He had weird quirks. A lot of smart dudes have weird quirks. But it's not really the character that we're talking about, is it?
Yeah,
talking
but
about the
it resonates,
technique and the method. spectroscopy.
In a way, it resonates pretty indicative when, like, a guy who's like the father of modern science is so affiliated to occult research and, like, I call it the forbidden arts at that time, you know? So if that person is so investigated in these topics, this might also transpire through his scientific works, which has also been confirmed by several authoritative historians.
Well, this
Yeah,
is
but
great.
he was an investigator, just like Pythagoras. He was also into occultic arts.
It's
You know,
pretty
Tesla
funny.
married a pigeon.
Yeah,
This dude's
They all do weird stuff.
This guy's talking about how would Isaac Newton be framed today, right? How many likes and dislikes would he get? You know, it goes to all
Who
these
knows?
labels. You know,
Why
incel,
does it
autistic.
matter?
Most people would just call him asshole.
Who cares? Who cares if he's an
Listen,
asshole?
Tesla didn't marry a pigeon. The pigeon didn't say "I do." He did. It didn't happen.
Well, then that's a different kind of crime, isn't it? Regardless.
I think
Regardless. The characters don't matter, though, right? If we're talking about the works of these men, we're
I
just
know
talking about
what
their
you're
work.
saying. I know what you're saying, but you know, there's still a like narrative aura surrounding some scientists, you know, and especially regarding this fathers of modern science from Newton to Kepler to Copernicus or Newton, you know, it's just these people all have their dark sides and their like ideological components, which, as I said, also transpire through their scientific work. You mentioned Pythagoras. This is the spirit of all the scientists. Pythagoreanism, putting a model in the first place before investigating reality and trying to rationally make this model fit. You know, but this is not science. This is just induction, and it's also based on pseudo-religious, metaphysical, heliocentric implications. You know, from Egyptian derivation. So it's kind of important to consider these aspects of character regarding even Einstein, who was a Freemason.
Here's another one too. He actually stuck a needle in his eye.
Maybe
Some
bringing
called it
people's
macaroni.
character into question.
So you're telling me he crossed his heart and he hoped to die?
Yeah, there's another one too. Is it true Isaac Newton stuck a needle in his eye? It is indeed true.
That's what's up.
He did so because he thought it would stimulate his retina.
Was he right?
This guy was bad shit, man. Like so this is the fun. Everything this guy does was completely bad shit, except for he invented gravity. That's
Well, he
legit.
didn't invent gravity. He I think there was a pandemic and he was home at his house and he'd written quite a few papers on quite a few things. Not just gravity, but acceleration, motion. Gravity was just the outcome, I think, from later. But his laws of motion are probably the most used things in all of physics, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy trying to defend him. He said he wasn't an incel. At that time, people only married through arrangement. And he didn't have any family or political connections to offer an arranged marriage to him.
Oh, thank God.
Well, that's still happens today. What's the point
People
of
like
that?
him and Leonardo da Vinci and people like that, when they're not preoccupied with women and children, they.
I think we should get away from that. I think we should get away from the character assassination.
Yeah, it's pointless.
Okay, so did you, Bandsaw, did you see Starkotter's tag?
I'm just reading it now, Travis. Just started reading it now.
I'm not judging him for what he did. It's good that the thing is letting people know these are the stuff. This is what he did, knowing what he claims he knows. It's good, bad, or otherwise. He did drink mercury. He played with dolls. He did.
Good on him. Okay, good on him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So now we want to go back to talking about background light source, right? So
Yeah.
like an incandescent light bulb. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand what an incandescent light bulb is. That the normal light bulb that has the filament? That's not a fluorescent light bulb, right?
The filament light bulb. Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a background light source, that means trying to understand, like, why would they use that? So like any light is in the background. I mean, if you've got a light across the room and there's something between you and the light, that light is in the background, even if it's a fluorescent light. So I'm just trying to like understand, like, why do they like a background light source? Absorption spectra are observed against a background light source. So that background light source.
What they mean when they say that is, so if you, let's just use white light as the background light source. When you receive absorption lines, it's only because there was some background light that interacted with some matter, and then you receive the absorption spectra. So the material, or let's say it's hydrogen absorption spectra lines. The hydrogen itself did not emit the light, but wherever that light came from, it interacted with the hydrogen, and then what was left was the hydrogen absorption.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess I'm just listening to this for the first time, so I'm going to be very elementary in what I say. It seems to me, I don't know, I don't see how calling the absence of a part of the spectrum is the result of the emission light, the source light.
No. Which spectra are you talking about?
The emission.
Oh, yeah, the one where it's just, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what they discovered. Like, if you, what's a metal? Like, if you heat up a metal until it's emitting light without receiving light, it's just emitting it on its own. It's going to emit only that spectra, only those spectral lines for whatever material it is. Let me find the iron emission lines. Hold on.
Okay.
So
I
then,
think I get what you're saying now.
yeah, but if you were to heat up that same piece of metal, right, in a room full of hydrogen, what's the reading going to be as that light passes through the hydrogen?
Right. So would the emission lines stay intact as well as absorption lines?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying, Travis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Check this out. This is crazy.
Okay. I like
I didn't
crazy.
know. Oh, no, because this is hydrogen. This is iron emission. It's actually quite profound compared to, hydrogen or something.
Okay.
So you can see there's like, it's much more than just small bands or whatever.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I thought they were all connected.
but we're not. Okay. I see that. I see the iron is completely different just to the hydrogen. No dramas there, right? But they're not saying that the sun is a lump of iron burning either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you can get a prism and well, I see what you're saying. I know your problem though. You keep saying how do you know what you're receiving is is the emission lines. See, what you'd have to do, because I'm not going to be able to share this like I'm an expert, not expert. You'd have to research how the complex spectral lines are broken down. Because, like I said, when you're receiving it from the sun, you have to break down all the different spectral, emission and absorption lines and identify each one, which I'm not. I've never done myself. So.
Yeah, no, I'm not suggesting that you have, Kosho, and this has been a conversation that's been going on a couple of weeks now, this sort of thing, and I just can't wrap my head around that if we are reading light through a spectrometer here on Earth, pointing it at the sun, and that light is traveling through many different medium, right? Then that light is then absorbing what it is going through before it gets to the spectrometer.
You know, if my computer was restarted, I would pull this up myself.
Do spectroscopy on Earth in a controlled environment for a reason.
Yeah, they've been doing it for, like I said, 200 years in a controlled environment.
In controlled environments on Earth.
Yeah.
Supposedly Newton did it.
I think they do it. Why don't they just
Newton was one of the
run
first
it right?
ones.
Why don't they just run it right through the air? Why do they do it in such a controlled? They pull a vacuum, types of shit.
Well, because they're isolating the distinct lines, right? Whenever you have
Figure out what it is.
Say what?
It's passing through all kinds of other shit.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. That you have to separate them all and identify each part of it, which I'm not sure how to do, but we can figure that out.
All right, so Musk's new spaceship, he hopes they can get to orbit next year. That would give him just 3 more years to get to Mars.
I'm watching a really interesting video. Maybe I'll share it. Maybe it's not worth anything, but I'll share it.
They kicked it. They kicked the can. Okay, here we go. NASA has recently contracted SpaceX to provide a version that could land on the lunar surface next decade. So they've already kicked it to 2030. And they need a spacesuit. That was their last claim, that they don't have a spacesuit. So why are they still working on a spaceship? They have a spaceship, apparently. They just need a spacesuit. Oh, geez, this is so cringe. Okay, so I've been talking with this dude about the no-knock warrants. He said over 20,000 no-knock warrants are conducted every year. I'm like, okay. Just one block, raid at the wrong apartment doesn't mean the whole practice should be ended. I mean, can someone connect the dot there? So if they do something that results in someone's death at a failure rate of 1 in 20,000, that's acceptable still?
I guess if you just operate strictly on statistics, yeah, it's just a statistic. So yeah, that's really good.
I would be like 0, right? Because this is supposed to be done in terms of public safety. So any failure rate in the system that results in the thing not happening for that cause.
Yeah, but now you're dealing with ethics. You're mixing ethics with stats. That's what I was trying to say.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
So they're just looking at significant values here. Like 1 out of 20,000 is statistically insufficient to make a claim.
Yeah, insignificant, sure.
I don't actually think that made it any clearer, Kosho.
No, it did. It made it okay. So there's one part that's missing, and it's the absorption lines. But I see now, which is kind of obvious, how you take emission lines and break them apart. Now we just have to see how to combine that with, taking out the absorption lines. I mean, it's clear to me.
Okay.
You didn't learn anything?
I'm not saying I didn't learn anything. I'm still left with the same sort of questions.
I understand. I got the same question you have still. Figure out the rest, man. Hold on. Maybe this guy's got another video.
Maybe.
What'd you think about that on fast mode?
That one you just showed?
Yes, in super fast mode.
Yeah. That was pretty straightforward to follow, though. It was probably better it was played in fast forward.
There's a lot of dudes that are talking about emission lines, but let's see.
So I have a question now. I don't know how else to say this. The combustibility of the sun's elements, that is how it burns, how it emits the light. Were they able to manufacture that same combustibility on Earth as opposed to simply igniting hydrogen? Like if you ignite hydrogen and measure the spectrum, okay, I get it. I get that. But that's a specific controlled demonstration where you have a flame that's created by, whatever, if you want to use butane or whatever, propane, I don't even know, right? What? I don't know. So are they saying that the way that the sun burns and emits light is the exact same way as if you were to just drop hydrogen on a Bunsen burner and watch it create a spectrum?
No, I think I was wrong to say that they did these elements. I know they gave it energy, but I think it might have been like charge. It might have been charged it might have been in the form of like electric energy. But I don't know. I'm not 100% sure.
All this testing is done in very controlled environments.
Do you understand my question, Bandsaw? Do you understand what I was asking?
I had to check something. So just ask it again, Travis, before I say mine. Ask it again.
Okay.
Quickly.
So if I'm going to burn hydrogen in a lab, like what heat source am I going to choose? Am I going to choose a box of matches? I'm going to light a match and then open a container of hydrogen, or am I going to have a Bunsen burner? Am I going to have a propane? Like, what's the heat source? Okay, so if I have an emissions reading on that, okay, guys, we're ready to go. We got everything lined up. Go. We take a reading, and then we aim a spectrometer at the sun, and we get the same emission. Then whatever is the heat source in the laboratory is the heat source that the sun is, because they're creating the same emission line. I don't know how you could. I don't. Otherwise, if the sun is a hydrogen in whatever fusion or fission or whatever the hell, like if it's not what we can create on Earth, then we haven't actually. I don't understand how you correlate it. Like if you can't create what you think the sun is burning in the laboratory and then get the reading, then all you're doing is extrapolating a correlation and saying that they're the same thing when they're not. I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, they're not so much burning it as they would, like if you put hydrogen in a bulb or something like that. It's kind of like using those helium, what do you call it? Neon tubes. They put neon in the tubes and then they send electric charge through it. That color is the neon emission spectrum. You can do the same thing with you would have to do the same thing with hydrogen.
I get that. But that's what right. So I just heard today, I can't remember who it was. I think it was actually Lindsay. I think Bandsaw. And he, he was going through all of the noble gases and what lights they produce. And I think helium is pink, right? And krypton is yellow-green. So that's the green flash when the sun's setting, and you can catch that green flash. There's an excitation of krypton in that spectrum at that place, at that elevation or altitude or whatever you want to say above the horizon. Again, though, I still think, I don't know, man. I hear what you're saying, Kosho, that you can excite a noble gas and get a color. I get that. But that's not like what the sun is. The sun's, unless you're saying that whatever the sun is, it's exciting the elements just the same way we can do it here on Earth. I don't know. I just don't see a clear path for me to get to a place where this is making sense.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert, so I know that the sun's doing fusion, and I know that ultimately though it's going to be the same lines. I just know that we're doing our Earth going to charge to it, so I don't have a
Listen, this isn't the Bible on Earth as it is in heaven. All right. First of all, everyone needs to go watch QE's spectroscopy videos. He did a couple of them, and they're good, and it points out the flaws and the whole thing they're doing.
Hey, can you post that? I forgot to look at that, but I'm driving right now. Can you post it for me? I don't want to have to look for it.
I mean, I don't have it off the top of my.
Oh, son. You don't have it in a playlist somewhere?
No.
It's a fucking it's a scavenger hunt. Tells us to watch something, fucking we gotta find it. Punk.
It's an IQ test. Can you find
it? What did QE show?
Easily.
Yeah.
If you're able to find it or not, because it's kind of like a pathway, like a journey.
And let me guess, it's going to be on QE's channel. It's going to say a spectroscopy. The thing is, I don't feel like watching QE's videos.
Then don't.
Me too.
This was for my people, Kosho, to teach them how to fight.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm responding to what's his name here. Critter.
You forgot my name already?
Oh no.
Like 1 week goes by, and you're just like, that's all right. I'm not that impactful. I'm just kind of like a side character.
Oh, you're the dungeon master.
The key master.
Yeah. I'll probably watch Kiwi's video though. Just kidding. I want to watch this video real quick though.
Don't watch Kiwi. He'll turn you gay.
You can like turn the volume down and just turn closed caption on. And sometimes it's even entertaining just by itself. Because it doesn't, like the AI that does closed captioning can pick up some funny shit.
Here we go. Here we go. I think this is the one Jeremy's talking. Let me see. Boom. Here you go, Travis. It's just for you.
All right, thanks.
You're right, mate. Is that the one you're talking about, Jeremy? Was it that one?
I don't know. He did a couple of them.
Oh my god, I've got to look for more.
Yeah, we got to get them all, man. So get on this. This fucking it's a wild goose chase scavenger hunt.
No, I'm thinking about it now, Travis. Yeah, it makes sense. I don't know why you didn't connect earlier. But I mean, whether you're sending electrical charge to it or you're just exciting the atoms, the same thing's going to occur. So emission lines. So the way that atoms emit light is the electrons were excited, and then they get less excited, and when they get less excited, they their energy that they had in the electrons is now being emitted in the form of that light, that emitted light. So it doesn't matter if it's being electrically stimulated or if it's being, however it's being energized, it's going to emit light the same way every time. So that's connection. It doesn't matter how they stimulate the light. It just matters that it was energetic and it's going to emit the light.
Right. So then, how do you know the sun's not just an electrical excitation?
I mean, you could say that it is.
Because I'm picking up good vibrations. The sun's giving me excitation.
And what you're doing, Kosho, to to first set it up, you're doing this in a very controlled environment, very controlled, right? So you're taking out all the variables, aren't you? And then what you do is you take this little machine out into the open air, and this light is absorbing what it passes through, as well as admitting it.
Here,
I'm struggling to see.
Let's watch some absorption videos.
So I guess I'll ask this question: What are the different ways they have excited hydrogen in the laboratory?
I mean, I think 5,000 ways they've done it. I mean, the Large Hadron Collider.
I don't want to give.
One way.
I don't want you to give me a made up number. I'm asking,
No,
like,
I mean, you just excite them. I mean, you could give them electric shock. You could heat them up. You could
so okay, so right, so
turn them
heating
around
them up, right? So heating them up. So if I'm going to excite them electrically, if I'm going to excite them magnetically, I'm just saying. If I'm going to excite them, I don't know. You know,
well, let's look at.
So like do
Let's look at-
like if like, I'm sorry, instead of 5,000 ways, let's say they only
This
did
is
it
those 3
5.
ways. Yeah.
Let's say they only
3
did
ways
it
you
5
said.
ways or 3 ways. Okay, 3 ways. There's just 3 ways.
So you said heating it up, and then we'll say electrically shocking it, or electrically charging it, and then the third one would be like a magnetic accelerator. So accelerating them with a magnet or whatever. I think the biggest difference is the heating them up would be the dirtiest way of doing it, to where you're not only expecting, like, let's say you're heating up hydrogen. When you heat up hydrogen, when you burn it, you're also burning oxygen. And so there's like it's not a clean you're not isolating a single thing. So I think that's why the other 2 ways are going to give you a better idea. You know, you're going to get a better chance of seeing the isolated spectrum. Is what I think.
Okay, but let's just take it for granted. Let's just say for the argument's sake that they had 5 ways that they absolutely tested the hydrogen spectrum. It did all 5 of them show the same emission pattern?
Consistently, yeah. Yeah. And then let's say they did burn it, and they burned oxygen and hydrogen. They got some collection of the spectral lines, and they were able to see that this is both oxygen and hydrogen, just kind of put together. It's just sloppy, that's all. That's what they see. That's what they receive from the sun too. They receive like a sloppy collection of different elements.
So I guess, what is the utility of this science?
Identifying material through the light alone. So it's the main way that they identify the material in stars, and they can use it to identify gases in the atmosphere.
Right. What's the utility in knowing the spectra, the spectrum of a star? What's the utility in that?
Can I answer?
Well, you can use those lines like barcodes to identify what it's made out of, just by looking at the color.
My question. Yeah, you can. But my question still remains. All you're doing is giving me the same. I'm still going to ask the same question. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
I think I can. Hey, Kosher, let me tap in. Let me play globalist for a second. It's so you know the age of the star, so it can tell what temperature it is. Then you can determine if any of the nearby planets are inhabitable based on the Goldilocks zone.
That's some Dungeon Master shit.
Is it wrong or right?
That's partially, like I said, they can identify. So first thing is identifying the material, and then there's astronomers who have like the evolution of a star, and based on the composition and percentages, then they can determine, it's at this stage, the star's at this stage of life. So that is one utility for it.
And what they do is they take these colors, so like a white or blue star, those would be hot, too hot for nearby planets to be sustainable. You would not have liquid water on those. In white stars, if it gets too like blue or white, but too white is also bad. It shows that like a denser field, but that area would have minerally rich type worlds. So what they're looking for is the yellow colors.
Yeah,
like the
I mean,
mix.
this is almost like that Comic-Con question to William Shatner. What's the difference between science fiction and science? And he says they're both the same.
Yeah.
Like when I'm listening to you talk about that right now, I feel like I'm just listening to the summary of a science fiction book.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's the answer. The application is some sort of meth fueled symposium that if you develop a spaceship, what star do you go to first?
Well, that's not. That's what I'm saying. That's why I didn't agree with everything he said, because no, it's not. What it's like the color of the star will determine what type of star it is, and how it burns and stuff like that. But that's just like the base color of it, like just with the color you see without doing any spectral readings, right? But when you're doing the spectral readings, you're seeing the actual makeup, the material of it, which gives you like a further breakdown of what part of the life. Because supposedly a star is going to go through different phases of its life. It's going to burn through this before it burns through this, and it's going to fuse these, and it'll have this much of this. And so based on the percentages of the material, carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, helium, whatever, you can determine what stage of life it is and what type of star it is and that type of stuff.
Yeah, the concept.
Sorry, Chris. Go.
The concept of it starts off very bright and lots of positive results, and then eventually gets duller, and then it either gets big and goes into like a giant red star, or shrinks down into a brown star. And both of those results are bad for if your goal is to search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
Stark just dropped something in chat. You can read it, or I can read it out to you, Travis. One of the two.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm driving. So.
Sing it to us.
Yeah. Sing it. Sing it. Oh. The sun is not producing an emission spectrum. The sun is generating a black body spectrum. No, it doesn't mean it's black, just that it emits a specific type of spectrum. On top of that continuum spectrum, there is a superimposed absorption spectrum from the gases that the light passes through after leaving the sun itself. Black body spectra can easily generated by heating stuff up, and the spectrum we see from the sun closely that of an object heated to minus 6,000 degrees.
There's no such thing as minus 6,000 degrees.
What was the?
Well,
what was the
it might
first
be
line?
plus. The sun is not producing an emission spectrum.
Okay, so right, I'm confused by that, because then later on he's describing emission results from the light, right? From the sun.
Exactly. So if the sun is not producing an emission spectrum, one would presume that it is an absorption spectrum that we are reading.
Which means the light's coming from somewhere else, but it's coming from the sun. I don't really understand that.
Was that his own summary, or like Starkot, or like where did you get that information?
I don't know. You may have got it from somewhere. Maybe if I copy and paste it into Google, it might give me something. Let's see. If you can drop the link, Stark, that would be handy.
Yes, as I understand, it emits the most full spectrum, but with some gaps.
I don't know about you, Travis, but you learn about light, the more confusing it gets.
I think it's only confusing because they use terms that are confusing. So, like why? So when it says no, it doesn't mean that it's black body spectrum. It doesn't mean that it's black.
No.
It just that it emits a specific type. So why not call it specific type spectrum? Like why call it black?
It's called black body spectrum because it's meant from like a hypothetical. If you have a hypothetical black body heated up, like perfectly black body, it would.
What's a black body?
That's a substance that is black.
Something that doesn't reflect. It's not a substance that's black. It's something that doesn't reflect light. It's not a substance. It's not black substance that's black. That was fucking made up nonsense. It's the substance that doesn't reflect light.
Yeah, it doesn't reflect light.
But they say the sun is a black. So not black, right? Don't concede.
What? I said it's black.
Is it a substance that's black? Yeah.
Yes.
Black bodies doesn't have to be black, man.
That's,
no shit. He'll never concede, Coach. He'll never concede. True baller style. Don't concede.
No, but I didn't say it doesn't. That means it doesn't reflect stuff, but it's black. I mean, what?
It's not black. So don't concede. Don't ever concede. True Glover.
Bro,
What
it's
is
okay
not
to be
black?
like you can be honest sometimes, bro. Like that's how we all grow in knowledge, right? Like if we already knew everything,
black body is black. You want to say a black body is not black?
Yeah, Bandsaw.
What the hell are you talking about?
Do you remember Bandsaw? How you said before they're complementary of each other to emission lines and absorption lines. So if there's an absorption, yeah, right. So if the sun is emitting almost all the wavelengths, then that means that it should also be absorbing almost all the wavelengths, which means that it's a black body, almost close to it, meaning that it absorbs almost all the spectrum.
I don't know. I don't know. Like I say, Kosho, this light that is traveling through whatever medium it travels through before it gets to the spectrometer, I can't see how it can't absorb what medium it is passing through, right? And give a false positive. I can't see how it can. I can't see how you can distinguish between absorption and emission. You're not close enough to isolate the emission rays from the absorption rays. They're all absorption rays by the time they get to the spectrometer. All of them.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't help but think that this whole science of outer space wouldn't exist if, yeah, the whole system is hinging upon one major premise. And if that major premise is false, then all of this is disinformation.
Yeah, it's based on basically science fiction books and movies. Without that, we don't have nothing in space. And that and NASA.
I mean, it's almost like, think about this, right? Think about a corporation. Think about coming up with a snake oil sales trick. We're the only one that we know what it is, what it isn't, blah, blah, blah. We create this entire corporation now that sells this snake oil.
I mean, it could be for. Sorry.
Hold on, yeah, just real quick. So, the field of astronomy and astrophysics is just simply this massive corporation that's selling a snake oil story.
It would be okay if there was something positive for humanity that came from it, but only negative stuff have come. Now we got Space Force with a bunch of weapons that we're pointing down. This is all the space stuff has done nothing. A lunar mission for peace resulted in endless war. It's like evolution. Even if they could tell you, prove it, it's only produced very negative effects that have weakened the human condition. If they would just if they would just pretend that there's a space out there where something is possible, that they want to give it a try, give peace a try. Just pretend. That would have been something. But they're not even trying to fake it anymore. The same conflicts between Russia and America are still existing. They're not going away. Even when they try to fake it, they're up on a fake station and pretending they're getting along, drinking each other's urine, but they can't get along in Ukraine.
Well, I mean, that's like, I don't know, I guess I'm preaching to the choir, so to speak, but if you have a monopoly and you create fabricated, fabricated corporations under different names that do the same thing, that's still a monopoly. You've just created 10 different options for people to consider that it's not a monopoly. So Standard Oil, BP, Shell, Texaco, Exxon, Mobil, those are all countries. They're all the monopoly. They're all in on how to fabricate a system that people will subscribe to and depend upon and need and even compete for. The whole system is a commercial enterprise.
We should have a person who does this for a living. Should have had a black body. Not black body. Sorry. A person who studies stellar spectroscopy or something like that.
Well, I think Stock Arter was actually right. What he said about the sun's. We receive absorption lines from the sun because the light that we receive is being emitted inside the sun, but it's traveling through the gases on the upper surface of the sun, and that's what we're receiving. So maybe something to what you were saying, Anson.
Sorry, Kosho, did you just mention me?
Yeah. I was saying what you said about the absorption lines and what Stock Arter said. I think that the lines we receive from the sun are actually absorption lines.
Guys, what's up, y'all? What's up? Coach, you sound gassed. What y'all talking about spectroscopy from the light from the sun to figure out the material?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, without knowing the medium and making all kinds of grounded assumptions about the medium and then pretending you can interpret phenomena within it accurately, as if that makes sense.
Yeah, Graham touched on it 6 hours ago. Remember, Coach?
Huh?
I mean, remember y'all were talking. It's always that it's the question of, oh well, you know that spectroscopy doesn't pierce through the surface, but then you have this comeback of, well, there's shit emitting through the surface, but isn't it still going to settle on the fact of we're not looking that deep into the sun? I mean, isn't that going to be agreed on all sides?
Yeah, of course you're not. You're looking through a dense medium.
Right. So it's like, okay, so some light's coming through some gas layer that's still surface light.
It's not surface light.
See, that's what I'm saying. This is what it gets weird. Seems like you want to present that as that side of it, and I don't see what you have.
That's what I'm saying.
Although you're saying
you're receiving absorption lines. That
Yeah,
means that the light
but
is not coming from the surface. The gases are on the surface. The light's passing through the gases, so it's coming from somewhere beyond.
Right, but I'm saying you can. It seems like that's a middle ground, but you try to position it as a deep ground, where it's like,
Not a
sure,
middle
maybe
ground
you're.
or a deep ground. It's we're discussing this
I'm
stuff.
saying,
Whatever's
Coach, I
true.
heard your position earlier. You talked about you think that the stuff on the outside of the sun guaranteed has to be all the way through the middle of it.
What? What does that mean? Oh, you're saying that the material on the outside of the sun. Right, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's what I mean.
I
Like,
didn't say guaranteed. It's not guaranteed,
well,
but
this
no,
position teases that it's leaking out through the surface.
You can look at the magnitude of the gases of the lines to see what's the most prominent material. So the ones that are actually more like what do you say? Like if they're more pronounced, then there's obviously going to be a higher percentage.
Yeah, or at least a higher percentage of release again, and then we got to get into chemistry and what type of chemical reactions release this element too, so anyway, but I feel you, man, but it's like that's what's just weird is it's like the true position is the spectroscopy is hitting close to the surface or whatever. It's just an assumption what's in the middle. So I don't even, and they're talking about this liquid metal shit now, man. They talk about like, dude, these motherfuckers ain't playing, dude. Like the sun might change, man. It really might.
What?
Yeah, the sun is made of gas, can't have a surface.
Sun's never gonna change.
I'm talking about the model of what they understand it to be.
Oh yeah,
dude.
definitely.
Yeah, dude. It's very possible, right now.
Yo, isn't
Right.
it
Well,
all
that would go.
crazy? Sorry, good.
That would just go in step with the whole science doesn't prove anything because they can change shit at any
Go ahead, what's it?
I just think it's crazy when people say like the sun's made of, like they just say that stuff like they really know it. Like the sun's made of so therefore,
right?
You have no idea what you're talking about, bro. Like you literally don't know that.
Yep.
Like,
I mean,
it's
you
really
can see
crazy.
it. It's a good indication.
But we see
No,
the. That's the thing. Like, couldn't there be a different compound in the middle that when it burns, the hydrogen couldn't there be, I don't know if I'm on this button, but yeah, that when it burns, the hydrogen is what comes and is released. Like, isn't there multiple possible compounds that could be doing this?
Yeah,
Wait,
but
what
look,
hydrogen? Where's the
I mean,
how do we know there's hydrogen?
yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Again, you have to a priori accept something about the sun. So, if you just say it's hydrogen or helium or whatever, you have to just accept it. You can't just validate it, So,
Exactly.
and again, they are talking really interesting vocabulary with the sun. Sometimes it's a disk, sometimes it's a apparent sun, sometimes the surface of the sun emits light, but still it has to be a gas ball. So how can a gas ball be a disk or have a surface in any case? But I digress.
Would have been so much
Yeah,
better if you
because
were saying
there's-
sun times each time. Sun times.
Like what's funny, bro, is like if you look at it, if you're making up stories about what the composition of the sun is, and you constantly have to change it and make contradictory claims to explain different aspects of the phenomena, and then there's another side over here, and the other side just didn't make unfounded claims. Think about who's being more efficient here, right? So it's like the problem is the more you do the first option, the more pride you have to ever go back to the first part, which is just the only part that we're all at, honestly, which is that you don't know at all. You have no idea what the sun is made of, bro.
Who's changing
Just
the
let it go.
composition of the sun?
No, descriptions of it. Like, yeah, all kinds of descriptions of the sun are contradictory, and there's all kinds of phenomena whenever we try to use quote unquote spectroscopy looking at the sun that is inconsistent. They don't even claim to know exactly what's going on. I could show you all kinds of articles in the last 2 months and talking about how perplexing the sun is.
Yeah, but are they confusing what it's made out of? Are they changing up what the material of the sun is?
Well, with their assumptions of explain the discrepancies with the idea. But if your assumption of what it's made of is wrong, then of course you're going to have discrepancies. Do you see what we're saying? Like, it's just to us who have stepped outside of this little like matrix of where we think we know everything because someone in a lab coat said it. When you guys say, "Well, the sun's made of this, so therefore," blah, 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 to us it sounds like actual insanity, like actual lunacy, because you do not know that, bro. Like,
absolutely.
Yeah, you can,
like, and it's really crazy.
You can
look
get
through
a
there.
cereal box and a prism, and you can measure the light from the sun. You can pick out the hydrogen spectral lines.
Yeah, so you're going to take out the lines of something you're observing terrestrially, and then you're going to make claims about something out in a medium that you don't even know what is.
By observing the spectral lines, you can determine the medium. That's the whole point of the absorption lines.
No. So we know the medium terrestrially. If we're making an observation terrestrially, then that's not going to help you at all because you're going to be interpreting the lines through the spectrum of the environment we are on terrestrially.
I mean, they have solar telescope in space as well. So.
Okay, there you go. So now we have to invoke we're out in space. So we need to admit that all observations terrestrially making claims via spectroscopy of the sun are inadmissible, right?
I don't know if I think you can observe some parts of it, but there are some that are observed by
Where's the telescope in space? Where is it?
It's in space.
Yeah.
Where's the Hubble?
Where in
the
space?
Hubble telescope is not even up there.
The Soho. What were we talking about this last night? So
why are you guys helping him?
No, it's not the Soho. The
I'm not sure.
Dude, the Hubble is such a great telescope, dude. It's like 50 years old, and it takes the best pictures, even better than we can take on the Earth. It's so cool. So I don't know
Witch
where
has got this.
Hubble?
Witch is
More
over
like
the target.
Hubble.
Yeah, they already lost. Hey, would you like to
What about
admit that any observation made terrestrially that's founded upon claims of spectroscopy regarding the sun is inadmissible?
No, like
I wouldn't know enough about it.
Okay, right. Okay, Funk, that's a good. Just tap out. Kosho's gonna try to put his cape
Oh,
on.
it's not a tap out. I don't think you know either.
You are tapping out. You're saying you don't know.
You
It's
don't.
okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I have read that they have researched it, but I wouldn't know exactly what they researched.
Researched what? I just look. See, this is what's frustrating, bro. This is what's frustrating. This is what's frustrating. You're not trying to think about what we're having a conversation about. You're just immediately trying to frantically think about what you think other people have said about it. Okay, I'm talking about if you make a terrestrial observation, that means on the Earth. You look up in the sky, right? And then you start making assumptions about what that means and what medium the light's in, right? You cannot know anything about it because you're looking through the terrestrial environment.
Yeah, but we know what our atmospheric composition is, and if you know that, you know what our atmosphere will absorb. And obviously, it's going to be difficult to. I would guess it's very difficult to do spectroscopy on something outside of our atmosphere if the composition is the same in our atmosphere, like water, for example.
Okay. Yeah, it would be very difficult to make any observations outside of our atmos, because you literally can't go there, dude. Of course, it would be difficult to make an observation.
Argue against the imaginary
right, Funk.
fairy
I'm not
tale
asking
stories.
you to argue about that, though, Funk. I'm saying I'm asking you to admit. I'm asking you to admit that the only observations you can even invoke to make claims about the makeup or composition of the sun have to be outside of our atmos.
No, I think there are parts which we could observe from within our own atmosphere.
This is much like when someone's talking to me about the Bible and I ask them a question about it and they don't know, but they say, I think there's something in the Bible that says something like this. That's just a religion, though.
Well, what basis do you have for saying you cannot observe anything from Earth of the sun?
Okay, so
like,
I didn't say you
obviously
can't
visible
observe
light is passing through, right?
Okay, so I obviously never said you can't observe anything from the Earth of the sun. That's ridiculous. What I said was you can't use spectroscopy in a terrestrial environment with our
What
atmos
spectrum?
and
What
make
spectrum?
claims.
What
You can't
spectrum
use
specifically?
it does
Because
anything.
if there is a composition in the sun's atmosphere, which we wouldn't have in our own atmosphere, then how would that ruin that then?
Okay, you're just making my point even more. If your magical gas ball in a vacuum that can't exist had a magical atmosphere which can't exist, then it would affect the spectrum even more prior to your observation. My
But
entire
is
point
the
is that
Earth
you can't make
atmosphere
claims
magical?
outside of this atmosphere.
Is the Earth atmosphere magical?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, certainly
Oh, that
according to
makes
you guys,
sense.
it makes mountains look like they're there when they're not there for 3 miles.
Okay, it's kind of
So
pointless
yeah,
to argue if you
you
think
think
everything is
it's
magical.
No.
I think
You
the
think
atmosphere
things are
is real
magical,
and
right?
it has compositions. So I do accept the notion that we have that there is noise and there is actually disturbance from our own atmosphere. But I couldn't say for certain exactly how this would affect any observation. But I do know they have observatories in space. But you think space is fake, so it's kind of pointless to discuss that anyway.
Okay,
so.
okay. No.
The
I'm
vacuum,
asking
yeah.
you to be honest and say that you now have to only invoke things of observatories in space. You keep on saying it, you keep bringing it up, but you have an issue with admitting that's what you need to invoke. This is cognitive dissonance. I'm asking you, I'm not asking you to argue about whether or not space is real. I'm not trying to argue with you about whether or not they have something out there in space taking pictures. I'm asking you to admit that that's what you need to invoke claims about the composition of the sun.
I don't have any spectrometer either, so that could also be fake for all I know. Like even if it's on here on Earth. Like I'm never gonna buy anything like that. I'm never probably gonna visit any observatory that does this kind of thing. So for all I know, that could also be fake. So it doesn't change. I mean, I don't know what your point is, to be honest.
My point is really simple. I need you to admit that you could never even make claims about the composition.
I'll
of...
admit I can't make
All
any
right, I'm
claims
tapping out.
because I've never met any I've never seen any spectrometer myself. Like I have never seen any spectrometer in real life anyway, and I probably will never do that anyways. So then you would have to say, well, why do you invoke spectrometers in general?
You see how I let you finish? Even when you interrupt me, I still let you finish your interruption. So
Thank you.
We'll see if I can actually say it this time. So for you to make claims about the composition of the sun, you're going to have to invoke some type of observation of spectroscopy outside of the terrestrial atmos to do so.
Yes, and
okay, thanks.
It's like what comes first, right? Do you claim space, then claim stars, or do you claim stars and then claim space? Like a logical gates. Which one? The lower level item should be proven first before you get.
You start with the observations, which I would say are you observe stars, period. I mean, that would be where I would begin. Invoking is, I don't know, do you invoke, like, do I invoke everything I see? Like, I see a computer screen in front of myself. I invoke computer screens. Like, I see it.
Wait,
Same
okay.
with...
Funk, let's see if you understand this, okay? So when they looked at the stars, you're right. That's what they did first. They looked at the stars, okay? And now we're going to explain it. Okay, so if we're going to try to explain it as the Earth being a ball and it's one of those lights out there, they're all moving around, then in order to do that, do we have to make an assumption about the medium?
I would say you would make an assumption that mediums exist generally and behave the same generally everywhere.
No,
that's the assumption you
That's
make.
what I'm asking is, if you're
No,
going,
if you don't disagree, don't say no. You ask me a question.
Okay.
If you disagree with the assumption, then you can make
I'm
your own one.
saying no, that's not what I was asking. What I'm saying is, if you look at the observation, like you said, the first step is you look at the stars. Now you're going to try to explain what they are. Okay, there's a fundamental difference in saying that the Earth is a globe and one of those lights out there in a giant universe, and saying that everything in the sky moves over top of the Earth. There's a fundamental difference. So if you're going to try to explain what the stars are, you have to first determine which scope you're going to view it through. Either the globe, Earth, and magic universe, or the sky moves over top of the Earth. You have to make that decision. Do you know why? Okay, it's because those stars have to be crazy far away if the Earth's a globe in a magic huge universe. They have to be super far away. So that means they have to be around basically nothing. They have to be in a damn near perfect vacuum. That's the only way they could be that far away. Okay, so that's the assumption, the philosophical assumption you went into the observation with, right? That there's a ball in a magic universe of nothingness. Then you start trying to explain what
It's not magic. I never use the word magic. This
Okay.
is an assumption that based on reality, what we see.
No.
You're invoking magic, the
No,
magic word.
what we see is the star, and then the magic comes in when you say that you know that they're a certain distance away in a vacuum. That's just an assumption, though.
No, that has actually been measured.
No, how could you measure it?
They use
How
parallax.
did they measure it?
The parallax.
No.
Parallax works perfectly
doesn't
on a
mean that.
geocentric Earth. I can cite 15 astrophysicists saying that. Awkward.
On the
Can I ask you a question?
You could. I don't understand.
Okay, I get it.
Why?
But
No, I don't understand. If you say it works, then what issue do you have with the distance?
Okay, so if the Earth is geocentric and not moving, that means that the stars are much closer to the Earth. Do you know that?
Yeah, but they cannot be that, because then you would have issues with what we
Why
observe in
can't
our
they
own
be that?
atmosphere. Because then
Why
you would
can't
have
they be
issues
that?
with how we observe this, what position they have in the sky.
How so?
We are having those issues.
Wait, how
That's
so?
the point.
Because they would have like infinite amount of distances and
We
positions
don't.
in
We
the.
don't have it.
They
We don't
do
have.
if you
That's the
use
point. It's an
all the
assumption.
fucking logical,
It is an assumption.
all the logical assumption you made for me when you said, well, then it would have to be very far away. If you use the same type of system, which means basically geometry, to try and explain it as close and local, then you would have to explain why everything in the sky, why their
But the globe
distances
itself.
would have distances comparing to having several distances above the Earth.
Right. Let's go all the way back. We
You
haven't
would have to
established
have
the Earth to be a.
Wait
Hang
up,
on.
wait up, fuck. What you're saying makes no sense. If we assume
I have to have a calculator for
then,
that. So
then if we assume distances, then you have to assume different distances as well. Did we actually?
no,
Wait,
I do. I assume one distance.
Talk forever, dude. I'm talking now. Okay.
Maybe you're saying things that are wrong.
The only
You're saying things that are wrong, you fucking Wally. You're
No,
saying
I'm
things
not.
that are wrong and you're interrupting. Shut up. You haven't established the Earth to be a globe. Have you established the Earth to be a globe before you go up into the stars? You haven't.
It's been observed.
So it's all an
so,
assumption,
yeah.
isn't it? It's
No,
an
it's been
assumption from
observed.
the off.
It's been observed.
You're absurd. You haven't proved it's not being
All right.
observed, mate.
Which
No,
are
I'm just
finish
saying.
off.
I mean, I can show you the calculations using
Show me
you
the
can
up as
use
a curve.
3
Show me
different
the up
positions
as a
on the
curve.
Earth, and you can use a 4th position and a 5th position,
Show
and
me the
calculate
Earth
the height
as a
of
globe, William.
calculate the
Show me the
height
Earth
of
as a
the
globe.
any star or or the sun or the moon across the Earth
haven't
based
shown
on
me the Earth as a
geometry.
globe.
You can actually do that, and if you do that, you'll get different height above the Earth's
Oh my.
surface every time you calculate it.
Okay, Funk, hold on. You cut Witsit off. Witsit, go, man. Go.
Yeah, okay. So actually, for any navigational purposes ever, what we did was we used the sky to map it out. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. In order to do that, you actually assume all the stars are at an equal altitude. So go ahead.
Hasn't established his globe yet. That's
Well, this
the
is
problem.
unfortunate. So you have to
Well,
assume
you
that
didn't
all
make
equal
any
altitude.
rebuttal against what I said,
stars are
though.
irrelevant.
Wait, I need you to respond, though.
That we use celestial, we don't assume any planar. We just assume that the distances are
Okay, so you
equal.
assume.
Okay,
Right,
okay,
so
that
you
was my
assume.
point. My point was that we assume the distances are equal. Well, you just now said that we couldn't explain them being close because we'd have to explain the different distances.
The
So would you like
distances
to?
are, what
This is
distances
why
am
you
I
keep
talking about?
interrupting me. This is why you keep interrupting me.
I just want to
Because-
clarify because I said something wrong and I don't think what I said makes sense.
Objection, objection, moderator. Objection.
Yeah, Funk, you only
interruption all the time.
No, what
All right.
distances did I assume? If you understood what I said. I'm just
So
interested.
you only want to now admit that what you said didn't make sense because I've had to fight through.
You understood. You apparently understood what I said when what I said didn't make any sense. So
really crazy that you feel so compelled to continuously interrupt. But the only reason that you're now admitting it is because I finally got to say it. Because the point is, when you look at a star, you just see a star. And if you want to make assumptions about it in the Earth, then you have to start making all kinds of assumptions. One of them is that the sky is a vacuum and that it's empty. And that's how these stars can be super far away and look like they're close. So when you say, nuh-uh, you couldn't say they're close because it doesn't look like they're close, that means you don't understand what's going on, because to explain that they're far away, you have to say it's a vacuum and it just looks like it's close.
Yeah, but they don't look like they're
Or
close.
the other scenario
They're
is
not
that he
used
knows
if
what
they're
it
close.
is, and he's
it
just
doesn't
been
look like
ablating
it's
it.
close.
You said they're
And-
used to the same distance, but that distance is infinitely far away. It's not close.
Close,
Are
not
they
far.
considered to all be at the same altitude?
Yeah, infinitely far away.
No,
Well, that's
not
just the
infinitely
part you're
far
adding
away.
to it.
No, not infinitely far away. I don't know where you're getting that idea from. Not light years. No, we don't have
For
anything
celestial
that are light years
navigation,
away.
that's how they do it.
430 light years.
But time out, Coach.
333 light years. No, we don't. We
But
don't
wait,
have
Coach.
things
So if
infinitely
they're,
far away.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. So let's just say yes, because in a way, it's not it doesn't really matter. So if they're all equal altitude in your model, are they all equal altitude?
No.
Right. So we have to treat them like they're a local equal altitude source of stars to use
Not
them, right?
local. No. Equally far away as in infinitely far away. None of the distance of any of them is not used. They're used as if they're point sources in the sky.
Infinitely.
Yeah, because we don't know the actual
Infinite.
distance from the parent location. But like when we do navigation, we assume an equal altitude. But on your model, they're far from equal altitudes, which goes back to my first point, which is that you have to come up with ways to explain how it looks like they're all just moving over top of the Earth much closer. You have to come up with an explanation as to why it just looks like that, but actually they're really, really far away and really big. And the way you do this is you have to, by necessity, you have to say it's a vacuum. That's why it was first done thousands of years ago. And Aristotle proposed the idea of a privation, and then that was applied to the sky. They did not go there and measure it like Funk said. No, time out. Let me finish. They did not go there and measure it like Funk tried to say. They came up with it philosophically at the beginning because it is a requirement to propose the idea that they're
You
far
keep
away.
saying that over and over again. They're not. Nobody
Yeah, because
uses
that's
them
what
as
it
if they're
was.
close. No. Nobody uses them as if they're close. They don't seem like they're close, and nobody uses them as they're close. So
Okay,
that's the part of what you're saying that's not in any way true.
No, so you don't. No, that's not true. We do see them as their local because they just keep on resetting perfectly for all recorded history. So the only way they would look like they're doing that, just moving perfectly for the Earth over top of it, resetting, is because they're super far away, and so it just looks like that.
But what part of that is close? There's nothing about any of that stuff that makes them treated as close.
There's no need to say close or far. There's none. Zero.
Exactly. And even but I brought it up because like Edwin Hubble, for example, would tell you that if they were actually just moving over top of the Earth and the Earth was a fixed frame of reference, then they would be, by necessity, much more local, much smaller, and the Earth would be much younger. This is what Edwin Hubble said, and that's because that's just what it is. That's what the fact is.
Well, the problem,
the case.
Yeah, the problem I have is that nobody has addressed how you would see things, their position in the sky as you move across the surface of the Earth, and you can triangulate the distance from the surface of the Earth.
No, you can't.
To the yes, you can.
No, we just now covered how you have to assume they're at equal altitude.
You don't have to. Okay, so the assumption is that stars are a real thing. I don't know if that's so wild. Why is that so crazy to assume
Why
that
is it
it's
that
not
you
like
just
some
now completely diverted away from what I said? We just covered that they have to be assumed to be at equal altitude.
I don't know exactly what that means, to be honest.
Okay, so then stop interrupting so much then.
The problem is we're talking about two different things, though, man. They're used at equal altitude in celestial navigation because their distance is irrelevant. They're used as if they're infinitely far away point sources. So
they're used as if they're a
distance is
consistent
irrelevant
equal altitude.
in that nature. Funk is talking about measuring the distance, though, which is
you can do that.
Their distance is always irrelevant. No, you cannot get the distance to a star.
Yeah.
Exactly. When you try to measure
Yeah,
them from a terrestrial observation, you're still assuming equal altitude. Like if you can say that you've come up with some magical way, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's not reality. We see the stars move in the sky and they do the same thing over and over, and you're just taking an elevation angle requiring a horizontal, of course. That's all you're doing.
We don't. Aberration and parallax are indications.
You have to have values.
Yeah.
You have to have values for parallax. You can't just measure the distance between two objects and then the apparent distance between them from a different location. You don't have any value out there.
If you have the value of the two locations that you observed it from, the distance
don't
between
even have
those
the value
locations.
of a
Okay, hold on. Wait,
Jin.
Jin. Wait, Jin. I'm sorry, Jin. Hold on, Kosho. I think you're going to say something very significant, so go ahead.
No, I said, yeah, you said that you need data to make those observations, and yeah, you do. The distance between the two observation
You
points.
don't have the distance between the two.
Why do you say that?
How did you get the distance between the two stars?
No, that's not the two observation points. So the points that you're making observations from, and the distance between them.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
the
Okay, so
angle.
fine. Yeah, I get you. Okay, I hear what you're saying now. So you've got two observers 500 miles apart. That's all you know. You can't.
And then the
You
difference in
can't.
angle.
Yeah, the angle goes out. There's no point. Like, go outside, Kosho, and point up to the sky and tell me how far away you're pointing. Go on. Tell me how far away you're pointing, Kosho.
I mean, do you understand
Because
how
that's
parallax
what you're
works?
doing.
No, it's not what you're doing. What you're doing is you have two different positions. You know how far away those positions are. You look at the same observation and you see how the angles from the thing that you're trying to find the distance to, and some distance much further away that seems to be unmoving and relative to the thing you're measuring.
Okay. So Kosho, it seems to me that maybe you've never done observations of the night sky yourself.
Yeah, I have.
So
I've done parallax.
Okay. So the reality is that the sky appears to each observer in a different way. Even if you and I were standing 6 feet apart, we would get parallax. Okay?
How much parallax would
You would have a
6
different
feet?
It doesn't matter. I don't care about I'm not disparaging that two observers are going to be able to pinpoint a star in a different location and call that parallax. That's not what I'm disparaging. I'm disparaging that you would be able to derive a distance to that star based on that.
I mean, that's how just how it works out.
That's not just how it works, because you have to have more information. You have to have more information than just the distance between two observers.
Yeah, you need the distance between the two observers, and then you need the angular difference between the between the two observations.
Mm.
But
That's all the information.
Yeah, but if those two positions are simply a difference in apparent location due to however the sky presents itself to us, that's not going to give you, that's going to give you a false positive almost.
That's what you're counting on. You're counting on it having a difference of observation based on how the sky's presenting itself. Because it's just like looking at two people looking at a house, and in the background there's some big stadium. You know, depending on where the two people are, the house is going to be, you know, in a different position in reference to that stadium. And
yeah, but you're only, yeah, but that's not parallax in the sky. You're not contrasting the star with anything behind it. You're just contrasting, unless I'm incorrect, correct me if I'm wrong, you have two observers looking at one star. And then
yeah, but you use a background reference point.
It's just dark sky, dude. It's just the dark sky.
You don't use the dark sky. You use some further away object that seemingly is unchanging in comparison.
Further away. Okay, there you are again, talking about distance. Farther away object. You use some far. How do you know that How do you know that object isn't closer to you than far away? How do you know that?
You would see that during the parallax.
So
you would see that during the parallax if it was closer.
Yeah, so they
destroy that.
Right, so then you go ahead.
Obviously, it can't be closer.
I want you to.
If you know the medium in between you and the object.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt. I'm between you stepping back out. I just want you to know, to the Globers right now, really think about it. I'm giving you a heads up. I'm going to destroy your lie about parallax that you keep saying from within your own paradigm. So I want you to really think about it. Okay, good.
Wow.
Go ahead, Jeremy. What were you going to say?
So
that's disappointing.
So all we have, well, hold on, just real quick. All we have to do, again, this goes back to primary claims. When was the first parallax done? If you do parallax, you have to know the distance or proximity of the first object, which you don't.
No,
how can you do parallax from the very first?
Doing parallax, you have to know the medium in between both whatever objects you're looking at, both of them.
But why is the medium in play?
You know you need.
Why would the medium come into play? Because if you're looking for
why are you bringing it in?
Yeah, because I'll tell you why. Because if one of them is you're looking through a convex lens, another one you're not, or something, it will skew it.
Okay. Well, I mean, why don't we just assume we're not looking through?
It works if you know the medium. Everything you have is a huge assumption.
No, Kosho, let's assume it both ways.
Let's assume we're looking through through a funhouse mirror. But why not just not assume that?
I mean, you have to know the medium.
We're looking through convex
science.
In order to be sure, you have to know the medium you're looking through.
We don't make assumptions in science.
Yes, you do that.
Not like that. I mean, not in the middle of an experiment, though, is what I'm saying. You do it both ways. You don't just do it one way. You look at it from when you go to make your conclusion, you don't just throw one possibility in there. Is the point. Unless you know. Jeremy's absolutely right. You know you should know the medium, coach. So why do you go against this?
Don, go ahead and please bring up an example of when that has ever been an issue in parallax, please, because it's
now.
not an issue ever. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You guys are just bringing up things just to throw stuff and see if it sticks, but
also,
it's not an
we
issue.
know what the medium is. You know, we know it's plasma.
You know what
Even
the medium is between two stars. I know this is what I got into Gem with the other day. I was pointing out the assumption of him not knowing the medium to another star, and he said, "Well, we do know the medium. It's not an assumption. That's a fucking. I don't know if
How
it's a
about that?
lie or you're dumb."
right, even not as
Okay,
extreme as
right now.
We know what the medium is, though.
Lise,
That's a lie. When you say you know what the medium is in between us and another star, I'm not sure if that's a lie or you're dumb, but it's one of the two.
We know.
Okay.
We know what the medium is, but the medium doesn't
Oh,
matter.
you just keep saying it. You just keep saying
Why
it.
don't we show them? Maybe not right in this moment, but we could show you based on parallax on Earth, where there is an atmosphere. We can show you how parallax works and disregarding the medium and it working correctly.
And I'm going to
Okay.
show you that parallax works exactly the same on a geocentric stationary fixed frame of reference.
How can you use parallax if you're not having any distance between the observer?
Well, any distance between the observer?
Yeah, that's
Parallax
part
is
of
just a
parallax.
position.
Yeah, you
Parallax
have
is
to have
just a
different
position.
You have to have a distance between the observer to observe parallax.
Oh, actually, you're assuming the distance, but
No,
that's
I'm
not how
saying
you
you
observe.
have to have a distance between other to observe parallax.
Okay, so do we observe? Is it something that we observe or don't observe?
We observe parallax, and you do have to have a distance between the observer to observe parallax.
No. How would you have to have anything to observe something?
I didn't say that. I said specifically parallax, not see a cow. You don't have to have a observer to observe a cow. You just look at it.
If you're observing something, why would you need to know other details about it prior to the observation?
You need to know the distance between the observers for parallax.
So
that's what you need to know prior.
You can't see it without knowing that.
You won't observe and you won't know, use the parallax effect knowingly, or
I think the word you're looking
to
for
know the
is measure.
distance. Yeah, you can measure the parallax without knowing the distance between the observer.
But so you can know what's there by observing it before your distance claim.
Stop talking.
No, what? What?
Well, okay, because I'm about to show you your people telling you this, okay? And that's what, to me, I've yet to be able to fully understand the phenomena, because right now you will vehemently disagree with it. Then I'll show you your people saying it, and now you're going to either say they're wrong, that they're taken out of context, or then you're going to be quiet.
Yeah.
All right, let's give this a fair panel. Look, let him do it.
Argument.
Is the guy you're talking about showing what's it called? The supernova?
Oh, there's numerous quotes. I'm just having to plug my iPad in because it's dead.
Let's be fair. Let's respect this for real. Let's give a fair panel.
Yeah, I mean, I'm letting my iPad come on. So I mean, you can go. I'm just asking right now. I'm giving them a chance right now to clarify their position. Right, like, would the observation also be explained with a geocentric stationary fixed frame of reference for the Earth?
I don't think it matters what's under you to what's happening above you, right?
You have to have a distance between the observers to do that.
See, so he said it again. It's like,
what does it matter if you're on a seesaw or you're on a fucking a rodeo board? I mean, whatever you're on.
It doesn't matter if you're on seesaw or rodeo. You just have to have a distance between the observer.
Yeah, what Funk is saying is that the parallax that we observe, we measure it, it's based on 186, usually, half a year apart, 186 million miles distance. So that same distance wouldn't exist on a stationary flat plane. But I don't think that's what Witz is about to share. He's about to
That's right. I'm not talking about your
share
assumptions
something
of fairy tale
adjacent,
distances, am I?
not really the same subject.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just saying rather than I don't want to be quote mined by Witsit, so
Quote
I,
mine, dude. First of all, if you're gonna say it's quote mining, you have to go and
I
prove
do that
the
all the
con-
time. You do
No.
that to everybody. So I'm
No,
not
but
gonna
we-
I'm not gonna have you accept. I'm just gonna say what parallax is, and then you can continue your claim. You don't need me to go into a trap or something for your point to may be valid.
Witzit's
Just
made
explain it.
Dude, funk. Does anybody disagree with what Witz is saying? Because it seems like an easy
He
agreement.
hasn't said
Witz is
any.
not saying
Yes,
anything.
he has. You're not
He's just
You're
trying
not
to
paying
fucking
attention.
trap us.
He
Funk,
hasn't
you're not-
said anything
He's
yet.
just being very
He's about to
dishonest.
present something.
Okay, let me
He
hold
hasn't
on.
presented it yet.
If I may, Witzit has said, "Hey guys, shut up and listen." Witzit has said this. The guy he has said that the parallax stuff up above you is going to be able to happen whether you're on the geocentric or the. He's saying regardless of what the
Then
models.
let him explain
Don,
it.
he hasn't presented that yet. He's about to.
Yeah.
Well,
Present it
I'm
and I
asking.
can
Yeah,
look
I'm
at it.
asking you to agree or disagree.
No. You can explain. Your point is
explain it.
equally
Go
valid
ahead,
whether
yeah.
we agree with you or not beforehand.
My point is very simple: that the observations of the sky can be explained, assuming a fixed frame of reference for the Earth as well. I don't know what part isn't
How?
being explained.
How?
Now, what you
How
want is
can you
the
have
detail. What you
parallax
want is
without
for me to go
the-
ahead and tell you the details of your
It doesn't
people
matter how.
explaining
Say
why.
yes or no.
You're trying to spin it.
Yeah, he's not explaining how. He just
You don't
claiming it.
understand what that means. Yeah, that's just a statement. Like, how are we supposed to respond to that?
Okay, if the Earth, listen, let's ask like this: if the Earth is fixed, meaning not moving, and you treat it as a fixed frame of reference, can you explain parallax?
We can. So explain it to us.
Okay, so you're saying that it is exclusive
We're
phenomenon.
telling you we don't know how to explain it. We're not saying it's exclusive. We're just saying we don't know how to explain it on a
I don't think that's an
geostationary
honest.
Earth.
I don't think that's an
So
honest.
you explain it to
I don't
us.
think that's. I don't think that's an honest response, Lisa. Like we're asking you honestly to just take a moment
And we're
say,
telling you we
Why
don't
are you
know
doing that?
how it
Explain
works.
it. Oh my God.
Now, why don't we just all
How much
speak
you gonna
We
drag it
don't
out?
know how it
Witz
works
it.
on an Earth that's not
guys,
moving.
Fuck's sake,
So explain
Witz
it to us.
guys, settle down. Okay, look, I was trying to come at this a little bit to Lise. Okay, so
No, you're just
Witsit
poisoning
asked-
the well a little bit,
hold on,
telling us that
Witsit
you're being
explain it,
dishonest.
Travis.
Why are
Travis,
you
you are
interrupting
talking
right now,
over
Punk?
Witsit. Please let Witsit explain it. Because we want to hear
I don't
Witsit,
think-
not you, bro.
I don't think I was talking over Witsit. If Witsit wants to correct me, Austin's a big boy. He can tell me, Travis, I was talking. You interrupted me. Hold on. Okay. He asked a question, and without missing a beat, you said, "We don't know. You explain it to us." Now, to me, that's a dishonest answer. You didn't even stop to think to consider his question and actually go, "Okay, how would I do that?"
Totally agree. That's what I heard as well.
Dude, I stated a long time ago. He's going to present something about the supernova and the how they are all the same distance as perceived from the Earth. He's going to say all these quotes from these dudes that are out of context and have nothing to do with what we're even talking about. He's asking us a question that's
Can I read the
irrelevant. That's what we're saying. Instead of
read the
asking us a question, just present what you're presenting.
Cool, I already did. So it's in the voice
Yeah.
text. So I'll read it. So ironically, the holy grail of many an astronomer to prove that the Earth in fact revolved in a wide orbit around the sun is claimed by this author to be stellar parallax, which is adequately explained in a neo-Tychonic geocentric system with the stars aligned, centered on the sun, which revolves around the stationary Earth. Now imagine that the whole mechanism is picked up and put down again with the sun fixed at the central position formerly held by the Earth. All of the geometric spatial relations of the Earth, Sun, and Mars are preserved. And since only the fixed point of the mechanism has been changed, all the relative motions must be identical. The Tychonic system is transformed to the Copernican system simply by holding the sun fixed instead of the Earth. The relative motion of the planets are the same in both systems, and their harmonies nature are therefore preserved. The harmonies? How do you even say that word? Harmonies, duh.
The harmonies.
Wait, Witsit, where's your statement about the supernova, man? You were gonna mention a supernova.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's from his quote. He's got like
Yeah. So
100
yeah.
quotes.
So yeah. So Kosho, he didn't mention supernova, dude.
Do you think this is his only quote? Let's pretend this is his only quote then.
Well, yeah, let's just deal with this one.
Let's go with this one.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about, stellar parallax, because you guys kept saying parallax over and over. So I went and found the quote. I went and got my iPad, plugged it up, gave you a heads up. It was coming. Now I've presented it.
So what's so special about this?
Is it not being understood?
Yeah, but I don't think they were using it for like the model type. Weren't they using parallax to talk about the distance of things or something?
Yeah, that's all intertwined. If you use the Earth as a fixed frame of reference, then the sky moves over top of it. That is the model. That they choose a different frame of reference, right? So this is directly explaining that a fixed frame of reference of the Earth being stationary explains parallax. Now this is their people. This is their people. So I want to understand.
Oh, I get you going on stationary. Okay, that's sweet. That's sweet.
Yeah. Because I hear parallax so much, I'm tired of hearing it. So here you go. Argue against your own people.
Well, I mean, what's?
But this explains the movement in our own solar system. I don't know if it's explaining parallax for other stars.
Did you not read it?
Does it matter?
Yes.
Isn't it
I think it doesn't matter.
Isn't it relevant either way?
No, because if you have done parallax, for example, when Venus passed in front of the sun, you have done parallax. And would it change anything if we assume the sun is if you assume the sun is stationary, or if you assume whatever you're assuming is stationary?
Wasn't it that? Can you say that again? Did you say that the sun is stationary, or that the Earth is stationary?
Or the Earth is stationary. I don't know if that would change anything.
Okay, well you're right. It wouldn't, and you acted like you couldn't treat the Earth as a fixed frame of reference and explain parallax. Now I showed it is ironic how he's phrased it, because it's exactly applicable to this room. It's your holy grail, right? So ironically, that the holy grail of many an astronomer to prove that the Earth in fact revolved in a wide orbit around the sun is claimed by this author to be stellar parallax. That's what you guys do. You invoke it like the holy grail of proof, which is adequately explained in a neo-Tychonic geocentric system.
How would you do?
What is that actually? Could you explain it?
It's just the system before Copernicus, yeah, where the Earth was in the middle. But how would you do parallax like that?
Parallax is not used to prove that the Earth is revolving on the sun. It's used to measure the distances between stellar objects.
So you're saying this guy's just
you can use parallax with locations on Earth to the objects in the solar system, for instance, because they're close.
Are you saying that this guy's just incompetent?
No, he's not incompetent. There's nothing wrong with what he's saying.
He wasn't saying that they use it to prove it, but literally the first sentence is, ironically, the holy grail of many an astronomer to prove that the Earth, in fact, revolved in a wide orbit around the sun, is claimed to be stellar parallax.
Yeah, stellar parallax is not used to prove that the Earth revolves on the sun.
So you're saying
it's measuring distances.
Yeah, this is why this is the best method, is just to let them argue against their own belief.
Yeah, it could be possible, Kosho.
Read what you're saying. It says to prove. It says the Holy Grail is to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. Okay. And he's saying it's claimed by the author to be stellar parallax.
Wow.
It's not. Stellar parallax is not used to show that the Earth revolves around the sun. So I don't know why you keep saying that.
Okay.
It's used to measure distances.
So you're saying
those
parallax.
Those distances could be the same whether the Earth was revolving around the sun or the sun was revolving around the Earth.
Kosho, you're trying some sophistry here, but let's try again. We're going to ask the question that started the whole thing. Can you explain parallax treating the Earth as a geocentric fixed frame of reference?
You can, the same model, the geocentric model, where the sun revolves around the Earth, had the same distances The sun was the same distance around all the relationships were exactly the same. It was not
So
harmonious.
so
I don't
the
know why
answer
it
is
says there's harmony.
yes.
I don't know about all that.
But how would you, if you have the
I
Earth?
don't know about that portion.
But if you have,
if the Earth's not moving,
but if you have the Earth and you either the star have to move back and forth, or Earth is moving.
Yeah, but they're
back
not
and
measuring
forth.
stars.
But you still know the distance. Yeah, but you not for this example. I agree with that.
I know that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about this example. In this example, you can use the same distances in both cases. You're not measuring stars, and because you're not measuring stars, you're not using the Earth's movement. You need the Earth's movement to measure things from much further away, but you can use positions on Earth to measure things.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's
What is
true.
the example you're talking about right now? If you're not measuring stars, I thought we're talking about.
No, we're not. We're talking about the solar system.
Okay.
Because you only need to have.
Talking about in the quote.
You have to have two things move in relation to each other to have parallax. But what move? If the sun moved or if the Earth moved, doesn't matter. But you'll still have parallax, and you still know the distance from it. Is what Kosha is saying, I believe.
Okay, no, I understand. It's the quote this guy that Wixit posted is making. This guy is saying that to prove the Earth revolved around the sun, stellar parallax was used. Yeah, that's not what stellar parallax does. Parallax doesn't tell you if the Earth's orbiting the sun at all. I don't know how you would do that. Yeah, I don't know how would you do that with parallax?
Let's ask the question again. So, can you explain parallax if you use the Earth as a fixed frame of reference that's geocentric?
I would say no.
And
I would also say I don't know how to. Yeah, how would you do that?
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do it.
How would you do it?
It's far away now.
Yeah.
Wait, doesn't the quote say exactly how you do it?
You have to know it.
No,
the distance.
quote doesn't say how you do it. Where in the quote does it say how you do stellar parallax with the stationary Earth?
I guess I have to read it again. I thought I posted
you,
it so you could read it before you keep jumping on a microphone and talking. But anyway, I'll read it again.
But if you,
it just says if you change the positions of things, put the Earth in the middle, have the sun going around the Earth, it would work exactly the same. That's not explaining anything.
Okay, so all of the geometric spatial relations of the Earth, Sun, and Mars are preserved, and since only the fixed point of the mechanism has been changed, all the relative motions must be identical.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand that?
So if you allow
that's
the
exactly
sun
what I just said.
So you understand it then. So then when I ask you the question, it should be a really easy answer. Can you explain
But that's not
stellar
explaining
parallax?
it. That's not explaining it.
Oh my God.
I can't. I cannot explain stellar parallax on a geostationary. I don't know who can.
Okay, so can you have stellar parallax on a fixed frame of reference stationary Earth?
Volunteer.
No, not other stars. I would say no.
Okay.
I don't know how. Yeah, I would like you to find some calculation for doing that. That would be interesting.
Well, show us how to do it, because we really don't know.
It tells you. It tells you. It says the neo-Tychonic geocentric system. So why don't you just look it up? With the stars aligned.
Do you know what the Tychonic system is?
Yeah, it's just showing the sun with all the stars centered on it as the sun goes around the Earth.
All right. So using that system, how would you perform parallax?
No, it's not. You're not performing anything. Okay, you're explaining relative motion.
But how do you do it one time?
Parallax is used for distances, not for motion.
It's about. It's not about the relative motion.
Funk and Lees, listen. This argument is actually much simpler. First of all, the claim that he thinks he's making, he's not making, because look what it says. It says a neo-Tychonic and geocentric system with the stars aligned with the sun and the sun revolving around the Earth. Okay, that's the same thing as the Earth revolving around the sun and the stars, and the sun in a fixed frame with the stars. You know what I mean? It's the same exact system. It's just depending on which. It's depending on which one you're using as a arbitrarily stationary.
Yeah,
But
thank you for your concession.
it's the same. It's the same in both cases.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
That's my
No,
point.
but
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. It's not a it's not a geocentric Earth if you're using the stars fixed around the sun
No,
and
no,
the
no.
whole
The stars are fixed
sun moving
around the
around the Earth
sun,
with the
but
stars.
the stars are fixed around the sun, and the sun goes around the Earth.
Around the Earth. The Earth isn't
Yeah.
moving, Kosher, in the Tychonic.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
That's the same exact thing as what we observe normally. It's the same observation.
Yeah.
Which is what I was saying.
Yeah, but now
observations
we are seeing. So then you would use the sun then to create your triangle. It would be Earth, Sun either side, like 6 months apart, and then your distance.
I want to try to say something.
In this case, you would say that it's what I said earlier. Then you would have to have the if the stars are fixed with the sun and the sun is orbiting, that means that the stars are flicking back and forth and the Earth is stationary. But you would still have parallax. You could,
that's what you're
say
saying.
that.
By the way, none of us are claiming. Just so you
just
understand.
real quick. I'm sorry. Yeah. So 2 things. This is another example of we have the same observation in both models. And then second,
this is not.
Hold on.
This is not another model.
Please let me finish. I'm gonna have to try to think about what I was gonna say. Please just give me a second, because I wanted to say that. Okay, fuck. Let me restate it so I can see if I can get back up to where I was gonna say. Please don't interrupt. So, what I was trying to say before was that, again, this is an example of the fact that we have the same observation. Both claimants have the same observation. Since that is the case, it seems impossible for you guys ever from here on out to say on a flat Earth this can't happen or shouldn't happen, because it's always the same observation.
On your model.
What Austin has presented can be conceded, right? If it can be agreed to that, yes, these things can happen on both a stationary and moving Earth, then the challenge at every other point after this, that can't happen on a flat Earth, falls on its face, because we always have the same. We always have the same observation.
It has nothing to do with flat Earth.
This isn't a different model, dude. This is the exact same model. This is our model. It's the same model.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
This is not y'all's model.
Okay, so
this is what I'm saying.
Okay, that's fine. So I have Kosho and Funk disagreeing with me. If anybody from my side wants to disagree with me, that's fine. Does anybody disagree with what I said?
No, I totally concur. The geocentric model was used to make heliocentric. So if they throw geocentric under the bus, they're cutting their feet out.
Which one of y'all?
My contention was with flat Earth.
Which one of y'all uses this model?
No, see, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's that even within your little fairy tale of made-up distances and stuff, you can assume the Earth's stationary, and it works the same. You need to admit it, because we're pointing out you run around in 2022 on the internet acting like that's impossible if the Earth's stationary and geocentric, and now your side's telling you that you're wrong. Now you're going to have to admit it.
You guys are trying to grab a victory here when this is not even anything close to a victory. Okay, it's the same thing as claiming. It's the same thing as claiming that if you're in a NASCAR going around the fucking racetrack around the world, the observation being that the entire world and everyone in it is moving just as if you were in a race car moving around the world, except for you're not. You're stationary, and that's just relative motion. So this claim is just saying that
that's not
the sun. Yeah, this claim is saying that the sun is fixed within the stars, the frame of the stars, and the sun revolves around the Earth with the stars fixed around the sun, which is exactly the observation that we make when we orbit with the sun fixed within the stars.
On a flat stationary Earth, the sky moves over top of it. Okay, the sun does a cycle over top of the Earth, just like the stars do, and they keep repeating. So treating them as fixed on the sun works because the sky is in a cycle.
So which one of y'all uses this model?
You need to admit that the sky moves over top
No, not
of
this.
the Earth.
No, that the stars move with the sun, and that the sun revolves on the Earth, and the stars follow the sun.
Yeah. We know that the stars and the sun move in a cycle over top of the Earth.
That's not what it says.
Convenient.
Yeah, but they have different cycles for it.
So, when I ask the question, can stellar parallax happen if the Earth is geocentric and stationary? What's the answer?
Absolutely.
Earlier I said I don't know how that would be. Then I said that would mean that the stars would have to flick back and forth, and the Earth would be stationary. But that wouldn't really change anything in terms of the distance.
I think it could absolutely happen, provided whoever made the stars is so trying to trick us into thinking we live on a rotating globe.
Shut up.
You can't answer the yes. So crazy. I'll ask it again.
Well, I
So
said
can
that,
you
and I
explain
think you can think of it
It's
that
a yes
way,
or no
but
question. Stop interrupting.
Yes.
It's a yes or no question. Can you explain stellar? Thank you. Oh, I'm going to ask anyway. Can
I
you
admitted
explain
that earlier, but
Oh,
then I made a caveat to it.
Okay. So yes.
I want you to have the
answer's
caveat.
yes.
Add the caveat.
That's irrelevant. Your points are
It's not
irrelevant.
irrelevant. I said
the
it's.
caveat?
I said that would mean that the stars would be flicking back and forth, like just like flicking back and forth.
What? Why?
Yeah, it could.
Because
it could be
that's what it's
on a
because
flat
if the sun is, if the stars are fixed with the sun, as it says so here in the quote, that would basically be the same model, but you would have the Earth stationary, and the stars would move with the sun. So when the sun moves from the right side of you to the left side of you 6 months later, and the stars would follow that motion. So the stars would move from left to right, and then 6 months later they would move back again. That's the parallax we would observe anyway, regardless if the whatever like frame of reference you would use.
Yeah, I don't know anyone who believes, aside from whoever's quote that is, that believes that the sun cycle, the solar cycle, is the same as the star cycle, the sidereal cycle.
I make the claim,
Yeah, but that's-
I'm just quoting the claim from it.
Yeah, that's what the claim is. That's what I'm saying. That none of you
stupid
guys
quote.
use that model. None of you guys use that model, right? That model is our model. It's just using the reference frame as the Earth, as the Earth being stationary, which is fine when you're talking about relative motion. It doesn't mean the Earth's actually stationary. It just means how you can observation.
No, the Earth is actually stationary, and the sun has its own cycle, the moon has its own cycle, the stars have their own cycle. Parallax still works. Everything
not
still
what this
works.
claim says.
I know. Well, that's a stupid quote. Whoever, I haven't read it, but it just sounds stupid if they're saying that the sun and star cycles are the same. They're not.
Well, they're admitting our observations. So they're saying our observations are the same if this is the case.
Well, they're wrong.
Saying,
Okay, so maybe you should read the quote.
You and Vincent can argue
Ever
that.
listen to what Kosho says about a quote? I mean, is this the first time we're doing? Let's listen to what Kosho says about the quote, because Kosho is going to frantically try to spin the quote. The quote speaks very candidly. Ironically, the holy grail of many an astronomer to prove that the Earth in fact revolved in a wide orbit around the sun is claimed by this author to be stellar parallax, which is adequately explained in a neo-Tychonic geocentric system that the stars aligned centered on the sun, which revolves around the stationary Earth. They're aligned with the sun. Well,
That's
conveniently, what we see is that the cycle in the sky does repeat. The fact that there's a little bit different of time of perception is irrelevant. Everything in the sky is in a cycle that keeps repeating.
But if you look at the sun, the stars are fixed in position relative to the sun.
Exactly. So that fact is true, and that's what this person is saying. That in either case, that fact is true. The star is fixed. The sun is fixed within the frame of the stars. The question is the sun with that frame circling around the Earth in some weird way, or is that sun centered within those stars and the Earth circling around the sun?
Dude, I'm not going to ever listen to Kosho try. It's right there. So then it says, now imagine that the whole mechanism is picked up and put down again with the sun fixed at the central position formerly held by the Earth. All of the geometric spatial relations of the Earth, Sun, and Mars are preserved, and since only the fixed point of the mechanism has been changed, and since only the fixed point of the mechanism has been changed, all the relative motions must be identical.
Yeah, you choose a different frame of reference, and you have to keep the motion relatively the same, else you would change the model.
No, it doesn't say relatively the same. It says relative motions must be identical, not relatively the same.
That's exactly what Kosho's been saying. That's exactly what Kosho's been saying.
It's the same exact observation.
Okay,
Just
so
from
the
reference
point
point.
is very simple, that all it is a preference of reference frame, right?
Yeah. This is the same discussion that we had yesterday, and I feel like we're beating a dead horse now.
So when you say stellar parallax can't happen if the Earth was stationary, then you're wrong, right?
I said yes.
Any old wacky stuff could happen in the sky. It just appears that all of the flat Earth stuff is conspiring in bizarre ways to make it look like the Earth is a non-stationary sphere.
Honk.
Well, that's so backwards, because you say that even though the sun looks like it's moving, it's actually sitting still relative to us. So you're actually doing what you just self-projected.
No, I didn't. I mean, I'm not projecting anything. I'm not describing somebody else's mental state, so that projection doesn't work for that.
You're projecting your own intellectual inadequacy based on the logic you're applying, and you're projecting it onto the counterpart as it is their logic.
With everything from stellar parallax to precession to the cycles of the sun, moon, and stars, the change of the seasons, all of what happens in the sky, particularly the south celestial pole, anything could happen up there. If you just go, it's lights in the sky, anything could happen up there. All I'm pointing out is all of that stuff seems to happen in a way that almost seems designed to make it look like we live on a rotating globe.
No.
Hold on a sec.
No, everything in the
That's not true at all.
Yeah, because the stars would be going all over the place. You'd be gyrating, going all kinds of different. You'd be seeing different stars all the time. The fact that we have a perfect reoccurring
That's just
cycle
not understanding the model. That's just
no,
not
the model was
understanding
made.
the model.
No. Listen, you said it's perfect to make us think the Earth's spinning ball. Okay, now the model is more specific than that. It says that it's a spinning ball that happens to be in a place that just makes everything look like the Earth's the center of it.
Yeah, what's it?
No, it doesn't. Who says
do you
that?
have a visualization of like what's talked about in this quote with the sun being the center of the stars?
Aligned. Like the alignment uses the sun to center the stars.
Yes, I'm imagining that the stars revolve around the pole, the celestial pole. So the only thing I can when I imagine it, that means that the sun would constantly be where like Polaris is, which doesn't really make sense to me.
No.
'Cause, I mean, that's not what we observe whatsoever.
No, that's not what it's saying. It's okay. See, that's what's happening. So, like the sun, it's going to have a relative distance to the stars, and that's consistent. So you can use that to map it out. That's all it's saying. It's using the star for the alignment of the relative locations.
No, but it also says that it's at the central position, that the stars are aligned, like centered on the sun, and they revolve around the central position.
You use the sun as the center, so you can know the relative location of everything else around it. It's not that they're saying everything moves just around the sun. It's that we know the sun's consistent, the stars are consistent. So if you just take the sun and then you use the relative distances to all the other stuff consistently the same, then you can map it out with the Earth being stationary. It's just saying that when you use the sun as the reference to compare the relative locations, that's all it's saying. Because it's always the same. The sun has a reoccurring cycle. The stars have a reoccurring cycle. So they're always going to have the same relative, quote unquote, distance.
So is there any visualization of this? that you've come across?
Yeah, there's probably an illustration. I haven't seen it because I understand what it's saying. It doesn't matter. It's just saying if the Earth is stationary, then you can map out the sky. And duh. But this
No, it's
room
not saying
will disagree.
that. It's saying that the stars, basically cycle around the sun.
It doesn't say cycle around the sun. No, it says, okay, when you're looking at parallax, you're going to try to find the location relative to another location. So what it's saying is if you use the sun as your initial location to align all the other locations, right? Since it's so consistent, you can use it as the Earth being stationary, and you can describe it, or you can adequately describe the effect happening exactly the same.
Yeah,
it's not saying that all the stars go around the sun. It's saying you use the sun and its position because it's consistent, and then that's how you can align the relative location of all the other stars, because that's also consistent.
It's like that GIF I posted. I just posted a GIF. It's exactly what it's describing. Every year you see the sun, you see the stars revolve around the sun, and you can, and the Earth's stationary compared to the sun's stationary. In reality, neither of them is stationary, and that's how motion works.
But we see the sun moving, so it doesn't make sense to me, at all.
Yeah,
You see the
but
sun and the
they're talking about
stars
in relation
moving.
to the star.
Dude, you take this GIF, and what you do is you just make the Earth stop moving, and the stars and the sun keep moving.
Exactly. Yeah, you can do either. You can do it with either one, because that's how relative motion
That's
works.
right. That's right. So parallax works on a geocentric stationary Earth. So no glober should ever utter that it's exclusive proof of a moving ball again.
Yeah. But if you quote,
but no one says parallax is evidence that the Earth.
I don't think it's conclusive proof, but the idea that
parallax doesn't tell us if
magically make
the
this
Earth is
work
moving. It's just used for distance measurements.
One at a time, boys.
That's all. Yeah, but who would ever say that parallax is proof that the Earth moves? It's not what it's for. It's for distance measurements.
You guys say all the time. You guys say all the time that the parallax proves the globe. Like it couldn't happen on a stationary Earth, a geocentric stationary Earth. You say it's impossible all the time for like 5 years.
It's definitely possible.
I think the claim is it's impossible on a flat Earth.
No, that's not the claim.
I don't think anything is impossible on a flat Earth. I mean, a lot of the argument is that they're just lights in the sky and they don't tell us anything. Like, if we are going to discern anything from them, I do think it makes sense to conclude that we're on a sphere.
Okay, well,
if you're going to discern anything from them, hold on, if you're going to discern anything from, hold on, guys. If you're going to discern anything from the lights in the sky, you're going to need to know the medium in between you and the lights. Period. There's no getting around that.
Yeah, see, they're laughing, but it's because they don't understand things. So actually, there's sonoluminescence in a more fluid, dense, water-like medium above us, and they're much more local, and they move over top of us, and then we observe that vibrational pattern illuminating, which can be replicated on the Earth. And every single observation you have ever, I get to take all of those, only more adequately explain them. Okay, next.
But I never heard them actually say parallax works on a geostationary Earth. What they said is
salad and then assure me that is better explained.
Let branch.
Yeah, let's your branch.
Okay.
All right, so nobody said parallax works on a geocentric Earth. They said that the triangles will be the same that would be used to calculate how far those stars are away. But they won't be using parallax to actually calculate them. It'll be a totally different set of calculations.
Does everyone agree with him?
No, I'm saying right now parallax works on a geocentric Earth.
Okay, thank you.
It's not parallax. You'll be using the same type of triangles to figure out how far away that star is, but you're not actually using parallax.
Do the Globers agree with him?
You want to be semantic, that's
what
fine,
would
but
you
the point
call
is
that, Brent?
It would work.
It won't be parallax. Because you still have parallax calculations.
What
Say
is
if
it?
it really was a geocentric Earth, right? Parallax will still have its place and need.
Oh, thank you for your concession.
Right?
So it is
totally
parallax?
different type of thing, right? It would basically be like, say we was on the moon and you wanted to take an observation somewhere. I mean, parallax itself doesn't always have to be used for stars, right? It can be used in other situations. The calculation for parallax, if it was geostationary, to figure out how far away the stars are, It won't be the direct parallax calculations, but the triangles used will be the same.
The point is, parallax will not tell you. It will not allow you to discern between a heliocentric system and a geocentric system.
Yeah, but it's not meant to.
That's all we're
It's
saying.
just meant to give you distance.
That's at least what I'm saying. That
But now you
parallax
see, which is
does
going to
not-
go off now on a tangent.
can work
and start
on a
saying,
geocentric
oh my God,
that's not a
parallax works for
controversial
everything."
claim.
We're not letting them
You know,
get away
that-
with the lies. Okay, I'm not. So we all know what you've been doing for years. You're not going to get to lie. You can lie to yourself, but you're not going to lie to us. Okay, because whenever we say, dude, the Earth's on a spinning ball, we would see a difference in the stars. They keep resetting for thousands of years. You globe zealots immediately say, factually, and you know you say it, no, we do. We have parallax. Now you're going to have to admit you can't say that anymore. No, Austin, you're lying.
You
No, this
understand
isn't
that
fair. I don't like
still
you know, me,
exists.
some
you
people-
understand that this observation, this is why I told you, this observation that he's describing is a universe where the stars, everything behaves the way it behaves normally. The only difference is instead of imagining that the fixed point you're using to measure all the other movements is the Earth's fixed point. But it's still or it's still circling and it's still behaving as if it's orbiting the sun, because that's the way the sun's moving, and that's the way the stars are moving in reference to the sun. Everything's exactly the same.
That's the
There's
point.
there's
So
literally
when
no
we
difference.
say the Earth's not a spinning ball shooting through space, because over time the stars would change, and you guys say they do. There's parallax, and then we say parallax. That would happen on a geocentric stationary Earth as well. That doesn't prove is spinning around space. You say no, parallax proves it, and then we show you that your own side says it doesn't, and now you say you never said it, even though you did for years.
Parallax
Both
But we're
these
the
models
critics.
are the same thing is occurring.
Parallax proves
That's what happens
distance
when you
to
just
the star.
regurgitate what you hear other people say for your script to defend your belief. That's what you get into. You get into
What's the
situations like
difference?
this.
What's the difference between
Which
this
person
model
here
that you're
said it?
describing and the model that we have?
When
Is
we
the Earth
say that
now,
the stars change,
the Earth's rotating in both models. The Earth is going around the sun at the same speed in both models. There's literally no difference.
right? This is showing you that even
you're
with
using
your
the Earth to
assumed
fit.
distances, we are showing you that even with your assumed distances, it still doesn't prove that the Earth's moving. So when I say, whenever the flat earthers for years have said to you, the Earth's not a spinning ball shooting through space 66,000 miles per hour as the sun carries it through space 500,000 miles per hour, as the galaxy goes 1.3 million miles per hour, as we're tilted on an axis, wobbling, because over time the stars would change. Okay? And you say, they do, parallax, right? So you've come in to say, yeah, we do observe what we would if the Earth was doing all of that. Parallax. Now I'm showing you you can't do that because it isn't a distinguishable evidence for the Earth moving through space. Now you guys are saying you've never said it.
What's the difference between these two models?
I don't remember saying
I don't think they do see parallax for
Name a
that.
single difference between these two models. Any single
Wait, you're
difference.
telling me?
I've always ever heard parallax
we've
being
never
used
heard
to
the globe is
prove that
responding
it's
with parallax.
No, I've heard them use parallax to say that it's a ball, right? But not necessarily to say that the stars are staying in the same position. They usually use the precession, the drift of the stars, all of them together,
But how did they use parallax to prove the shape of the Earth percentage?
Parallax.
Like,
they say
what
parallax
did they
proves the
say
Earth
to you?
moving through space.
Well, that's something that they were talking about like 30 minutes ago. But basically, they say that they look at from two different positions on Earth. They'll look at the same star. And
But how does that tell you the
distance
shape
from it.
of the Earth?
Because they say that they get the distance from it.
But that doesn't tell you if Earth is flat or a sphere. That's just distances. Yeah,
It does because they say that their
That's what
math
parallax is.
necessitates that it happens on a curved surface.
But that's all very
says that?
stupid. People that say that
Who
would
says
never
that
be
percentage?
the guy I'm quoting.
Who
That's why
said
I
that?
quoted
Every
earlier.
I've never.
I've never. There's no difference between these two models. He's saying that in this model, the Earth, you can have the Earth not doing these things, and you still observe parallax. But it's doing the same thing in both models. It's going the same speed around the sun in both models. It's orbiting. I mean, it's rotating the same speed in both models. Everything's occurring
First
exactly
of
the
all,
same.
hey man, the
That's the way
Earth's not
motion is
going around.
described.
First of all,
time you said that,
it's not the
Kosha.
same in both models. The Earth's not going around the sun in the other model. The Earth is stationary. That means it's also not rotating in that model either. So you're just lying now. And this is what happens
but
when you have
of course
cognitive
it's
dissonance.
rotating.
It's either lying or lack of comprehension. There's no other option.
Dude, that's the way. I don't know if you know how motion is
Cool,
described, but motion is described as the relationship between two moving bodies. You can
Yeah, but
describe
you
either one
said
of them
the
as
sun
being
is going
stationary
around the
or
Earth
both
in
of them as
both
being
models.
moving. So when you describe the sun
The
as going around the
motion
Earth,
is all the relative bodies in the sky moving when the Earth is not moving.
yeah, but saying that the Earth is not moving arbitrarily doesn't make a difference. The movement is describing two bodies in relationship to each other. So
That's
it
the
doesn't.
point we were trying to make to you for years, is that it's just arbitrary, and you guys vehemently disagreed and said that you know for a
I'm
fact that
telling you,
the
it's
Earth's
the same in both these models being discussed. It's the same thing happening in both cases. There's no difference.
It's literally not, though.
You're saying in one case it's moving, in the other case it's not moving. In both cases,
So how
it's
are they the
going at the
same thing
same
if they're
speed
the
around the sun.
opposite? How are they the
It's
same
not
It's
thing if
not
they're
the
the
opposite.
speed around the sun because the
The
sun in the
sun
other
and
one
the sun and the Earth are
is
moving in
moving.
the same relative position or relative speeds against each other. The Earth
The
is
Earth
definitely
isn't.
rotating in both models.
No.
Yeah.
The Earth isn't moving in one of them, though.
The Earth isn't rotating because it's not moving. So I understand what you're trying to say relative to the other one. You know, if you were to put yourself on that one, it would seem like it's rotating. But that's like when you say it like that, it's confounding. Okay, just say what the models actually say. Don't say that the models are the same because the sun's because the Earth's rotating around the sun in each one. That's patently false.
That's just how motion is described. It's
Well,
not
describe it
described.
better.
It's not described as one thing doing something the other not. It's described as two objects in a motion in relationship to each other.
No, but you could
described.
elucidate it better by saying one model believes that the sun is moving around the Earth, the other one believes that the Earth is moving around the sun, and yet the observations are the same. The effect is the same because of relativity.
Well, that's because
don't
both
say
those
that
things are the
in
same.
both models the Earth is moving around the sun because that's patently false again.
So what this thing says is there's a one model, the Earth is revolving around the sun, which is fixed in the star. And then it's saying in another model, the sun is fixed within the stars still, and that system is moving around the Earth. And
Right.
both those things are identical.
No,
There's no
because
difference between either one of them.
They are identical, but I guess it all depends on your definition of parallax. Because parallax.
No, it depends on your definition.
Hold on,
Identical.
wait, Sid. I'm fucking talking. Because parallax could be considered just the fact that a fixed object moves depending on what position you look at it from.
True.
Okay, so it depends on your definition of identical, though, because if you say that something is rotating and something is stationary, and that those things are identical, that is retarded, right?
More healthy.
Well, no, the key here was a fixed object.
Yeah, the Earth is either
You started
stationary.
talking about identical. I'm not sure what that has to do with what I said.
That's what we were talking about before you jumped in, because Kosho was on the ropes where he's saying that something's identical when they're antithetical to one another.
I don't know if you read this, but this doesn't describe the Earth is not rotating.
Okay, it literally does. It says the Earth is a fixed frame of reference. The Earth is treated as stationary.
Yeah, it's not moving around the sun. Right?
Yeah, it doesn't move at all. And when you say
well, then it doesn't make any sense, right?
motion
Because that's another motion that's not being described.
When you say motion, this is the difference, right? So in your model, everything is relatively still in our sky and we're moving. That's the motion, okay? And then in the other one, it's everything in the sky is moving and has motion. Okay, so those are not identical. They are fundamentally the opposite.
I just told you, man. Motion is described as a relationship of two moving bodies. So they are identical. You can arbitrarily choose one as being stationary, but that just means that that's your reference point. It's not they're not two different systems.
If something is moving,
It's not a difficult
And I'm going to defend the global model.
This is crazy, bro. If something's stationary, is it moving?
Do you understand what how
hold
movement
up,
works?
guys.
Do you understand the
Let's give
principle of
Smear.
relativity?
Let's give Smear like a minute. Go ahead, Smear.
Oh, yeah.
The Earth is a globe and all space is real.
Is that all you have to say?
All I'll say is
I'm
in
not
a system
really
where
sure.
everything's
Not think I need to clarify on more things.
Okay. I regret carving out that time for you. Go ahead with it.
Well, maybe he can tell me if something is stationary, is it moving?
Can I answer that?
Yeah, as I was saying, was that if you understand the principle of relativity, that's exactly what it describes. It describes what you just asked to be an irrelevant question, because all movement, all motion, is describing the relationship between somebody in reference to some other body. It's never there's never some fixed frame.
Okay. Do all the other Globers agree with Kosha?
You mind if I chime in really quick?
Yeah,
in a system where nothing is motionless, it seems like your measuring is futile due to the fact that everything's always in motion.
Yeah, that's not true.
That's basically general relativity, isn't it?
But it's any relativity.
Stationary, is it moving?
You are presupposing absolute motion, which doesn't exist.
Is there anything that's motionless?
Absolute motion doesn't exist.
Hey man, if something is stationary, is it moving?
I mean, maybe you should read the
Relative to
principle of
something else.
relativity, because I've just described it like 8 times. And actually, Die Slow just said it in different words. That motion is not described in the way in which you're describing it. It's because there's no fixed frame. It's always described as some movement in reference to some other movement, or some other frame, or some other object.
See, Brenda left because Brenda knew. Like, I know that I may be getting annoying at this point, but it's not my fault. I think that we should really take in that there's just a fundamental question on the table right now, a very obvious answer to the question. And because of a belief system, the answer cannot be given. It's no.
It's because your question is a loaded question.
No, it's a very simple question. It's if something is stationary, is it moving?
There's no such thing as being stationary.
Okay, so everyone agrees with that.
If you choose the problem here is that you choose to reject or you choose to use the frame of reference system, but then you also pick a reference system as being the correct one, which is something you cannot do that.
So nothing can be stationary. Is that right?
It doesn't make any sense, that question.
Right. There's no such thing as absolute motion. Therefore, there's no such thing as being absolutely stationary. You're only stationary in relation to another object.
Motion doesn't make sense unless you're referencing something else. It never makes sense when you're talking about just
stationary means you're not moving.
Means you're not moving, yeah.
In relation to something else.
You like everything that exists? That's what this is about. This is about not moving in relation to everything that exists.
If I'm in an airplane traveling 600 miles an hour, is the glass on my on the fold out table, is that stationary?
No.
Yeah, it is. It's sitting right there. It's not moving.
I thought you said you were in a plane.
Yeah, but it's not moving.
Are you moving?
The plane's not
chair
moving.
Right
It's just
No,
sitting in
the glass on the fold out table is not moving. It's right
it's
there.
in a plane It's moving though, so yes, it is.
No, but it's not moving. It's stationary.
Relative to the interior environment, but
correct.
it's still moving though.
Yes.
But it's still moving though, right?
No, it's stationary because we get to determine what the reference frame. We get to determine what the reference frame is. If I determine that the reference frame is the interior of the plane, the objects with respect to that interior that are just sitting there are not moving. They're stationary.
But it requires you to say the plane is stationary, even though it's literally flying through the air, Brendan.
I'm not saying that the plane is stationary. I'm talking with respect to the chair I'm sitting on, right? Other objects inside the plane, not the plane, inside the plane, are stationary because that's my reference frame.
Okay, but in reality, the people in the plane are still moving. That's how they get to another city.
This is why the whole discussion is so pointless, because it just ends up with whose reference frame is correct or not, which is kind of, it's pointless.
Well, no, that's my point, is that there is no preferred reference frame.
There is no
you guys
preferred,
wanna
so
say
we're
it-
discussing something that doesn't exist.
Of course, you guys want to say it doesn't matter. But the reason that it does, and you don't get to just hand wave dismiss it, is because it requires you to concede that when you treat the Earth as stationary and fixed, then you can explain everything that happens in the sky. And if the Earth is geocentric, the sky can easily be explained, and that it's nothing more than a preference of coordinate system or
And do
frame
that
of reference.
then. But yeah, that's what it is.
I think we can all agree the plane is moving unless it's grounded.
Well, even if you assume a geocentric universe, there are phenomena that you can't explain. That's why we don't accept geocentrism.
Well, if you assume a heliocentric model, there's phenomena that you can't explain.
No, there isn't.
Okay, what's dark matter?
Jesus Christ! As far as motion
What does that
goes,
do with heliocentrism?
dweeb.
The motion of the galaxies is actually what
What is the
it
motion
is
of the
that
galaxies
made you
have to do
have
with
to come up with
heliocentrism?
this. This is weird.
How's that related to geocentrism at all? That's the movement
Maybe
of the
let him
galaxy.
finish speaking instead of just talking through him.
Yeah, if the heliocentric model is true, then there's a vastness of a universe outside of our solar system. They're intrinsic.
The heliocentric model is only describing the position of the sun in the solar system.
That's right, but that description entails other claims about the rest of the universe, though.
No,
correct. Such as 96 or 97% of the entire universe is being comprised of dark energy or dark matter. This is their open admission coming from your academic institutes that you subscribe to.
Fantastic. That just has nothing to do with heliocentrism.
That's correct.
Yeah, it has everything to do with it.
That's false. That's false.
No, it's not, because when you claim the Earth is moving, going around the sun in the heliocentric model.
Can I ask something?
Wait, time out. It's not just stopping there, because when you make those distance claims and relative motion claims of this local system, that also makes you also make claims about the rest of the stars we see. You don't understand it.
No.
That's not the problem. No, you don't understand it. That's not the point, though. That doesn't matter. So if the Earth's fixed or if it's moving, that means that you're making different claims about what's going on in the sky fundamentally.
Yeah, but in your own quote that you just read, the quote that you gave us for the past hour, it would make a difference if it was geocentric or heliocentric. The universe would exist and it'd be observed the same way. So it wouldn't matter. Dark matter would exist in a geocentric or heliocentric model.
No, actually, because again, that's where you start again separating the heliocentric model like it's just completely different from the rest of the universe claims, but it's not. And so that's all you can do, by the way. So just so you know, this will get reiterative because that's actually all you can do in response. But it's just a fact that when you make the heliocentric model claim, that you're making claims about all kinds of different distances too, just not as specific, but general broad distances relative to our solar system. You have to claim that it's a vacuum. You have to claim it's a vacuum. So there, why do I have to explain this mysterious dark matter and energy in a vacuum where we thought nothing was there when I didn't make the claim that there was a vacuum with nothing there?
Yeah, your quote that you read before that had the stars fixed around the sun, it doesn't make any claim about the about that the universe being any different than what we observe it to be. So it's the exact same universe. The only difference is that the Earth is geocentric. So in this
That's right.
in this universe, there's no difference in dark matter.
That's not true at all.
That's not true. No.
Let me ask you something, Kosho. Does nothing exist? Nothingness? Does that exist?
What does that have to do with this? Are you on the same page of what we're talking about?
That's a segue.
Everything.
No, that's a red. This is a red herring.
Not at all. Not at all. All energy comes from and goes to the this what we call counter space, and it's no different than you saying energy cannot be created nor destroyed. They literally go hand in hand. So, I ask you, does nothingness exist?
The philosophical nothing doesn't exist.
How about this?
Nothing's a concept.
How about this? What about
This
nothingness
is
is
a
a concept. Thank you. How about atoms? When atoms touch, do atoms touch, or is there a medium between them?
There's nothing between them, but that's
so nothingness exists.
No, that's a different type. That's a different sense.
It's a different type of nothingness. Okay.
It's a different sense. The philosophical nothing means something utterly devoid of anything at all. But when physicists talk about nothing, they simply mean, the vacuum state.
Okay. So anyway, the facts of the matter is that whenever you try to look at the stars and you're like, well, actually the Earth's just out there in that and it's moving, but we can't tell, and everything's super far away because it has to be. If everything's moving like that, then everything has to be super far away, literally, because of what we see the stars do for thousands of years. So then we assume a vacuum. Then we go out there and we start looking at stuff and it isn't consistent with our assumption of a vacuum, right? We don't have that problem. We didn't make the assumption of a vacuum because we know the Earth is stationary.
What's it in your quote? In your thing you posted, the distances are exactly the same.
I posted a damning quote from your side showing that even within your fake assumptions of distances and what's in space, you can still show it works without the Earth moving. Because I wanted to make you guys admit within your own paradigm and worldview, you have to concede that it can still be explained with the Earth being fixed. And you guys struggled through it, okay? But that's not my problem. I don't assume the Earth are in a vacuum. That's what you did. Now everything has shown you that you're wrong. That's why you say that 97% of everything is dark matter and dark energy. And I have the quotes right here about it from your people.
No, this is all irrelevant to heliocentrism.
You guys are just jumping around for whatever reason, but yeah, this is
It's not irrelevant from heliocentrism because heliocentrism requires that the Earth is moving. How do you not understand that?
Your own quote says that fact is true in heliocentrism and geocentrism. There's no distinction between them for dark matter or whatever else you're saying.
It doesn't talk. That quote doesn't talk about dark matter, man.
It's saying the observations would be the same.
It's saying that if the Earth wasn't moving, they'd be the same. That's right. So not moving and moving are fundamentally different. They're antithetical to one another.
Okay, so then why would there not be dark matter in geocentrism?
Well, because really all the stars are much more local and in a more dense medium, which is exactly what we see when we look out there. There's more substance to it. There's more substance to it than was assumed. That's what dark matter is.
Could geocentrism be true and dark matter not exist?
No, dark matter is not even a defined phenomena because they're assuming that there's supposed to be no substance there. I don't think you guys understand it.
We have a way of detecting it, so it's not undefined.
No, yeah, it is because you don't know what it is because it's not supposed to be there if it's a vacuum.
So could geocentrism be true and dark matter not exist?
It wouldn't be some unidentified background of a vacuum called dark matter. It would just be the more dense medium that has the lights more local.
These are just words. You just
see, that's all you can say back.
Yeah, but so could heliocentrism be true and dark matter not exist?
No.
That's false.
Oh, cool. Cite something, please, from your little hero side.
No, I'm making a logical claim here.
that.
Okay, so you agree that no one in your field, no experts on your side of heliocentrism would agree, though.
I'm saying that heliocentrism could be true and dark matter could not exist. It could have been the case that dark matter simply doesn't exist. We have no reason to believe that there's dark matter.
Well, that's interesting to me when the people you subscribe to are openly saying that it's makes up 97% of the entire universe.
Yes, but that's an empirical observation. I'm saying there's no logical reason why heliocentrism could be true and dark matter existing could be false. There's no contradiction.
So how so? How can the heliocentric model exist without dark matter?
For the same reason that heliocentrism could be true and Pluto could not exist.
Here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing.
It all doesn't exist anyway.
You couldn't have your Big Bang. You couldn't have your Big Bang without dark energy and dark matter, bud.
That's irrelevant. So it could
It's
be
not.
It could be the case. It could be the case that the Earth revolves around the sun, along with all of like say several of the inner planets, and Pluto never existed. That could have been the case.
That's irrelevant.
No,
that's a red herring.
It's not red herring. It's a logical entailment. It's a logical entailment.
No, it's not logically entailed at all because nothing to do with Pluto.
That's right. Heliocentrism has nothing to do with whether or not Pluto exists. That's right.
It doesn't have something to do with whether or not dark matter exists.
And heliocentrism has nothing to do with whether or not dark matter exists.
It claims the Earth is moving around the sun, which means it claims that stars and galaxies are outside of that, which means it claims a vacuum, which means when you look out there and see what you see, you have to call it dark matter because it's not just a vacuum.
Could the Earth... Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying Diflo would elaborate on what he said about he said the Big Bang could exist without dark matter.
Yeah, basically, dark matter is just a term that was invented by quantum relativists to refer to the ether as a euphemism.
No.
By their own admission.
No, that's not how it is.
I wasn't finished.
That's wrong.
Brenda, I wasn't finished. So by their own admission, they call it dark matter because it's completely unknown and dark to them. And finally, matter because they think everything is matter/atoms. You see, to a hammer, everything's a nail, and to an atomist, everything is matter. In short,
they're fundamentalist
dark
materialists.
Matter, excuse me, I wasn't finished. Exactly, sorry. You're right. You're right. In short, so-called dark matter is a cryptic euphemism, just like I said, used to get around the mention of the ether, which even the priest of quantum admit is at least 70% of the entire universe, if not more. So these are your own people you subscribe to throwing these words around, and then you want to deny it, even though you subscribe to the religion.
What I asked you.
Dude, the solar system shouldn't be cosmically aligned. You don't even get how it entails your claim. That's your fault. That's not our fault.
I'm curious about what he said about dark matter.
Can something come from nothing?
So dark matter.
Simple question.
Diesel, dark matter was discovered by seeing anomalies in the motions of galaxies. It has nothing to do with the Big Bang.
Mm-hmm. Sure thing, kid.
It's discovering.
So I'll ask again.
Yeah, you just hand wave shit away. We explain things to you and you just hand wave it away.
Because you don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're saying.
What do you mean?
You're just making shit up.
Dark matter is discovered because of anomalous motion in galaxies. What the fuck?
You know what the most expensive substance is known to man right now? Dark matter. Do you know how much 1 gram of it costs?
I don't think you're thinking about dark matter. I think you're thinking about
I can post a video for you if you'd like.
Can I buy?
Go ahead and post it, and then we'll see how it's going to tell you anti.
Yeah, I'll post the video. So if you think it's just a celestial thing, then why would it be possible to obtain it here terrestrially? So this will completely
if you can obtain it, if you can buy it, it's not dark matter anymore. We know what it is.
Wow, you're so understood, aren't you?
Post your thing. I'll learn something. or we'll learn that it's
Yeah, I'll post it. Give me a sec.
dark matter is not a thing yet. Dark matter is a name for the air in the like Brenda said, in the rotational speed of the galaxies, and they don't know what the cause of it is.
Okay, so you don't understand though that he's talking about expansion in all directions, and so that isn't tied with dark matter and dark energy. The universe that contains such
You're roboting super bad.
It would contradict our.
But I heard what you said, and you're talking about dark energy when you said it.
He disconnected. He disconnected. Now here's back.
Dark matter and dark energy are two totally different phenomena.
All right, well, it's right there for you, so maybe you should watch that video.
Sure.
That video is about antimatter, not dark matter, you idiot.
Oh, did you think there was a difference?
Yes, there is a difference. We know exactly what
That's
antimatter is, and the fact that you've just been pontificating about dark matter and mixed it up with antimatter makes
What's the
you a
difference?
moron.
Yeah, tell us the difference.
Hold on, Rump. Hold on, guys.
The difference is
Hold on one second,
antimatter.
Rumpus. Hey, yo. 2 statements so far, and called people names twice in each statement. So let's relax a little bit.
When this guy mixes up dark matter and antimatter, and then lectures to us, I mean that's just beyond the pale.
Okay, fine. Point it out.
Right,
To him.
antimatter, for instance, every particle has an antiparticle. So, for instance, the antiparticle of an electron. Yeah, just laugh at your own ABC.
You're talking gibberish, bro.
So here we go. Listen. Stop interrupting. The antiparticle of an electron is a positron. So it's oppositely charged. And there's a proton also has an antiparticle called an antineutron. And when they collide, they explode into just pure energy. This has absolutely nothing to do with dark matter.
That's
complete
complete bull.
Not have those properties. And the fact that you've mixed up these two fundamentally different things and then pontificated about here is just incredible.
Complete bullet.
Dicelo, Google positron.
And you guys
Google
agree that dark matter literally makes it so that the current understanding of relativity is incorrect or has to be added to.
It means that there's a problem with our understanding of gravity, which we already knew.
No, there's no problem with gravity.
Okay, so gravity's wrong.
It's a mystery.
Gravity's fine. No, gravity's fine.
Oh,
it's wrong.
Dark matter is a name for the mystery.
We have this dark matter stuff has mass. We haven't had to change the rules of gravity. We just were wondering why some galaxies and also colliding galaxies didn't seem to have the amount of mass that they should have. But then by other pieces of information, we've established that there seems to be this matter going around that only has mass but doesn't interact with light. That's the only problem. There's no change in
so you want to
gravity
read this
at all.
quote? You want to read the quote that I just cited then?
About dark energy. You do know there's a difference between dark energy and
also-
dark matter, don't you?
Yeah, you're changing
you
the
do
subject.
understand they're both addressed in the citation, don't you?
Well, you
you're
were
changing
talking
the
about dark
subject.
matter, and now you're suddenly introducing this thing starts off with dark energy.
Yeah, and the second sentence says that's highlighted for you so that you cannot.
Okay, which it says the
with all the
acceleration of the
droll.
universe is along with dark matter the observed phenomenon that most directly demonstrates our theories of fundamental particles and gravity are either incorrect or incomplete. Well, we've established. Well, no, gravity's not a problem. It's just that we've got this extra mass in this stuff that doesn't interact with light.
It says incorrect or incomplete.
Yeah, no, that's an assumption. That's based on
No,
not
Well,
knowing.
I mean, it could be just incomplete in the sense of this is other matter kicking around with gravity. There's no problem with gravity. I mean, I don't agree. Yeah. At the moment, the reason we invented dark matter is that we all simply had to account for this mass that didn't interact with light. We have not had to change the rules of Einstein, gravity, bending of space-time, or Newton. None of that's had to change as the result of the existence of dark matter or dark energy is a bit different. Right, sorry. Yeah, yes. I mean, we're talking about dark matter. Yes, dark energy is something that is going to need explaining.
Einstein was the changing of Newton. What are you talking about? They didn't have to change Newton or Einstein. Einstein changed Newton.
I know, but that's not what he's saying.
Not in everyday circumstances. Newton is just the reduced case of Einstein. So most of the time you can just use Newton physics, as you know, when launching.
All right, so I'm just going to read the rest of it. So most experts believe that nothing short of a revolution in our understanding of fundamental physics will be required to achieve a full understanding of the cosmic acceleration. For these reasons, the nature of dark energy ranks among the very most compelling of all outstanding problems in physical
dark
science.
Energy. Yeah, this is all about dark energy. And dark energy is something that indeed we don't understand. How we can have a repulsive force between things is something we don't understand. So yes, that does require some sort of change. I mean, it could be that gravity remains the same and there's just this new force. But
no,
yes,
dark energy is...
Dark energy is much more of a fundamental problem. With dark matter, it just seems as though we've got some particles kicking around that don't interact with light and they have mass. That's not so different. Dark energy is a whole new force we don't understand.
No, dark matter's not supposed to be there, though.
No, the truth
is a huge problem. It's their ad hoc. It's their ad hoc.
I didn't read anything about dark matter in the theory of relativity. Then I read it.
Well, it's just another particle. Why do you think another just because dark matter doesn't interact with light doesn't mean to say it avoids all the rules of Einstein?
No, it's not just another particle.
Yes,
it's
it is.
97. No, dark matter and dark energy.
It's not 97%.
You've
got it mixed up. You've got it mixed up. There are three components to the energy in the universe. There's normal matter, there's dark energy, and there's dark matter. Dark energy is responsible for about 70% of the energy in the universe. Dark matter is another 30% or so, and then 25%, and then normal matter is the other 5%. So you've got all your percentages mixed up.
No, I didn't even finish what I was saying. So what I was saying was dark matter and dark energy make up close to 97%. So the theory of relativity made a claim. The theory of relativity made a claim about what's out there, and it said there was just matter and space.
Is anybody going to moderate Rumpus?
Absolutely not.
The
general theory of relativity makes no claims about what's out there at all.
Can't hear him, Rumpus.
Relax, bro. Relax, Rumpus. Calm the fuck down.
Well, I'm just giving you an answer. So he made a claim. I'm just saying that he just made up that claim.
The theory of relativity explains the relationship between matter and then the displacement of what's called space and time, right? So and that's used to apply to the whole universe to explain how everything works. The problem is that it doesn't even address 97% of what is there.
It does, because dark matter is the sort of matter that just doesn't respond to light. It's no different to a proton, etc., except that it doesn't interact with light. It's still got mass. That's all that matters in Einstein's general theory of relativity. Einstein's general theory of relativity doesn't have to account for all the subatomic particles and things we've yet to discover. Providing they have mass, it says what a particle will do to space-time if it has mass. Dark matter follows those rules.
In the assumption of the privation of space as was currently known as an empty vacuum, but we have dark matter and dark energy out there that was not in any way addressed. It wasn't even known about.
It was addressed.
It wasn't, though, but it's just another sort of matter. When Einstein made his claims, he didn't know about positrons, he didn't know about muons, but it doesn't matter. Providing they have mass, they follow the rules of general theory of relativity. Bullshit. And the same is true of dark matter. Dark energy is a different story.
So this guy's wrong. When he says that it shows that fundamental particles and gravity are either incorrect or incomplete, he's wrong.
Well, he's right about dark energy. I agree with him about dark energy. But you keep on talking about dark matter. You mix the two.
Oh, so Rumpus is smarter than Einstein and Newton and
No, I'm agreeing with Einstein.
Physics. Okay, I get it.
You don't understand where the disagreement doesn't occur. The rules of dark matter agree with Einstein's general theory of relativity. That's the point.
So this guy's wrong then, because then you're saying this guy's wrong then.
No, dark energy is something else.
He doesn't say that. He says the acceleration of the universe is along with dark matter, the observed phenomenon that most directly demonstrates that our theories of fundamental particles and gravity are either correct or incomplete.
And what drives the expansion of the universe is dark energy, not dark matter.
The acceleration of the universe is along with dark matter.
Yeah, and dark energy is the cause of the expansion of the universe.
Address what he said. Address what he just said, Rumpus.
You guys got to chill out a little.
You just read a statement. You're not addressing it at all. He said dark matter, then you went and said dark energy.
Yeah, but
what about the dark matter?
It's a report on the Dark Energy Task Force. It's about dark energy, basically.
Why did he say dark matter then?
Well, that particular sentence, let's just have a look. The acceleration of the universe is along with dark matter.
Rumpus, I think it's
Well,
no reason.
Well, no
already
one is claiming that dark matter invalidates the theory of general relativity. It's just mass. Dark energy is something different. Now, the way he's phrased that, he's basically saying, well, we don't understand dark matter, what sort of particle it is. It's not.
Did you
a
say
particle
dark
we're
energy
familiar
is just mass? Is that what you
No,
literally
wait,
just
no,
said?
no.
Jesus
What
Christ.
he
No!
said-
Dark energy is not mass. That's the
Don't
point.
don't set him up to run away. It's ridiculous.
My God, you're just not listening, are you? You've
No,
got dark energy, which is the cause of the expansion of the universe, which is not mass.
wasn't talking
And then you've
about
got dark matter, which is
Oh my
just like another sort of particle that doesn't interact with light, which follows the normal rules of general theory of relativity.
Okay, so calm down. The whole room heard you say, though, that he wasn't talking about dark matter. So we read it again. It says the acceleration of the universe is along with dark matter. So it is talking about dark matter also.
Rumpus, I think there's a simple way that I said this at the beginning, that these are assumptions. This is written in 2006. Okay, the assumptions based on the mystery of dark matter and dark energy. This person's just claiming, oh, it could be particle, it could be rewriting of forces, it could be this, because he doesn't know at the time.
Here we go. He says here, it most directly demonstrates that our theories are fundamental particles. So the bit about dark matter is the theory of fundamental particles in the sense of we don't know what the fundamental particle of dark matter is. So that's entirely correct. So the bit about gravity is the problem with that is to do with dark energy. The bit about fundamental particles that he mentions in that sentence is the issue with dark matter, because we don't have a piece of dark matter to play with. We have not seen one.
Okay, but if mass, I'm responding.
So I completely agree with the sentence. I completely agree with that report.
If mass is what displaces the fabric of space-time, but it actually, we have unidentified mass, and we see the energy is actually not behaving the way we claim the fabric of space-time would, we would know the displacement of that dark matter mass also is affecting the dark energy, so they are intrinsic and they falsify relativity.
That's just gibberish.
What are you talking about? Rumpus.
Wow.
Rumpus, the other thing I was going to add to you is, isn't it true that Einstein originally put the cosmological constant in his equations and then took it out, and then later on they found
absolutely right. He put in this. He thought the universe was in a steady state, and his equations didn't give a steady state. So what he did is he shoved in an extra constant to keep the universe steady state. And then when in the universe later on was shown to be expanding, he regretted it and he got it his biggest mistake. But it turns out that very constant included, in fact, now has become effectively a sort of dark energy constant. So
you don't get to just hand wave dismiss me, though, Rumpus.
They just gibberish. There was nowhere to start.
Okay, then watch. I'll give you a very short question. Then I'll give you a very short question. Rumpus, stop interrupting so much. Okay, so dark energy is an effect of dark matter. Do you disagree?
No, it's not. It's got nothing to do with dark matter, you moron.
Now let me explain why you're wrong. Okay, so
Jesus Christ, you keep on mixing the two
Rumpus,
up.
settle down, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm about to explain why you're wrong. Okay,
go ahead.
Calm down. Put your big boy pants on.
Stop mixing the two up.
Okay,
they're very, very different.
In your paradigm, the displacement of mass, right?
The displacement of mass. I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by that? I don't understand what you mean by the displacement of mass.
Yeah, the displacement of mass, the area displaced due to the occupants of the mass. Which
that's just gibberish. That's not English.
Oh
that
my
makes
God.
no sense. The displacement of mass makes no sense. That's not a functional sentence.
You're scared.
That's not a functional sentence.
Just describe it in a different way, what's it? Because it's not clear.
That's not a functional sentence. That's not scientific.
The reason that the curvature of space-time is what it is because of the mass that's there, displacing it.
It doesn't displace it, it bends it. Okay,
right.
So if what you're trying to say is that mass bends space-time, that is correct. Fine. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So matter is going to bend space-time.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so, and there's 30% or so, 25% of this matter out there that we don't know about. Is that going to have an effect on the curvature?
Absolutely, it has to. That's the reason why we decided it's there. Because we can
now
see
does the curvature cause the motion?
Yes, the curvature of the
Okay,
base space-time
curvature
also
causes
causes
motion. Is there
Yes.
a motion and energy that we don't understand called dark energy?
Yes.
Thank you for your concession. I'll let you catch up. I hope this is
Now
recorded.
now make the connection with it. Make the connection between those things because that's what you stated.
You just got me to repeat exactly what I said before.
The dark energy you don't understand is in your own paradigm intrinsically tied to the matter that's there that you don't understand.
No, it's not.
You don't
You're
get it.
getting it wrong again. It's not matter. Again, you don't understand it, do you? You're just mixing up the two. You don't know what you're talking about. Dark energy is not matter related. Dark matter is.
Listen, if you assume
dark energy is the motion. It's
not. It's nothing to do with motion. It's nothing to do with dark matter. It's a whole separate concept. It's got nothing to do with dark matter. It's nothing to do with the motion of dark matter. It's not got anything to do with dark matter. It's a completely separate thing.
Dark energy is an attempt to explain the motion. So the motion.
It's not. No, it's to talk about the expansion of the universe. So what you seem to be saying is that you think dark energy is something to do with the energy motion, the kinetic energy of dark matter. No, you've just made that up.
The problem is,
no one agrees with you, Wix, that that's your misinterpretation of the fact.
I agree with him. And the problem is, Rumpus, is you with your logic of thinking have subdivided all interactions into discrete particles, and this is the problem. When you do this,
so you're denying particles, are you?
Well, yeah, I am. I'm denying the electron.
My God!
I'm denying the electron. I'm denying your positron. No, it's not.
There we go. Well, I mean, you're just making stuff up now. You've just gone to fairyland.
But I agree with him. But
we've identified it. You can run away, right? With electrons, you can generate them yourself and detect them. And Thomson detected them with things like the Maltese
J.J. Thomson, when he discovered the electron, he called it a corpuscle of dielectric capacitance. It was only when he did not waived with the Nobel Prize award did he change his stance.
You just made that up.
That's exactly what he called.
He did. I do not believe you. I'm afraid. Dielectric capacitance is not a phrase that a scientist would use.
Nobel Prize. He changed his description and won the Nobel Prize.
I do not believe Thomson referred to the electron as a dielectric capacitance. If you wish to provide evidence for that, please do. But I believe at the moment you've made that up.
Okay, not at all. All I'm saying is he's right, and he could destroy you on that too. But what he wants is some way to change the subject because he's screaming it and everything that dark matter, dark energy are unrelated. We know they're different. They're different things. Okay. When you make the claim that they're unrelated, but they make up 97% of everything,
they're totally unrelated.
You have the unfounded claim, don't you?
Okay, can you very briefly describe?
Clearly, have not read anything on this at all. If you think they're related, then that means you have not understood or read anything on this subject.
The presence of the dark matter you can't define is going to change how there is energy or motion around it.
So basically, because you don't understand what you've been talking about, you've read the words dark energy, and then you've assumed that's the energy of motion of the dark matter. That's just your stupidity, I'm afraid.
I did not say that.
That's what you're doing. You're saying that's what you've. I think that's clearly what you've done. You've seen these two words with the word dark at the start, and you've therefore assumed that dark energy is the energy of the dark matter, haven't you? That's what you've done.
Do you know why they call it dark?
And they are completely separate.
Do you know why they call it dark?
First of all, they're not even fully understood. So when you speak
no one claims they are.
Right. Well, you speak.
Who says they are? Who claims they're fully understood? No one.
You do.
No, I didn't.
Let's let Witsit make his full report.
So they're not fully understood, but when you talk about them so definitively, as if dark energy and dark matter are completely unrelated, I know for a fact they have nothing to do with each other, then you're talking as if they are fully understood.
They're describing two different mysteries, man. There's two different mysteries, and they're describing two different things.
It's all connected, man. You guys aren't looking at
in what way? Just describe in a few words how those two things are connected.
It makes up 97% of everything.
Exactly, and all dark matter and dark energy.
That's like saying gold and hydrogen and helium.
Just talk through everyone.
Well, I mean, he just made a claim. He just made a ridiculous.
Why is no one muting this guy, dude? This is ridiculous. How can anyone have a fucking conversation like that?
Seriously, relax, Rumpus. What the fuck, man? I'm not telling you again, dude. Just calm down. Let people let Rumpus respond, though. I mean, Witz is making claims and shit. We do need to let these guys respond.
All right,
you know.
I'll sit back.
Well, but he's deafened, but he doesn't let me ever say it. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's
Well,
really
just
simple.
one of you guys. Yeah,
Coach,
go ahead, Woodson.
understand this, right? We've had some decent conversations before, right? It's really simple. Relativity is saying that there's mass here that makes space-time bend and warp. And so it's just space and time. He's making a claim as to how to explain everything going on in the universe because of gravity and motion. That's a result of that, right? So that's what it's about. That's why it was posed. And it was posed as a response to some different observations we had, like Michelson Morley. And so it was thrown out that there was some type of substance there. And that's what relativity explains, and explains like emptiness basically out in space. Now, since then, we've had all kinds of discoveries as early as the 50s with the galaxy rotational speeds. Okay, it's actually not that simple. There's more there. So we found out now that there's something they call dark matter, which is completely undefined, and he doesn't know. There's just some theories proposed as to what some people think it is within certain paradigms of thought.
Well, like I said,
right?
man,
So we don't.
like I said, if you're a hammer, everything's a nail, and if you're an atomist / materialist, everything's a fucking particle, and that's just literally how they're perceiving the entire universe is particle interaction, and that's just it's a false perception.
It might not be time for that script yet, man, because when I asked you to connect these two things, to put it very simply, like you said, the observations of the galaxies rotating too quickly for the amount of mass that was observed, this is the phenomena that is known as dark matter, which is a mystery, and they have some ideas of what it could be. And then they have dark energy, which is simply the accelerating expansion of the universe and the space between further away galaxies, galaxy clusters, seemingly to expand at an accelerated rate. So these are two totally different things.
Well, you're saying the galaxies aren't doing what they're doing with the dark matter around the dark energy doing what it's doing with expansion all around it?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys have literally reified the essence of nothingness to be something when you invoke space as being the void between masses. Like you guys have an illogical inacuity to understanding how things work due to this premise that you've been left with.
Well, I wouldn't describe space as that, but it's not.
What's the difference between space and volume, please?
A volume is the same thing as the difference between a distance and a length.
No, I'm asking you the difference.
A volume
between
exists. A volume exists in space.
I'm asking you the difference between volume and space, please.
A volume is a amount of space.
Volume is an amount of space.
For the audience actually honest and wants to know what's going on and not just defend a predetermined narrative, we now have increasing direct evidence that dark matter does not exist in galaxies. Then it is unlikely that some dark matter is hidden somewhere else in the universe. Therefore, the widely accepted cosmic microwave background cosmology is in difficulty. For this reason, it is worthwhile to reconsider the expansion in the universe by starting from scratch.
Right, but I mean, like I said, these two things are not claims to something that's out there. These two things are claims to mysteries that aren't solved. Same thing as X-rays. When X-rays were first discovered, they were called X-rays because they weren't aware of what these things were. So they gave them the term X-rays. The same thing as dark matter, dark energy.
Theoretical physicist at a German university in homogeneous cosmology in the cosmic rest frame. 2013. See, the illusion that these people have got us or attempted to get us to buy into, that they know what's going on, needs to be shattered.
Okay, do you understand what the term mystery means? An unknown? Because this is what's been stated, is that these things are mysteries and unknowns.
But that's not really what's
taught. No one's claiming they know everything when they're saying that this thing is called dark energy because it's a mysterious force that is accelerating the expansion of the universe. And no one's claiming to understand what it is.
And we can't explain it. There should be no cosmic alignment. But we're not teaching the children that, right? Teaching them that they know what they said is true, even though now they literally can't explain it. Let's keep
We're
teaching
talking
the
about
children that it's a
cosmic
fact, though.
alignment. No one teaches children that dark energy is a fact.
No, they teach them that the Earth spinning around the sun in this magic universe is a fact.
Well, sure, yeah.
Okay, well, that's actually not the case, though, because there shouldn't be galaxy alignment. Why is there cosmic alignment?
You're talking about the axis of evil?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's so far it's only known to be an anomaly, so it's another mystery.
Right.
It
So
could be the case
we'll
that
just
there's
as anomalous mystery and keep teaching the children as if we know definitive facts.
no, astronomers are going to discover what's going on. But it's the same thing as with, I mean, somebody could ask, isn't it crazy that the Earth rotates the same direction as most of the planets and on the same axes, or nearly the same axes as most of the other revolutions? And they're only slightly different in some cases. And the reason is there's a reason for that. And it could be the same thing with the axis of evil. It could seem like as a coincidence, but it could actually be part of how the universe formed, how the solar system formed.
Okay, so it's so shaky pseudoscience. It's crazy, and when people walk around like Rumpus was, acting like he knows all about dark matter and stuff, no. It completely obliterated the assumptions they expected to see. That's what happened, and I can quote all of them saying that's what happened. Everyone knows that's what happened. Anyone that has any credentials or experience in the fields know that's what happened. Many of them are trying to explain it. So when you run around and pretend it's not what happened, but many
why are you
people
saying that? Why are you saying it like that?
because they realize this forced them to look at the possibility of starting over completely from scratch.
No, and no one's starting over from scratch. But ever since the beginning of time, or especially the beginning of science, there's never been a time where we claimed everything was known.
That
There were
sounded
always
like
new
it
things
hurt,
that we were
Coach.
learning.
That sounded
Like
like
we're
it
always
hurt,
learning.
Coach.
We're always learning new things. And so just because something is mysterious today doesn't mean that we're claiming we have to start over.
Well, no, that's what they said, though. I was just telling you what they said. So here's another one. I mean, we can just keep going. So according to the standard concordance model of cosmology, over 95% of the energy content of the universe is extraordinary dark matter or dark energy, whose existence has been inferred from the failure of the standard model of particle physics plus general relativity to describe the behavior of astrophysical systems larger than a stellar cluster. While the very homogeneity and isotropy and homogeneity of the universe owe to the influence of an inflation field whose particle physics identify as completely mysterious, even after 3 decades of theorizing, testing the cosmological principle should be one of the key goals of modern observational cosmology.
So I wonder who wrote that, because he, for some reason, referenced the standard model of particle physics when it has nothing to do with either of those mysteries.
Well, look them up. It's cited right there. I mean, large angle anomalies in the cosmic microwave background. There are 3 authors, and they're all credentialed, and they all are subject matter experts. So we'll see what, I'm sure they're wrong somehow. And
Well,
it
no, it's
literally
not that
says
they're
it
wrong.
very
I'm
point blank.
saying they're irrelevantly bringing up the standard model of particle physics.
Here's the important part here, right? So 95% of the energy content of the universe is extraordinary dark matter or dark energy, whose existence has been inferred from the failure of the standard model of particle physics plus general relativity.
That's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with the standard model of particle physics, though. There's no failure of the standard model that brings it. It's only consequence of, like I said, the static universe or the not accelerated expansion. But like I said before, when I told Rumpus, Einstein originally put that in his equation. He put a cosmological constant in his equation. He just didn't. It didn't make sense to him at the time. But after they found out that the universe is expanding, accelerating, expanding, it actually makes sense. So he did actually put it in his equation.
Did you know that light interaction, like high energy light interactions, create matter?
Yeah. I mean, if you're talking about matter and antimatter, pairs?
No, I'm talking just matter, not antimatter. I'm talking about two laser beams pointed at one another at the apex of both beams. Matter's created.
And antimatter?
Well, I didn't claim antimatter. I only claimed matter.
In what form?
For sure. Yeah, photons can turn to
I was
electron or
wondering.
positron.
What form does this matter take?
I'll post the citation. You could tell me.
All right, so let me throw this in here, and I'll stop bringing so much if you guys want me to. But I think it's important people understand the lie. So remember to tilt the elliptic 23.5 degrees. Since the Earth is not tilted in the geocentric model, the cosmic is, and interestingly enough, it is tilted exactly on the angle built into the CMB, the largest visible structure in the cosmos. Please try and understand. There is one and only one cosmological model that would have predicted a cosmological significance to the 23.5 degree angle of the elliptic. It is the geocentric model. In the heliocentric model, this 23.5 degree angle is ascribed to a tilt in the Earth's axis. In other words, it is a purely local phenomenon, not expected to have any cosmological significance at all.
And this is from the axis of evil, right?
Yo, Witzer, can you post that somewhere?
Yeah, I dropped it
Okay.
in the...
Awesome.
Yeah, that's the axis of evil. Yo, here's what we need to do, guys. Just real quick. You know how you go into gems and it'll be like, 3, 4, maybe 5 globers trying to get at you? It's mad frustrating. It's the same thing happening for these guys here. We gotta pick one of our guys and let them go at them. Otherwise, it'll be crazy.
Well, I think we were doing really good till Rumpus came in interrupting a lot. To be honest.
Yeah.
It's been alright recently. I mean, some of the times.
Guys, Coach, this is pretty damning, right? I mean, when I say damning, I mean like it is pretty crazy that what we saw, we shouldn't have saw, and that 23.5 degree angle would be seen just like that if the Earth were geocentric. I mean, that's crazy.
So that's an anomalous measurement, and when it was the only time it was possibly, there was another person who was trying to see if they could pick it out again, or he claims to have. He picks it out in reference to something to do with the orientation of certain galaxies. So there's like a coincidental thing with certain galaxies. So these two anomalous observations are the only observations for this thing. And then the second one points to the thing that I suggested earlier, that it's not a thing where the Earth is at the center of the universe, but there's some sort of preferred orientation that he's suggesting. This is what that guy's suggesting, that there's a preferred orientation that is actually more common than
okay, so
more common when you look at the universe.
The heliocentric model, this 23.5 degree angle is ascribed to a tilt in the Earth's axis. In other words, it's purely local and it would have no cosmological significance. In this specific observation, it is the geocentric model which proves to have a better predictive fit to large-scale cosmological observations. This will help you understand why this astonishing alignment with the ecliptic and equinoxes of Earth is described as the axis of evil. Evil, why? Evil because there should be no possible reason to expect an alignment of the universe's largest structure with supposedly insignificant Earth, or if you prefer, supposedly insignificant solar system, unless, of course, you are already a geocentrist, in which case the alignment is a very interesting confirmation that the angle is not merely local, but it is cosmological in significance.
That's a good quote. What do they mean when they say the universe's largest structure?
Because they're talking about the CMB and the I can't remember say this word, anisotropy, whatever it's called. I can't say that word.
Yeah, but what's the largest structure in the universe?
They're talking about the CMB, the microwave background radiation.
I don't think so.
And
that is, yeah.
They're talking about the
Why would a photo be the universe's largest structure?
No,
it's saying that the background is the largest visible structure, as in like it's the largest thing that can be seen in the cosmos.
I guess.
Well, yeah, CMB. It says, remember to tilt the ecliptic 23.5 degrees. Since the Earth is not tilted in the geocentric model, the cosmos is, and interestingly enough, it is tilted exactly on the angle built into the CMB.
Yeah.
This is why they call it the axis of evil, which is like it's like religious almost, right? Like the Bible talks about evil, like it's very interesting. That's not science.
You have to remember this is one person's anomalous observation.
No,
it's not a collection of people repeating this observation.
Okay, so are you familiar with the physicist Lawrence Krauss?
Yes.
Do you respect him?
I've heard him make a claim about this one. I think in that movie called The Principle.
Yeah. So
right?
he has a Nobel Prize. He's a pretty renowned physicist. Lawrence
That's
Krauss.
right.
That's right. So here's a quote from him. But when you look at the cosmic microwave background map, you also see that the structure that is observed is in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. That would say we are truly the center of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Nobel Prize winning physicist.
Dang, bro.
He's a
That's
communicator.
He also
And you know
said
that half the people do
this
the
is
movie.
This is another quote he made though on this same thing. He said in 2006, the new results are either telling us that all of science is wrong and we're the center of the universe, or maybe the data is simply incorrect and maybe it's telling us there's something weird about the CMB results and that maybe there's something wrong with our theories on the larger scale. He's not being like
so either we're actually the center of the universe, or we can pretend that's not even a viable alternative and frantically try to
the data's wrong. Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah,
it's anomalous data.
Okay, well then, fair enough. But I mean, so if you just are going to try to phrase it where it's like automatically assuming user error,
phrasing it in any way, I just quoted him. That's what he said.
Yeah, either the data from before is wrong, or this data is wrong.
No, either this data is wrong, or the entire cosmology of the universe is actually centered around the Earth being the
which would mean all the data that they're looking at.
He's saying it because it sounds fantastical.
Is wrong.
Okay, so
there's no
him
evidence
admitting
for
that the entire cosmology could be wrong.
He's saying it could all be wrong.
If you ask a glober, certainly a zealot on the internet nowadays, is it possible that the entire model is wrong? They will say no.
Yeah, saying something is possible, though, is not saying something is even close to being likely.
It's very likely.
Right?
But it's actually the
Not very
most likely result
with
of
the CMB, with the axis of evil, it's very likely.
It's the
when you have an anomalous data, the most likely scenario is that the data.
So you don't agree that the axis of evil exists?
No, I'm telling you that there's no conclusions based on it because it's
actually, they did it more than
data.
once and kept seeing what they didn't expect to see, and then they stopped doing it.
No, I told there was
they're still looking into it.
No,
there's a second observation,
NASA stopped doing it. NASA stopped doing it.
I don't think it was
other people looking into it.
Are you guys doubting the existence of the axis of evil? You're contending its existence.
With all the resources and the legal permission to do it at the best scale, right? It showed us what we didn't want to see. And then NASA stopped doing it.
I don't think it was NASA that took the observation in the first place.
NASA did take observations with the cosmic microwave back.
So hold up, are you guys saying that the observation is faulty?
No, I'm saying that there's no conclusion. I'm saying coming to a conclusion based on it was the faulty thing to do. It's an anomalous piece of data.
So you agree that it does exist? In the observation, there is this alignment between...
I'm agreeing that this anomalous data has brought this person to this conclusion, and there could be several scenarios that are true.
Wait, is the data anomalous, or is the
it could be
anomalous?
true that the data was incorrectly gathered. It could be true that the conclusion is something based
You're arguing.
on
Hold
the
up,
way the
Gosha. You're
universe is
arguing two different
formed.
things right now.
No, I'm not. I'm
Is
giving
it
you the possible conclusions.
okay? So, do you or do you not doubt that the data is accurate? That there is.
I have no
this
clue. That
alignment.
I'm not making a claim about it.
Well, here's
I
the
mean,
question: If
the
it's
best thing to do
accurate,
is
you
to
agree it jeopardizes the Copernican model.
the best thing to do is to try and repeat and find more data based on it, which is what I told you one dude was doing.
Hey, if
There
it's
was a dude that was
accurate,
specifically doing that.
if it's accurate, is the Copernican model in jeopardy?
I would say that could be a possibility, I guess, but that's not the most likely possibility.
What's the most
likely possibility is that there's some connection between the way the planets, maybe in our solar system or our planet is oriented, and other galaxies and other structures oriented. There might be some what do you call it, synchronicity.
But hold up, the
between
orientation isn't our solar system, our galaxy. It's just the Earth tilting in your model.
Yeah, but it is that's what I was trying to tell you. The other guy who was making observations about this, he noticed that there was galaxies that were oriented in the same angle.
Yeah,
So that was his
everything is.
conclusion. Well, it's not everything. There's a
Not everything, but that's why they have this axis of evil, because a lot of things have the same exact orientation. Aligned
no, it
with
has to do with the anis. I can't say the other word, but it's
anisotropic.
Yeah, that thing, and it's that of the CMB. So it's like the graininess of the CMB, but it wasn't until the second pass observation that he saw there was other axes that were possibly oriented the same way. But even his stuff is not conclusive. So it just takes more data. Who knows? Maybe there's something there. Who knows? Probably not that.
Yeah, so there's no denying that from the large anisotropies, I don't care, present in the radio sky, independently seen both in discrete source distribution and in the diffuse cosmic microwave background radiation, the Copernican principle seems to be in jeopardy. So when you said it wasn't likely, I mean, he's saying that is what's the most likely. It seems though now the Copernican model's in jeopardy. And this is
No, it doesn't.
astrophysicist.
He's trying to sound poetic, man.
Okay.
He doesn't honestly believe that.
Okay, man.
If he believed that, he would be investigating it, don't you think? He would be on the forefront of
that's literally what
discovery.
he's doing. This is a citation out of something he authored called "Is There a Violation of the Copernican Principle in Radio Sky?" Astronomy and Astrophysics Division, Ashok Singhal, Physical Research Laboratory.
Yeah, but it's not his. That's what I'm saying. It's not from his.
Cosmology and extragalactic astrophysics.
Wait, who would you say was the? Like I said, I don't think this was NASA. I thought this was.
This is him dissecting the info from NASA, man.
Are you sure this is NASA? I thought this was.
NASA did the cosmic microwave background. Tried it a couple times.
Yeah, it was NASA. It was NASA. It was
Then they stopped doing it after they got the axis of evil, dude. I don't really know how much more blatantly obvious it could be. They did it, got the axis of evil, stopped doing it.
Okay, it's from the Wilkinson microwave anisotropy probe.
Yeah, there's different types, and he's explaining in both of these types.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they've done subsequent studies, and they don't find this anisotropy, anymore. Like it says here, study includes the Planck mission results show how masking techniques could introduce errors that, when taken into account, can render several anomalies, including the axis of evil, not statistically significant. Also, a 2016 study compared isotropic and anisotropic cosmological models and found no evidence for anisotropy. How do you say this word? What the? It's crazy. But yeah, I mean, they've done subsequent tests and they don't find it anymore.
Like who's the arbiter of words? Seriously, I need to have a talk with this guy. But like, here's another one. So I will ask you. I guess I won't set you up too much. I'll just post it first, but we'll see how this goes.
We're growing, man.
Do you agree that everything is dispersing in all directions in the universe?
What?
Do you believe that there is everything expanding in all directions?
Well, the claim of dark energy is galaxy clusters are expanding. Not expanding inward, but are expanding away from each other.
Okay, so is there a central area that everything's expanding away from?
No. Every point is the central area.
There would have to be.
No.
If everything is expanding outward, there would have to be a central point where, nothing's expanding.
No,
that's where they say they're big. That's where that central point is where you say your Big Bang started. Kosho, what do you mean? No.
No, the Big Bang started everywhere. That's what I'm saying to you. Every point is the center point that you're talking about.
Okay, so everything is dispersing in all directions from just relative to itself. So it's not relative to the next thing then.
Yeah, did that make sense in your head when you were saying it?
I've not only made sense of this in my head, I've shown this to be true to several people. And I can show it to you
every
as well.
possible point
He's shown that to be
happened,
true.
but it's expanding from every possible point into
You'll understand it in a couple
the
minutes when my computer back up.
Okay, Kosha, you should get your Nobel Prize.
Yo, what's
It's
it?
not a
That's
Nobel
how men
Prize.
can get pregnant. Is that how men get
It's not a
pregnant?
Nobel Prize thing.
Yeah, you should get a Nobel Prize.
I'll see if I can find a picture that I.
Oh, here's this guy at the
you,
University of California. You need to call and reprimand him. But he said studies of the cosmic background radiation have confirmed the isotropic nature of the radiation or its complete uniformity in all directions. If the universe possesses a center, we must be very close to it. Otherwise, excessive observable anisotropic nature in the radiation.
I said that, dude.
Oh, okay, so
every point would be experiencing it.
I know you just said it. Okay, my point is, it's because you have to try to explain that the Earth's center.
This is how I'm going to show you if my computer comes back up. This is how expansion works. If all the space is expanding away from everything, and you take your point as a fixed reference frame, then it's from any single point, no matter what point you're at, this is what you're going to observe. That everything.
No, I'm not arguing about. I'm not trying to argue with you about the probability of one way or the other. I'm trying to get you to admit that either we're at the center, or what you're saying is that's your options. Your options are either the Earth's at the center, or everything's expanding relative to just itself.
No, from every single point, from any point there is, it's going to appear this way. Everything is expanding away from everything.
If there is a center of the universe, the Earth would be at the center. Do you agree?
Every single point that there is, it would be where everything expanded away from. Like when they talk about the Big Bang occurring from a single point, this point was every single point.
So if that wasn't if it wasn't the case, then the Earth would be the center, right?
Every point would be the center.
What's it? Big Bang is everywhere and knows everything.
Yeah, this is crazy. You don't even get it. Like they're explaining that they have to say that now because if there was an actual center, then the Earth would be at it. That's why
every single point would be at it, man.
That's what. Oh, I'm trying to explain.
If the universe started from a point, if there was only one point before and that point expanded, then that means that every point that exists at whatever point in the universe it is, all those points existed at where the single point was.
Sure.
All those points.
Now, okay, sure. But let's say now we only have that one point, and we're just like superimposing that on the universe that we have today. Okay. You with me? Okay.
Yeah,
so now
the whole universe is that point. Yeah.
And everything's expanding outwards, right? Would they not, if you basically press rewind, wouldn't everything contract to that one center point?
Yes.
Okay. So that's basically
That's where
what we're
all
saying.
the points exist
That's
at.
expanding from that center point where it started.
Yeah, that's what
No,
I'm
you
saying.
can't
All the
try to
points exist
try
at
to
that point.
find Big
Oh
Bang.
Lord.
Big Bang is everywhere. Big Bang lives
You're
and
purposely
knows
being
everything.
obtuse.
This is more egregious than any religious claim of creation ever could be.
Yeah, you got to
I
say it
mean, if
like
you
Big Bang now. Big Bang.
you ever wondered maybe it's just something that you have to try to understand, and
No,
it's
we
not
definitely
something
understand what
that
you're saying.
people.
We understand what you're saying, but you're purposely being obtuse by not understanding that there's a difference in size, right?
No, there's not a difference in size from points. A point's a point.
Not the point. There's a difference in size in terms of the entirety of the universe. So it started off as a point. Now it's much more than a point. If you were to superimpose that point, that would be the center point, right? Everything's expanding from that center point where the universe started.
So if there's one point, and then now there's more volume, and there's more points, all those points existed where that one point was.
Yes, I understand that, but they're still expanding from that center point of where the universe started.
Yeah, but they're not expanding into some space that was there. The space is being created.
That's fine. That's fine. It's still expanding outwards from that center point.
Okay, and that's happening at every. It's happening from every point, from the perspective of any
from
given
every
point.
single
That's
point,
happening.
it's expanding from that center point.
Right.
That's all we're saying. That there's a center point.
Yeah, that's what
where
I'm.
the universe
That's what I'm
started.
saying. Every single point is expanding as if it were that at that single point.
Wrong.
And every other point is expanding away from it.
Wrong, because you're trying to say that every single point is the center point. That's not true. If you rewind it, the center point is only in one area where it started.
And you just agreed.
Yeah. So I don't understand why you're saying there's something different now. If there's one point, and then now there's multiple points, every single point, there's no difference between any of them. Every single point is expanding away from every other point, and the only point that's going to appear to be the center is the one that you're experiencing it from. So when you look outward, everything's going to look like it's expanding away from you, no matter where you're looking, no matter where you're making the observation from.
Okay, but is there an actual center overall, though?
No.
You just said there was.
Yeah, I said every point is the center.
You're confused.
This is insane.
I mean, if my
You're either
computer's finally
confused or you're
up,
being
I'll show it to you.
purposefully, obstructive.
I mean, like I said, my computer's back up now, so it'll only take me about 30 seconds.
You got to talk to your agent.
No, I got to make you guys a picture. What did I make this for? I made it for several other people, and they got it instantly. So let's hope it works again.
We understand exactly what you're saying, and you've said it over and over, and everyone understands the conceptual framework that you're proposing.
It's a religious belief system, dude.
If you understood it, then
using Jedi mind tricks to
if you understood it, then
infiltrate the
you would be
system.
agreeing with it.
Bro,
from
you're
any given
a
point,
priest,
from any given
bro.
vantage point, every
You're
point
a
appears to
religious
be
fucking zealot, bro.
If I understood
every
it,
point
I'd
appears to be expanding away from it.
No, bro. He broke it down to you very simple.
Appears to be isn't the same as is.
So simple. If you perceive it relative to you as you being the center, that's something different other than the fact that there is objectively a center where everything's expanding from.
Yeah, but there is no point. There is no special point. Every single point was that point. So there's no point.
There's no point of origin. There's no
point talking about this.
There's no
Bruce
point of
Lee.
origin or prima causa in your existence of creation of our universe here. Like, this is why I ask you, can something come from nothing? Like, it's unfathomable to even allude at that being a potentiality. And when you understand that, you'll quickly see how your entire premise of the cosmic predications as to reality here is a false one.
I've heard you say this at least 20 times since I've known you.
Hey, yo,
Well, I'm
that's
trying to help
It's
you.
like,
Hey, can I
well,
add
no, it
something
doesn't
real
make
quick?
it doesn't make sense in this context. It almost never does.
Yo,
I
like,
relate.
It always
said
does.
that was elegantly said. I mean, some people
He said that earlier in the conversation we were having when it wasn't relevant then either. How's it elegantly said?
What's it?
Completely irrelevant.
He loves it.
Like, here's the thing: is like what I've realized is I've boiled it down to. It doesn't matter what topic it is, but a great one to show the absurdity is this: Kosho, can men get pregnant?
What are you talking about? Why are you asking that?
I'm just asking it
Men
because
pregnant?
it's a scientific fact we've known for centuries, and I want to hear you dance around it.
I mean,
Can
did you
men get
teach about the
pregnant?
birds and the bees?
Can men get pregnant?
Have you ever seen a man get pregnant? Why are you asking me this?
He's asking you, man. It's a simple question. Why are
I
you
mean,
so
you being
scared to
serious?
answer that?
Like, why would I? How about this?
I'm
Kosho?
not.
It'd be like
I'm not
this.
afraid to answer the
How
question.
about this?
Why are you
Kosho,
asking me if men can get pregnant? You know that men cannot
Kosho,
get pregnant.
why would I
Women
discuss
get pregnant.
this?
Men have
Kosho,
sex with women. I don't know why
Kosho,
you're
why
asking this
would I
question.
discuss the intricacies of the universe with someone who can't just answer whether or not men can get pregnant? Can men get pregnant?
I just answered the question. I'm just asking why you're asking the question.
Okay,
Dude, my
forgive me. I didn't hear
7-year-old
you.
could probably
I
answer
just
that.
told
I
you the
didn't
answer.
hear a yes or a no.
Everyone
That's what it
knows
was.
the
I
answer.
just
I
want to
just
hear a
told you.
yes or no. Yes or no. Can
So
men get
men
pregnant?
cannot
Kosho?
get pregnant. Women get pregnant. Men inseminate women with a sperm. This is
Okay,
This
cool,
is
cool.
100% fact.
Cool. Because
Why are you asking me this
hey,
question?
some people aren't sure of that. That for me is a
No, they're
good
not.
barometer of
Nobody's not
whether
sure
or
of
not
that.
I can discuss cosmology with somebody. That's all.
No, nobody's not sure of that, man.
I'm just saying it's one of those issues where if we can't agree on that, why would we discuss anything else, right?
I mean, it's a good point though that like what I found is if you just have an honest yes or no question, Globe Zealots cannot answer the question.
Right.
And what I found is that
know
even
right
if you
away.
explain something simple, that flat earthers will act as if they have a victory just because they can't understand something.
No, Kosho, you
Which
gotta
is
understand.
totally ironic, right?
Kosho, you're an
But
exception.
I'll make this picture and hopefully you'll get it. Hold on.
Kosho, you're an exception because you can admit that the scientists of today might be wrong, that NASA might be liars. I've heard you admit to these things, and that you've earned my respect for saying those things.
I've seen them. They've lied before.
But however, like when we get into the intricacies of some of these issues that seem to be black and white to the rest of us, and you guys keep trying to muddy the waters, I just think to myself, well, we should just boil this down to whether or not I could, why would I discuss intricacies of the writings of great men with someone who doesn't know the simple scientific, reality of and the answer to the question whether or not men and women can get pregnant?
Which great man are you referring to? Curious.
The scientists. I'm
wondering which
all
one.
of our observations are the same. It's just the conclusions that we differentiate on.
I'm just
How
curious
about
who you consider a
Tesla?
great
How
man.
about Tesla, Faraday, Steinmetz, Maxwell, Heaviside? How about the guys that subscribe to
I
ether
know
field
who
theory?
your
Hey, okay, I'll stop after
your
this.
views are, man. But I'm asking East.
Sorry, I'm saying I just want to let you know I got one that's just gonna kill you right now. You should just let it go. So, in the Friedman universe, one possible interpretation of the coordinates is that the whole space is on the surface of an expanding balloon and has no center. But in such a universe, there is no cosmic microwave background dipole, even in the presence of a peculiar velocity. In other words, the observation of a cosmic microwave background dipole excludes such an interpretation of the coordinates of the Friedman universe.
What do you mean by a dipole?
Well, I'm just saying your buddy over here that says that what you're saying is real about how everything just expands out and there is no center is saying that the dipole excludes it. So it looks like something you'd have to look into.
What dipole are you talking about?
Fairy tales.
Do you understand? Do you understand vortexes and polarity?
Sure. What's this dipole he's talking about then?
Well, then you should understand what a dipole is. A dipole moment.
I understand what a dipole is. I'm asking the one that he's referring to.
Are we talking about dark polarity?
No, he's talking about a dipole, which I'm trying to see what he's talking about when he says that. Because no one's explaining the expansion of the universe as a dipole, as far as I know.
Oh no, the CMB shows a dipole. What are you not listening?
Yeah, I'm asking you. What dipole are you talking about?
Well, just look it up. Just type in CMB dipole.
So you're saying that there's the North and the South Pole, and there's an expansion, and opposite charges, opposite forces.
Yeah. There's a CMB dipole.
Doesn't make sense.
Okay, I'll post a picture for the audience. It's going to look really familiar.
Download it.
What does that look like? That almost looks like a yin yang sign. Dun dun dun!
Let me look on my phone. Yeah, download this.
Is that a thermal image?
It's yeah.
What is this? What is this you posted?
It's what comes up for CMB dipole.
I know, but what is? Can you just? Where'd you get this picture?
Looks like a convection cell creating a vortex polarity.
These are this is your side's top sources. Here,
That's fine. Well, you're posting it, so I'm trying to figure out what this is. Hold on,
some digital art.
It's like a tie-dye
NFT.
gobstop.
This is them looking at the background radiation.
2 points to this, right? Point number one is it says one possible interpretation, right? And number two, it says but in such a universe. Yeah.
Do you not understand it? So it's saying that there is an interpretation of the coordinates where it says that the whole space is on the surface of an expanding balloon and has no center. But in that proposed universe or interpretation, there is no cosmic microwave background dipole, even in the presence of a peculiar velocity. In other words, the observation of a CMB dipole excludes such an interpretation of the coordinates of the Friedman universe, which is the interpretation Kosho was speaking of earlier, where the whole space is on the surface of an expanding balloon and has no center.
I didn't say the surface of the balloon thing, but what I'm reading here, it says once the cosmic microwave background dipole is removed, the variation in temperature of the CMB is astonishingly uniform, with variations of only 1 part, 10,000.
Once it's removed.
Right, yeah, it's saying it's uniform.
So what? The fact the dipole is there debunks the claim it's expanding like a balloon.
Wait, say again?
The fact the dipole's there debunks the idea that it's expanding like a balloon and there is no center.
Yeah, but I'm not even sure there is a dipole. Yeah.
Okay. Some lengthy reading. For me, I like this is just like, whoa, of course that's there. That's why my logo is the yin yang.
Take a dipole moment. Hold on.
So these are all just universities and.
Do you know what the ultimate yin and yang is? It's the conjugate geometry of magnetism, the magnetic field, and the dielectric field, being the hyperboloid and the toroid.
Of course.
That's a dipole.
That's why it's my logo, man.
Yeah. I have the same logo, but mine is just yours is a cross section, where mine is in its completeness.
Correct. Yeah, like that's why I chose this when I changed my logo, because we live in an electromagnetic field. Of course, yin yang explains it.
Yep. It can only be as such.
Yeah. Like what really got me jumping down into what the Earth really is was magnetism.
Yeah, same here.
There's an inertial plane. There's a toroid of movement over top of the stationary Earth plane.
Yeah, that's one thing I haven't really gotten into with you guys yet is polarity and vortex and how they're relatable within this magnetic and dielectric field, and how everything is premised off of this. All life exists only at the plane of inertia, which is true magnetism.
Correct. I mean, everything's right in front of us. That's why I bring this up, though, because this just shows you, of course, you're looking at energy out there that's centered on the Earth. Duh. The fact people go around thinking that flat Earth has this like crazy, shaky, intellectual ground and that they're just insane is very ironic.
That is interesting, though. So I got to say that.
Yeah.
I remember I brought up Axis of Evil probably about maybe
4 years ago.
3.5 years ago, and nobody had heard about it.
What was
I
it?
first heard it from you. I first heard it from you, though, Branch.
What was it, Branch? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm just saying it's not really a well-known thing, the whole Axis of Evil, basically having symmetry within the universe. Because when I did bring it up in the whole Flat Earth community, and when I say that Gem Panda's room is what I mean, nobody had really heard about it. I don't think anybody had heard about it.
I remember some people were doubting you for a second.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, NASA basically, like, I don't know if you would say hid it, but they didn't really see what they expected or wanted, and they just stopped doing it and didn't really tell everyone about it. So, to be fair,
I would say there hasn't been a lot of investigation done to it either in the scientific community that I've read about.
No. Yeah, it's not a subject you're allowed to talk about. I actually have a really good quote about that, which I
Although it is interesting, right? It's like if there is an axis to the universe, then what does that mean? That has all types of implications as far as, is the whole thing rotating? It brings up.
Yeah,
questions.
it just implies it's all spinning around us, like we at the middle of it. That's all it's implying, though. I don't know if it's saying that we're at the center of the universe's expansion.
Oh, the axis of evil? No, the axis of evil had nothing to do with flat Earth. This is something.
No, but I mean,
separate.
it's just. Yeah, I'm not talking about flat Earth. I'm just saying it's not saying whether or not we're the central point of the universe's expansion. It's just saying that our solar system is set on a certain plane that everything revolves around it, and then we're at the center of this axis of revolution.
Yeah,
it makes no sense though, where the sun's supposed to be the center of what we're doing.
I think I personally would say that if the whole universe is actually spinning, then there will be a reason why things will line up.
That's what it's doing, man. The sky, everything out there spins.
Like if you consider if things have been spinning since the Big Bang, then there's definite reason why things will line up, right?
Well, sure. I mean, Big Bang, whatever. But yeah, like
there's no original cause.
They're clearly spinning. Yeah, they're spinning.
But I mean, what's the point of bringing this up? Because I know you don't even believe in this stuff. Is it just to show that there's, like what is the point? Because I know you don't even believe in none of this. So.
Well, I don't disbelieve that there's energy that can be seen with the radiation observation in the sky.
So you believe in this in the CMB?
I don't have any reason to believe that there would be nothing there. I wouldn't say I know it's real or anything.
But you know what?
But I mean, the
it doesn't
CMB
make
then
any
tells
sense,
us
though,
that
right?
Earth.
It really doesn't make
I
sense.
mean, uh-huh.
What doesn't make sense?
They didn't expect to see this, and they then hid it. Okay, then you can go find out what it was. You can see the people's comments on it, and then it's basically been halted. They've been told to basically not pursue it. It's called evil.
No, none of that stuff happened where people were not allowed to pursue this.
Yeah, no one was told. But I mean, the implications. The only implication of this Whitson is that the solar system and Earth in general, its position in the grand scheme of things is a bit more special than we previously thought.
Well,
But it still tells us that the universe is huge. It still tells us, that it's really old. So, I mean, I don't understand. Do you believe this, or
the cosmic microwave?
Because the universe is then still 46 billion light years across. Do you believe that? If you believe in the CMB,
dude, the CMB doesn't say that anything's anything far away. Okay, that's how
it
you
does.
interpret what's there.
That's exactly the implication of the CMB. We are looking back in time at the oldest light. That's still visible.
But honestly, we got to remember what culture has been saying all
That's
along.
why. Yeah, but that's why I'm confused now, because it sounds like you all of a sudden believe in the CMB.
The CMB is not something you believe in; it's an observation. I don't believe in your
Okay.
interpretation.
So you
interrupting me to do so.
okay?
That's true.
What do you interpret the CMB as then? What is it to you?
It's background energy that's clearly centered to the Earth because everything in the sky spins in a cycle centered to the Earth.
Yeah, but if
That's
everything's
all. That's
a lie,
all the CMB
if
is
everything's
to
a
you.
lie, though, what Lise is trying to say is everything's a lie. Why would they even have brought up this CMB shit?
Yeah, and why would you believe it if it's NASA bringing it? Telling us about it. Like it's just a bit confusing.
Well, it's not like no one can try to look at the sky without NASA. It's just they have the ability to do it all across the world more efficiently.
Yeah, a lot of these guys set up future
That's what NASA
roadblocks so that when technology catches up with the general public, there's already presumed reified answers to their question.
It's genius.
Well, they couldn't find a way to explain it. They had to put it down.
Maybe they included the CMB thing in just to fuck people over a little bit. Give them something to talk about.
Yeah.
So it sounds like
it's an interesting find, and it hasn't yet been.
Now all of a sudden, NASA's an agency that we can't trust at all. And if that's the case, then you guys have to be willing to throw out the freaking.
I'm not saying we don't trust NASA. I'm curious as to why you all of a sudden trust NASA.
I'm curious
why
as to
this is true, but nothing else NASA says is true.
No, but this is one thing; it hasn't been confirmed yet.
Is to ask me
that. Yeah, I understand that, Kosho, but Whitson believes this to be true.
Here's the thing. NASA often mislabels things.
I guess the question is
change things to keep up with their paradigm.
Why is
no
the
one's saying it doesn't
CB
exist
of this background radiation and the axis? Why is that legit fucking information? And nothing
all
else
of a
is
legit.
sudden.
Is it perceivable?
We can't trust anything else NASA says except for this.
Yeah, dude.
Is it perceivable?
Right. Instinct is to ask me about it.
I'm just curious, Whitson. Yeah, because I hear you guys shit on NASA all the time, and now all of a sudden.
You can't let me because if I coherent.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
It destroys you every time. So, this isn't exclusive to NASA. Okay, you can do it yourself. NASA just did it much more efficiently.
It's only NASA making this claim. No one else is making this claim except for NASA. It's from two NASA experiments: the Planck observations and the WMAP probes. Those are the only two expeditions from which this claim emanates. No one else is making this claim.
Okay,
it's based on let me say this: the claim is made on the data collected from these two expeditions. No one else has data on this except for NASA.
Right.
So why do you believe it?
Well, it's not that I believe it. I've already said I don't automatically
Mm-hmm.
believe it. It's the point is that you believe what they say about space, okay? And now they're saying this about space. What I think is they're noticing that they're going to get busted and they're going to have to absorb that the Earth's actually geocentric. So they're trying to get out ahead of it, test the waters, plan it subconsciously over the course of years.
Couldn't they just not have released that data? Can they just not have?
Listen, really quick. You started this entire conversation saying that it's actually related to the Earth's tilt.
Yeah, like you would expect the Earth be tilted, but actually it doesn't show that. It shows that there's a tilt in space itself.
And again, it's been about 3 years since I read about this shit, so maybe a little bit shady on it.
They're talking about the graininess, the isotrope, whatever you call it.
Well,
the direction of the grains.
From what I'm seeing,
is it the same? Is it the same orientation as our?
Kosha, what I'm saying is that it's the same orientation as the plane of the solar system.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's what I remember too. But he did say something about
not the tilt of the Earth.
Well, no. I think it's
That's
the
a
Earth's
big
relationship to the
bro,
solar
because if we're talking about the tilt of the Earth, that's something that happened because the moon hit it. It's very random.
It could be a coincidence, but it's.
Okay, so it says, please try and understand. There is one and only one cosmological model that would have predicted a cosmological significance to the 23.5 degree angle of the ecliptic. It is the geocentric model. In the heliocentric model, this 23.5 degree angle is ascribed to a tilt in the Earth's axis. In other words, it's purely local phenomena, not expected to have any cosmological significance.
Yeah, but what if it's not based on the model? It's just coincidence. Maybe it's not even a thing. Like it's not something that's been repeatedly observed. It's not even brought up when the data from the WMAP data is discussed. You know what I mean? It's not referenced when you look through the WMAP data. They talk about like the microwave background radiation, and they talk about dark energy, but they don't really talk about the axis of evil. You have to look for that specific anomaly.
Well, I guess the deeper question here is actually whether we're talking about the tilt of the Earth or the plane of the solar system. Because
I think it's the same. It's the same thing.
You came in here, Witsit, telling us that the CMB axis is in line with the tilt of the Earth.
Yeah, no, but I think it's the same thing in this context. They're talking about the Earth.
It's definitely
they're talking about the Earth.
Same thing. One's a
completely
they're saying
hold on, Brent. You're saying the Earth's relationship with the orbital plane of the solar system, which is
what I'm asking is this: I'm asking Witsit. Witsit, is the axis you're talking about, right? Is that in line with the solar system or the tilt of the Earth?
There is no solar system the way you think it is. It's about you look up a 23 degree tilt to where you see the plane.
Okay, so it's definitely not in line with the tilt of
very carefully.
the Earth, is it?
Listen, if you had a plane of orbit, okay, a plane, and it was orbiting, then you looked up from the Earth, it's at 23.5 degrees. Okay, now they say that we're actually tilted on a ball going around the sun, and that's what that is. But it's not.
So what you're saying is that that measurement you're talking about means that the axis of evil is in line with the solar system, and it actually has nothing to fucking do with the tilt of the Earth. Is that correct?
It has nothing to do with the solar system. It's about cosmic alignment, galaxy alignment.
It's about the solar system. The axis of evil. It's about the solar system.
Right. And I think right now, what we're trying to say is when you came in and telling us that on the geocentric model, it's very interesting why the tilt of the Earth actually fucking shows alignment with the cosmic background radiation. What I'm trying to say to you is that was absolute bullshit. Because in reality, it's in line with the solar system, not the tilt of the Earth.
I didn't say that.
Bro, you can rewind this motherfucker and listen. You said that.
That's right.
That was your
Yeah,
opening statement.
you read a
brought
quote.
this shit
You read
up.
a
That's what
quote
you wanted to talk
saying
about.
that.
I read the
Yeah,
quote.
you did read a quote saying that.
I read the quote, and he's misinterpreting the quote and saying I said his misinterpretation, and I just read the quote again a second ago.
Yeah, the point
I'm not
is
the type
that
of
if the
person that
entire
goes back
solar
and
system
reads,
is
bro,
at this
but
tilt, if the entire solar system's at this tilt, it's not a thing local to Earth and specific to Earth. It's
Exactly.
not Earth's tilt.
Thank you, percent. See, percent tells me when I call another motherfucker out.
Branch, that's what I said in the beginning.
So whether it's at the scope of the entire solar system or it goes beyond that to like other galaxies, nebulas, whatever, is irrelevant. The point is it's not the Earth that's tilted. It's all of it.
And it goes all the way out, not
and
just.
that's why I can actually see reason why the tilt could have. I mean, if we're talking about the entire universe spinning, that gives me a little fucking reason to say that there's an axis, and if there is an axis, then yeah, when fucking gases first of all are fucking moving and shit, they're moving in a certain direction that would cause certain reasons for there to be an anomaly in the number of formations of solar systems in a certain plane.
So
Is there tilted in the geocentric model?
it just seems like your side says that it was probably wrong, and your instinct is to try to pretend somehow it doesn't say that, and then ask me questions about what I think.
No, we're not asking you questions. I just want to clarify whether or not you were saying that this whole fucking thing you've been talking about for the last hour and a half or so or whatever was based upon the fact that you think the tilt of the Earth is in relation to the tilt of the fucking universe, and it's not.
That is not at all what has happened for the last hour and a half. Okay, so I never said that. We just covered that I never said that, and Percentage clarified it. I have covered numerous different subjects in here, and each one of them, I asked the room, they say the wrong thing. I showed them their side with credentials saying what I just said. Then they try to say that he wasn't meaning that, or it's out of context. Then they slowly say, okay, yeah, fine, what's it matter? And they don't realize the implication is.
Okay, so what you mean is for an hour and a half, it started off talking about this. You talked about a whole bunch of bullshit in the middle that didn't matter, and now we're back on it.
Everything has been relevant to the discussion, my man Branch. I guess you weren't.
Branch is just trolling, man. Don't take the bait.
I'm just saying, I'm guessing you weren't listening, man. Like, we've just been destroying the heliocentric model for an hour.
No, but
I just
none of
wanted
these
to share
questions.
something. I kind of been waiting to say it. I think
Yeah,
you guys
go
are.
ahead, Dash, stop.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I think you guys are confusing the CMB with galactic jets or astrophysical jets. If you look up the very term, it's what emanates from all black holes or galaxies, and I think is often confused with CMB. But and I just wanted to share that.
Why do you say that?
Well, I got a video here that I'm in the middle of watching, but it's explaining antimatter and what emanates from that being. Yeah, I'll just post it in the main chat. Maybe you guys could take a look at it, and then when I finish the video, maybe I'll have an answer for you.
The CMB shows that there are galaxies aligned central to the Earth.
Oh well, no, that was the talking about the axis of evil, the second observation. The dude who was trying to from the first one.
Yeah, evil is showing that the galaxies are aligned central to the Earth.
No,
And that's why I'm saying the whole thing's spinning.
not what it shows.
Yes, it is.
No, it shows the what do you call it, the anisotropy or whatever, the graininess, and it's showing that the Earth's tilt is aligned with that graininess.
We're not even close to being aligned with the Milky Way, are we?
No, we're not. No.
Right. Such a stupid claim to claim you're inside of it.
So it kind of throws out.
No, we are inside of it. We are indeed inside of it. What are you talking about?
No, we're not.
What are you talking about, dude?
The Milky Way is
night
just
sky.
a celestial
Out
event that
of
we observe in the
curiosity,
sky.
Kosho, do you know how off we are off the axis?
I forget, but I remember we're
Just
kind of. I
average,
think we
like.
might even be perpendicular or something.
Yo, how we got a
perpendicular? Okay, you know what?
Remember. Don't quote me on that.
How we got a picture of the Milky Way if we're inside of it?
We have the picture of the Milky Way. Every star you see in the night sky is in the Milky Way.
But have you never seen supposed pictures of Milky Way? I'm pretty sure there was one in my textbook. It's like, you are here.
Dude,
No,
you know
I've
what?
seen it all
Kosho,
the time.
it would be a
That's
super
I see
interesting
the
thing to
Milky Way
do,
all the
yeah?
time.
That shit is funny.
Kosho, this may be a
What's up, man?
fucking, almost like a paper we could fucking write. It's to see if
What's
there's
up,
a correlation between spins of solar systems. Because we got enough data today to be able to do that analysis. I wonder if anybody's already done it, and if they haven't, we should fucking do it and write a paper on it.
I mean, I've talked
I
about
want you to
this.
cite me as your motivation for the study. Make sure you explain.
Yeah,
I'm a
Witzy,
flat
you're going to
earther.
be part of this paper too, my brother. Don't worry about it. No, nobody doesn't get credit. If anything,
Okay, so
you can be the author of this paper if you want. I don't want
Wow, I bet it's
nothing.
going to go really far. Flat earthers are allowed to talk for freely in the academic realm for sure.
Nah, bro. No, I mean, I'm not the type of person that wants fucking recognition for any shit I do. I'll let you take all the fucking.
Here, Branch, I got an answer for you, dude.
Dude, did you see that
It
guy's
says
ears?
we're off by about 60 degrees.
I thought he was a flat earther for a second there.
It's interesting, dude. And like, you know what? When we look at fucking pictures that came back from Hubble, there's no fucking alignment. They're just all over the place. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you mean Sophia?
No, he means
Why
Hubble.
Why don't you
No,
guys
Sophia.
talk about magnetics instead of flat Earth?
I'm sure Dice Slow would be jizzing in his pants if we did that.
This shows that it's only possible that everything is in an electromagnetic field and that the Earth is the center of it.
But you guys could do a TED talk.
Well, it's a funny thing that you guys think that because they told y'all a lie. They're not finding this monopole over at the Lagrange points and out on the other satellites. Only in that near Earth monopole. Only in that near Earth receiver did they get the monopole, and the explanation for that is ignored from Pierre Marie Robitaille at the moment. But that's it's the Earth's oceans emitting microwave radiation that it has absorbed.
Grim,
Good absorbers
before we
are
lose the
emitting.
point that Mel made, can some motherfucker invite Ted to this motherfucking Discord? Because Mel made a good point.
What's it? Did we not
Jeremy,
go
how's
over
my
this?
microphone, dude?
My bad, Grim. Please go ahead.
Did we not go over this? Did we not go over this 10 minutes ago? That
I think they're ready, Branch.
what you were claiming about was just an interpretation of data that was given to him. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the monopole dipole
because
thing.
it almost feels like
Yeah,
we're not
not only that, they
discussing what Grim
added.
just said.
They overlaid the monopole maps into their other maps and that confused people thinking that those other maps were presenting monopole data, which they were not. So they don't have they don't have three different monopole location data sets. They only have the one. They've been lying the whole time.
And it's just one person's interpretation of the data that he's received. Yeah. So therefore, there's nothing in it that says that it's absolute fact and that this is what exactly is going on. It clearly states at the beginning it is an interpretation. Yeah?
Right, but you
absolutely.
So you're in here boasting about it like it totally destroys everything.
Yeah, that's crazy talk right there.
It does, buddy.
It doesn't destroy anything. It's someone's interpretation.
It wasn't just one person that did it and gave his opinion. It was open for everyone to access the data and look at it, and everyone in your field that claims the Earth's a magic spinning ball and is in astrophysics have all agreed it shows something that's not consistent with any type of prediction within the current framework.
So Witsit, based on the conversation just
Hold up.
at
Let
hand,
Infidel
right?
reply to that.
You're absolutely
Wait, where's
right. There's
Witsit
no
going?
reason for CMB to even line up with our solar system. There's no reason, unless it's just a coincidence.
It doesn't.
But if all the scientists got together and they agree that this interpretation is correct, then would it be just an interpretation, or would it be something else?
Right, but no. Again, that's exactly the point. It's an interpretation of measurements, which could be
guys,
wrong.
let's respond to him, man.
Rob now, Brent. It's the very group of people that you're trying to simultaneously invoke as evidence for the validity of your cosmology.
It would not be an interpretation if the scientific community thought that the data that they received and interpreted was actually true and factual.
Has the scientific community actually blessed the axis of people? I don't think they have.
Hold up. Let's say this photo, right? Let's say the CMB, the data itself is factual. Okay. So if it is, regardless of what the interpretation is going to be, you can't say that maybe this thing isn't being observed. They're observing something. If it's factual data, and the interpretation is kind of inconsequential.
Well, see, the data is factual. The interpretation is what the problem is, right?
No, but I'm hearing it from both sides now. I'm hearing that it doesn't like this axis that's observed isn't actually true. We're not actually observing it. The data is wrong.
Well, no, you're not actually observing remnant. Hold on, you're not actually observing remnants of a leftover. What they're saying in the electric universe is you're not actually observing remnants of the past in that aspect. You're actually witnessing remnants of an electric circuit that is in process. You're still in it. It's still electricity there. There's still a flip going on, and that's what you're looking at. This leftover light. There's no.
But is it aligned? Is it aligned with the ecliptic of Earth?
Tell them to show you some leftover light. Show me, like in a laboratory, right? They just made this shit up, dude.
You know, they say that the static you get on your TV, at least back in the day,
well,
on any channel, that static is from the CMB.
They need it for the Big Bang because that's the expansion. So they need the heat signature for the expansion.
Grim, wouldn't you say that light from the sun is leftover light?
No.
It's not like it reached us.
No, they're talking about leftover.
instantaneously.
No, they're talking about leftover magnetism light, like the magnetic spectrum, the microwave background there. That's supposed to be leftover.
It's light. It's just light.
Yeah, just light.
Obviously,
there's hanging around trapped there from the beginning of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's light that it's light from when the universe started, and because we've expanded and moved away from it, it's taken so long to reach us.
Some dumb shit.
Can't verify that.
You feel ridiculous when you just say your religion as if it's bad like that.
Witsit, you believe this as well? Like, come on, man.
Logically make any sense?
No.
This is part of the axis of this is part of the axis of evil cosmology.
That's assumption mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, you're only picking up the monopole data right next to Earth. You're not picking it up at the Lagrange points, and you're not picking it up further than that either. Therefore, theory debunked, dude. It's not everywhere. It's coming. It's really from the Earth's oceans. You haven't ruled that out. The only radar or what do you call it? Receiver that they could, that they could use to tell if it was directly from the Earth or not. They destroyed it right away as soon as Pierre Robitaille started talking about the fucking that satellite being the Kobe instrument or whatever, being the best one to delineate the difference between the Earth's emitting microwave radiation from the oceans or if it's coming from outside sources. And they destroyed the satellite or the ground-based receiver that you could use that for. It's interesting that they did that because therefore they've already solidified in the public's eye that this is the truth and that's it. And then they took away the ways to falsify it.
But Grim, which Lagrange points would you want them to be at? If they were at L2, that would be fine. If that's where they were making their observations, right?
They weren't though. See, they weren't
They
making the
were.
observations of a monopole. No.
The Planck spacecraft was at L2.
Buddy, it doesn't. Yeah, that
when it was
spacecraft was
doing all
there.
of
Yeah,
this.
but it didn't take monopole data. It took a different type of map. It just took it.
What kind of map did it take?
Well, it's not monopole. They only in the paper that paper.
It is
describes
monopole.
they
That's why they saying they having this axis of evil because
dude, they took the monopole data from the Earth space station and they overlaid it on top of the map. It says right there in the thing that this is not monopole data from the satellite. I don't know what you think you're talking about right now, but you need to read the fine print in that study.
In what thing?
And any of the data, monopole data, direct data that comes from any of the satellites that you think show monopole data.
What I've read doesn't say that. The direct data that I've read doesn't say that.
Yeah, absolutely does. You're just skipping over it.
It doesn't say
that. Listen, man, I'm talking about, these are professionals in the field that are talking about this, man. It's not just like vacuum cleaner salesmen or
I mean, I'm not coming up with this either, bro. What I've read doesn't say this, Grim.
One of you needs to pull up a study showing that it's either saying it or not.
I'll give you a whole Professor
I'll pull up
Professor Pierre Robitaille's videos on it, where he goes through, drops the links to all the papers and everything that he writes, the papers that he's talking about. He literally goes over this monopole data to exhaustion, and he shows you very clearly how they use the isotropy maps or whatever, and how what the mistakes were in that.
I mean,
but what I read,
part of the problem, Grim, is that we don't know enough about this theory you're talking about. You know, it's obviously a different theory, and I don't think that everybody's just discounting it off the bat. But again, I don't think that people know enough about it to be able to actually discuss it.
Well, I can see that. I mean, people are thinking that they actually got monopole data from places that they're not actually getting it from. They only used monopole data in the study when they were talking about those, as they overlaid other shit onto it. So that's from the original positions, closer local points by Earth.
Do you think you can separate the North from South Pole of a magnetic field? Like if you were to take a magnet and slice it up 1 trillion times, do you think you're ever going to separate those two things?
Of course not. They always.
So then why would you invoke a monopole?
Well, because it's not a magnet. It's not a permanent magnet. It's an electrical system.
I mean, here's the problem: is that you're following the school of thought that light's over here, magnetism's over there, electricity's over here,
no,
and that they're all separate.
Of the light itself, dude. That's what you're looking at. The polarization of light as a monopole, not magnet.
This is why I say.
Well, it's a trick because it's not a magnetic monopole.
It's never really described polarity vortexes properly. Like they're asserting the wrong things and just completely arbitrarily conceiving and following suit to a concept rather than the physicality of how nature works.
Grim, I guess one question I should probably ask you is this, right? The notion of how gravity works and that stuff is pretty set in I don't know if you want to call it the Einsteinian universe or the Newtonian universe, one of these. But in the electric universe, I'm not sure exactly how that works. But could it have actually been used to predict Neptune's existence?
Yeah,
it's Newtonian. Anyway, the electric universe is basically uses Newtonian gravity. They don't, concern themselves so much with space-time curvature and all of that.
Okay, then what about?
There's no evidence for that.
Then what about Mercury?
Fuck Mercury.
Because Mercury doesn't conform.
You gotta remember that these guys already conform. Listen, they're like government. The guys who came out with these, remember, government's always been ahead of us, right? So obviously they've already been looking with telescopes at the sky for a very long time. And there's no telling how they could have already or not found this and then threw it in and acted like this, look, we found this because of this theory. That way we can make this theory so real.
Fuck the
Look, I
government.
found this thing. I'm saving my fucking, you know what I mean? It's very possible that could have happened. That they could have seen it first and then ad hoc a theory around it to make you believe that, you know what I mean? Their theory was
I don't know
absolutely
if you
correct.
know
Give
about
themselves
fucking Mercury
credentials
and shit, but like
they don't deserve.
they couldn't figure out Mercury shit for a long time, Grim. Like they actually got to a point where they created a separate fucking planet and said that, you know what, Mercury's orbit must be this way because of planet Vulcan. And then a new theory came out which dissolved that and actually explained why Mercury works
Vulcan,
the way it
huh?
does, and that's a space-time theory.
Yep. And there's got to be a planet X. And, the other thing that they haven't found yet's got to be there too. And
But yeah, Mercury, excuse me, I thought you said Mars, but Mercury itself.
Yeah, Mercury, the little bitty one.
Yeah,
The baby.
They could have easily, because they look at eclipses all the time. They've been doing it since the beginning of them
Oh my
being
god,
able to.
Grim, you are not gonna use that they just got it wrong.
No, I'm saying that they actually could have already witnessed Mercury near the sun during an eclipse, since they like to look at eclipses so very much. And then said, look, there must be a Mercury there or something. Due to my theory.
We're talking about, we already knew Mercury.
You flat earthing right now. You flat earthing.
No, what happened with Mercury was
You asked
this.
me to speculate, though,
We saw Mercury.
Didn't he ask me to speculate?
We saw Mercury.
He asked me to speculate.
Okay, he did. He did.
Grim, hold on. Let me tell you what happened with Mercury, bro. We saw it. We knew how fast it moved, and it didn't conform with Newtonian physics, which is what the electric universe is based off of.
I don't know what you're trying to say, dude.
I'm trying to say, how the fuck does electric universe explain the fucking orbit of Mercury? Because we needed new physics to explain it.
Yeah, it was off by like 3 parsecs over a century or something, or three parsecs, 3 arc seconds.
Yeah, basically, Branch is trying to say we needed general relativity to fix it.
We needed Einstein to tell us why Mercury moved this way.
Branch, how many titty hairs is an arc second?
Yeah, Mercury might be more subjective to the electric
Everybody
field.
knows that. 7 titty hairs.
Yo, Grim, can I ask you a question? All magnetic monopoles a real thing? Do they? No. Does that exist?
Well, not in a magnet. In an electric system, yeah, but not in a magnet. I just tried to clear that up.
How would they exist in an electric field if it's the same
because it's the
phenomenon?
polarization of light itself from what do you call it? Microwaves, basically.
But how do you polarize a monopole? How do you have polarization if you only have a north pole? There's no opposite pole to
Think of it like taking the South Pole and shoving it into the center and grabbing the North Pole and fully enwrapping the whole entire thing. So you have really 2 poles. Yeah, it's really 2 poles, but one of them is stuffed in the center of the other, and the other is all around the outside. It would be like having a positive particle with a negative shell around it, separated by magnetism or a dielectric, in a way.
It's like bowling, where the pins are thrown at you.
So yeah, you really have 2 poles still, but one pole.
Would you then say something like an electron would be an electric monopole?
Hold on, man. Damn. This
No, I hear the point you're making. I just want clarity now. Would you say an electron or maybe a proton is an electric monopole?
No.
Why not?
No, because
that's what you're explaining. It only carries one type of charge.
Well, we're talking about a bigger system in the first place, right? You're talking about the light that you're seeing from the system, but the light doesn't come from just the one thing. Other things have to interact with this system for that energy release in the first place. So it's not as simple as just one
I don't
thing
know,
or
Grim.
another. It's a complex system.
I think if what you're saying is true, then an electron or a proton would be an electric monopole.
I don't know why, but whatever.
Because they only carry one type of electrical charge. An electron is fully negative in charge.
Yeah, in charge.
There's something so negative.
In electric charge.
Yeah,
Huh?
in charge.
Yeah. Electric charge, yeah. What other
That's
kind of
right.
charge? I'm not talking about color charge or anything.
Right,
So
but
then
if
an
they're in
electron
charge,
would be
magnetism ensues, right? From a charge, magnetism ensues, right?
yeah, but
You don't get
I've
one without
never
the
heard
other.
of a magnetic dipole. Maybe an electric dipole. And if I think of electric dipoles, I would think of an electron or a proton. But a magnetic
monopole?
dipole, I don't. I'm monopole. Sorry, yeah, monopole. I'm just asking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
Is that every
well, that's
time they
what I'm
consider
saying.
the-
An electric, we're not talking about a magnetic monopole. We're talking about from an electric system, a monopole.
Right, but the problem is this: what he's trying to
Mhm.
say is this: charges as we know it come from a particle that has a charge.
Right. But when you start bringing these,
No, hold on, Graham. Or whoever, Branch. You say you have a charge, and then therefore you call it a particle where it came from.
There's a chart. It has
I'm
a
not sure I
chart.
want to go there with you, bro.
Why you guys are sorting this out? Why you guys are sorting this out? Like monkeys. I just want to say I'm inviting Mr. Witchett and Percentage and Crit. I don't know, some other Dice Low. Some of these dudes.
The what?
I have a picture I'm posting. I just want you to pick one dot. Any dot that you think is your favorite dot. And then
Can I do it, Koso?
Yeah, how dare you not invite Dawn?
Kosho, for reals, are you trying to say a
You
motherfucker's
guys
come to
continue
this
the
picture?
conversation. I just want them to pick. You can pick it in the text chat. Yeah.
All right, I picked a dot. Koso's never getting my dot. He's never getting it.
You gotta tell me what you
He's
got.
just gonna show you how the dots move away from each
Witchett
other.
has left the building.
Yeah. This is just the expansion of the universe stuff, man.
Yeah, and they all didn't believe me, man.
I
That's all.
remember I fucked you over somehow.
Do you think this is gonna make them believe you, Kosho?
I mean, it's just gonna prove it to them. They can deny proofs in front of their face.
All right, Kosho, from the middle.
Let's see.
The second
Okay,
square little
Kosho,
purple
what if
bottom.
Say again, Don?
In the middle, where the middle red is at the bottom,
Yeah.
go up to the second square little purple from the middle bottom.
Okay, I see it. All right. Give me 35 seconds.
sorry guys. Big rip. All right, here you go.
You guys don't like football that much, huh? I'm seeing a correlation between flat earthers and people that enjoy flat earth and people that enjoy football. I think that a lot of people.
Bro, the Super Bowl hasn't started yet. Like what are you talking
No,
about?
but like
there
got
aren't
this
very
feeling,
many
like, the people
activists.
that are into this shit don't enjoy football as much as some others.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Which team do you root for, Branch? I never hear you talk about football.
I don't like football. I don't like football.
Okay.
Here, guys. Here's a link to a bunch of videos from Pierre Marie Robitaille. And remember, in his videos, in the description links are full details of the papers and everything in all of his videos with these description links or boxes.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Dude, I swear, if Kosho does an actual magic trick right now.
It's not a magic trick, man. It's the only magic trick that will happen here is we'll grow in learning something.
Yeah.
Because earlier I had a bunch of doofuses laughing at me, right? I didn't let it bother.
You know, the plural for doofus is doofi.
Doofi laughing at me. I didn't
I
let
thought
it
it was
bother me. Okay.
Hey,
But,
Kosho.
You need to relax, Kosho.
Kosho, remember last night Biodu was laughing at me because I said diamonds needed a little electric charge to start growing? Just fucking laughed at me like I was an idiot. And then when I showed him the paper and he was looking for something to beat it with, he just faded off into the background and didn't say shit like, oh, it looks like you're right. Why do they do that? Why do they just quit and never say, it looks like you're right?
It's ego. Because it's Dunning-Kruger.
Grim, when you think about it, it makes complete
It is
sense.
Dunning-Kruger.
They want to be right because they know that you are wrong, and they rate that level of right based on you're 100% wrong. So
Yeah,
they're
we know
100%
if you got a whole bunch of
That
motherfucking
makes
protons and electrons and shit just rolling around, the electrons are the only ones fucking touching each other. The only way to make them start fucking combining in a crystal structure,
freeze them.
is something to trigger it. You need
Right.
it's almost like an inclination point, right?
Yo, let me ask Coach about this thing here real quick. And yeah, we all know what the cog this is, man.
That was beautiful,
you know,
Graham.
like Graham, last night, motherfucking Riding tried to give me more low Earth orbit shit again, dude. It was hilarious. Anyway, fucking Coach, what is this where you're showing me like time lapse of now and after of if it was expanding where we see positions of things, and if we are in the middle?
Show you that no matter what frame you observe it from, if the universe expanded from a single point and expanded out, and all the points came from that same singular point, and it was all expanding and all from all places, then no matter what vantage point you're observing from, it'll always appear as if you were at the center. Just the truth of it.
Okay, now take a point of view, like, you know, a God mode type point of view, where you see all of them.
Exactly. Well,
you don't focus on any specific one.
That frame doesn't exist.
Why not?
Me and Don had a debate about this for way too long.
I never conceded.
Yeah, I know you never did concede. I remember that, man.
It's true.
But
Listen,
that's not the way the universe works, man. There's no God mode.
Let's talk about this.
There's no preferred frame.
Kosha, do you remember when Charlotte used to go on about geocentrism like a fucking crazy bitch?
She's a geocentrist, yeah.
And
I guess what you would have to do,
the normal shit I do, which is try to get the back of the person in the room that's not getting their back taken care of. This is the same fucking shit I gave for my reasonings behind why geocentrism is fucking legit. Because there's no way to decipher a difference.
So you're saying it could go either way, Branch, and that's why.
What I'm saying is, the shit in the sky is gonna move the way shit in the sky does. It's all up to how we interpret it.
If you listen to what Branch said, what he just said is he'll look for any refuge, any dirt on the ground that he can use as his weapon against a bunch of people arguing against somebody arguing by themselves.
Yeah, the underdog.
What he said,
Supporting the underdog.
Can we talk hypothetical? Like, if you were,
I do that.
where
that a lot.
Would you have to like see the edge to the edges and then measure into where the center point would be? Is that how you know?
You said I was a genius.
There is no center point, is what I'm saying to you, sir.
Listen, if you were in a area that's called the universe, a bubble, what have you, if you wanted to, in theory, figure out where the middle of that bubble was, you would just have to like get distances to the known edge, right?
Let me ask you this question, sir. Let me ask you this fucking question, sir.
If you could keep up,
what if there was a bubble and it was a magic bubble, not the kind you blow, but it just started out as nothing and it started expanding right in front of your face, and now it's a huge bubble in front of your face. You know, where would you say the bubble started? Which part of the bubble would it start at?
The distance from your face. It stays the same distance.
There was none of it. Yeah, no.
I think, are you talking about the middle part? So there'd still be a middle, is all I'm saying. I'm just talking about if we were to talk about where would the center. You're presenting that because it's so vast in the expansion rate, it's easy to see that everywhere can appear to be the center from our perspective, from that perspective. But I guess I'm just asking you, like, in theory, right? I was going to do step one, like, hey, we'd have to see to the edge. And then I was going to go step two, like, well, what process is going to be able to use because of the speed, the light, the expansion rate and all that? Like, is it ever an end in sight to actually talking about where the edge and or middle of the universe? Because I watch Edge of the Universe video, I'm like, we're on 1%, we know nothing.
Okay, what about a golf ball that is like a regular golf ball? It's not a branded one, just a normal, boring golf ball. Okay, and it's uniform a little bit. The surface of it is. Now, somebody asks you where the center of the surface of that golf ball was. Would you even have an answer, or would it not make sense?
I mean, you having to put the word surface in would make it hard to answer. But if you said where's just the center of the whole ball,
sure.
No, it's a different thing, right?
Yeah, it's completely different.
Center of
No, it's
gravity
not.
versus the center of the ball. Geometric centers and gravitational centers are completely different.
Yeah, the universe isn't said to be like a big sphere with a nougat center. It's the surface of some.
So, Kosha, what I would say
No, but it's
is
also
this,
expanding.
if
and
you
golf ball
put that
doesn't
golf
expand. It's a
ball-
terrible analogy.
If you put that golf ball in some water and spun it around, the average point where all points are most frequently met would be the center of gravity.
that's an interesting way to look at it.
Get around though, Branch.
So you're trying to sell basically a slight 2D universe is what that last phrase that you said was about it being the surface. I mean, so but either way, even if that being the case, I'm saying you could take a general center of either a surface or a volume. No matter if it's a perfect symmetrical volume or not, you could still estimate a center of a. And I don't mean gravitate, just whatever. You could be like, hey, this is, a volumetric center.
Dude, honestly, I swear to God, like, I love golf balls. The physics behind golf balls are fucking amazing.
Pretty aerodynamic.
Yeah. These fucking dimples and shit. Like, why don't our cars have dimples all over them? You know what I mean? It would actually help.
You love golf balls and balls.
Dude, all you had to do is say balls, and Jeremy comes out of the woodwork, dude.
Ball lovers.
You are into balls.
Isn't it weird though? These little vortexes that air creates, and the dimples, and the layout of these dimples on a golf ball is, when you look at it, if you look at a golf ball, you see different
way
sized
too
dimples
excited.
all over the place. But they're placed so fucking they're placed there
Evenly?
on purpose for aerodynamic reasons. Every single dimple.
And yet the reverse dimples on a basketball are placed there for opposite reasons, for more friction.
Nah, bro. Nobody cares about basketball, bro. That's why, that's why the dimples aren't fucking. That's why there's uniform.
Branch like smaller size balls is Branch's favorite.
Thank you, Jeremy, for clarifying that.
What y'all think about this halftime show, man? The Rap Attack halftime show?
Well, if we're talking about halftime shows, we're talking about football then.
Yo, yeah, Dre.
Bro, they went old school on this. They're going old school on this. Yeah, bro, this is straight out the 90s right here.
Dre and Eminem. Okay. You know they're gonna do. They're gonna do like probably not Renegade, but the other one still Dre or whatever it is.
I think they're gonna pull out.
Oh, hell no, they definitely ain't doing Still Dre.
If it's Dre and Eminem and shit.
Hell no, yo.
I think they'll
In
pull
front
out
of no
another
one's
Tupac.
kids are they gonna play Still Dre. It was probably gonna do some like rap friendly shit, like
So just
real
do
slick
that
shit.
radio edit version of Still Dre, because when that beat
Nah,
comes
man.
on,
You know
everyone
what? You know
gets
what?
fired up, bro.
Lisa's just pissed. Lisa's just pissed because it's all fucking West Coast motherfuckers.
Yeah, I mean, shit's gonna be boring anyway.
They're gonna
Like,
do that
who
holographic
cares about Cincinnati and fucking Rams?
Let's go Tigers finally though. Like finally, them fucking people. Them bless them. I mean, that's such a cool mascot. Cool
I thought it
colors.
was the Eagles versus the Raiders.
No, it's Rams.
Yeah,
and
Cincinnati. It's the Rams.
Oh, that was
It's
the
the Rams
Raiders.
against the Beagles.
Never mind, I'm not watching.
It's gonna be a boring ass match. Fuck Joe Burrow.
Any game is boring when you're not playing.
Yeah.
Oh, when your team's
That's not
not playing, yeah.
It almost is true. unless your brothers or sisters are on the team, or your dad, or you're one of your friends, or maybe some girl you like or
That's
something.
not true at all.
But if it's just strangers you don't even know.
Wait, hold on. Why would a girl you like be on the team?
What if the fate of the human race hangs in the balance?
She's a kicker.
A cheerleader.
I'll be right back.
That's
Nah, bro.
Yeah, people don't watch the sports for the Twitch. I mean,
That's
I
not
don't
what
know.
you said.
You have some champion or something like the Olympics. I feel like a lot of those guys are like our champions. So it's like I can be like, okay, that's our U.S. champion.
You know what's going on
That
right
shit
now?
gay.
They're China and America, like politicians and ambassadors, are arguing over which ancestry or which national origin makes which athlete represent which country.
What do you mean?
Damn it, Kosho, you made
Yeah,
me
look
think
it up.
way too much
It's
about this
ridiculous.
shit, bro.
What are you talking about? Like you talking about like pick. You talking about pick
So
some.
you've got, say, an American figure skater, and she's got Chinese ancestry.
Well, dude, that's the difference between America and every other country. It's not really fair. Like Chinese, they have like they're all like descendants of Genghis Khan, and you know,
Well, no, I'm getting to
in
the
America,
point. Oh,
we're
sorry. Go
a
ahead.
collection of people from all over the world. So
Yeah, the point I'm going to here is that these are the two nations who think they're expanding human consciousness into space, beyond space and time. No, they're not. They're triggered over a figure skater's ethnic background. They're
Bro,
actually
the
triggered.
one thing about figure skaters and shit, don't bring that shit up, man, because I think too many pedos watch that shit.
come on, man, don't hurt it. Do with anything.
I don't like it, bro. It's like I've seen people post shit, and
Yeah,
the
it's not
girl's
just gay
like
people
12,
watching it.
13 years old.
I mean, first of all, there's nothing wrong with gay people, and there's nothing
Well, no,
wrong
I
with
mean,
figure
like
skating.
people make this big deal about fucking what was that one show on Netflix, right? Where a girl, where there's girls.
Oh, that
fucking
cuties or
shit,
whatever. That shit was
dancing around.
disgusting, bro.
And like you got this entire sport where you got 13-year-olds fucking wearing skimpy ass shit dancing around.
But Branch, that show was disgusting. Come on, man. That movie,
never watched
whatever.
it, but
Cuties.
When's season 2 coming out?
No, it's a movie. It's a movie. It's a movie. It was like I
Like,
tried
you know
watching
what,
10
man?
minutes of it. It's just gross, man. It's little girls
honestly,
dancing.
not the type of
Watched 10
movie
minutes.
that-
I watched 15 minutes of it, man. Then I had to. It was done.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. I didn't even watch 15 minutes. I turned it on. I was like, no. I mean, I wanted to see what it was about, so that's why I wanted to watch it. But it was boring.
Yeah, same.
Dude,
Wait,
I
what are you
don't
talking about now?
watch. I don't. You guys are like the guys that watch Two Girls One Cup after.
You guys are
couple
weird.
kids.
No, like literally before like any girls even started dancing and shit, I was like, nah, fuck that. I'd rather watch something else.
Branch's favorite was Two Guys, One Golf Ball.
Yeah, fuck yeah, bro.
Jesus Christ.
No. Hold on, Jeremy. Just one golf ball between two guys. You got that shit wrong, bro.
What is that?
Golf balls.
I'm gonna tell you, Merle. It's that video.
What is that? I need to search it.
We're gonna link to that video.
He just made it up.
Y'all remember Total Recall when Branch loves Mars too, right?
Yeah.
You know, nigga pulled
out
it.
his nose.
That's what they do.
No. I was talking about fucking Mercury, you dumb bitch, not Mars.
Hold on, say Arnold's last name again, real quick.
No, you say it, dude.
No, you say it. Say his last name, Don.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. I can say it because I'm a normal person. You're
everyone says it like me.
No, they don't, dude.
Say it.
No, dude. He's a closeted racist.
Say fucking
and he's
Schwarzenegger.
trained himself. He wants to say it so badly that he
Branch just said
he hit it. He
said it
hit
like
it in this
me.
man's name so he can say it
Schwarzenegger.
willy-nilly.
Jeremy, say it.
What? I said Schwarzenegger.
Jeremy, say it, yo.
Schwarzenegger.
He didn't even say the first part.
Arnold
He
Schwarzenegger.
literally only said the N-word.
Are you guys aware that there's a German football manager called Karl-Heinz Rummenigge as well?
Motherfucker, you just fucked up when every time I say salt and vinegar chips now, you're gonna make me fucking think twice.
Well, no, every time you welch on a bet, I'm just going to call you a renigger.
Does anyone ever thought as well that when you think what
Because you keep reneging.
Imagine if someone actually pronounced vinegar that way. Vinegar.
Vinegar.
Wow, dude, I forgot my
Yo, can I get some more vinegar on these fries?
Guys, does anyone know what Schwartz means in German?
For sure.
Black. He's black.
Yeah.
Racist.
So think like
Oh my fucking lord! I didn't even fucking make that. Yep.
Now you're a double racist.
Schwartz.
Like, how did you even
What is
become
Vin?
the
What is
governor
Vin?
of
What is V?
California?
That's nothing, bro. In German, the middle bit means nothing, though.
It's the most racist last name ever.
Schwartz vinegar. So there's no reasoning behind the
Didn't
middle
even
bit.
say.
His name is literally Arnold Black Nigger.
It's
You see
pretty
how
full
only the
on.
British people talk about knowing
It's really
German
full on.
because they fucking. You
Paul
know,
Mooney already made a joke.
in Britain, you know what's
Arnold.
fucked up in Britain? They
All
make us
right,
learn
all
fucking
right.
German in case the Germans invade.
Wasn't he Austrian, sir?
Yeah.
He was a
Yeah,
weightlifter.
Didn't he have sex with his cleaning lady, sir?
What's
Yeah,
the
that's true.
difference? Well, now that's more German. That's kind of German. Having sex with the cleaning lady.
Hey,
Austria is
Graham,
basically skiing and National Socialism. Nothing else goes on.
Graham, before this gets super fucking flat Earth oriented and shit, can I ask a
Germain.
question? The fuck are you about
Absolutely.
this fight between you and Jem? That's all I've been hearing about is you and Jem.
That was so dumb, dude.
Yeah, Jim talks to you like he can kick your ass. He's like, "Shut up, you mong." Those are fighting words where I'm from. So he's literally already picking a fight. So when I mentioned to him, "Hey, you wouldn't do that in public because you're already starting the fight like that." Oh, you're being the tough guy now. Oh, you're gonna come beat my ass. I would. I absolutely would. But I mean, that's not really my point here. Oh, Vance Grimm is gonna come beat me to death. He's gonna, and then
Is that what it
dancing
went
around
down?
like a
I've
little
got a
leprechaun.
fucking.
Yeah, and he's
What
dancing around like a little
time did this
leprechaun,
happen?
like I wouldn't beat his ass.
Come on.
I don't know, dude. I
You
don't
said
even
you
care.
were writing him a check to fly him out there, or to
Yeah,
fly him
yeah. And
to
well, I
there.
started to do that, and then I thought, oh yeah, well, Jim's like too eager to take my check and just spend it. He's not going to come down here.
Hey,
So I
Graham.
said, well, sign a contract, and he wouldn't let me finish. Oh, contract for my safety. No, contract so you don't steal my money. Contract saying that you will actually use that money for a ticket within an allotted amount of time. I never even got to get that out because he kept muting me. He didn't want me to make any sense.
No,
He
absolutely
didn't
makes
want
sense. You don't get into a fight unless you got your back.
Yeah.
What did
So
you
it's
guys
definitely
initially disagree on?
Because if you beat his ass and you know you're gonna beat his ass,
his
you don't want to
attitude.
get criminal charges placed on you. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
well, he started in on somebody else. It wasn't even about me. He started in like, "You fucking retard monks. You always," and I'm like, dude, why do you talk to people like that when you ain't a tough guy? I mean, you're not gonna beat nobody up, but you act like you're about to. Oh, you want to beat me up? And he just kind of carried it into this fucking troll shit, and then muting me and not letting me clarify my point. So it just sounded like I was barely saying anything. Fuck that guy, man. And my microphone was like,
Nah, bro. You know what though? You gotta admit this, yeah. As the leader of the debate flat Earth for more community, I can't think of anybody better.
I'll still beat his ass. I don't know.
No, I'm not saying you shouldn't beat his ass.
Somebody said he was in a wheelchair after all of that.
Not in a
But I think
wheelchair.
that he should at least get a weapon.
You know what I said?
Okay.
Hey,
He should at
equal
least
rights,
get a
equal
weapon.
fights,
Bro,
homie.
my man's not in a
I'll slap you
wheelchair,
out of the
but he's
wheelchair.
disabled. He's young's fucking older than you. He should at least get a weapon.
He has like a walker or like.
Well, I realized what was going to happen. I realized what was going to happen early on because he started talking about felonies and police and shit, and I was like, all right, end the conversation because you ain't
My
nothing
man,
but a
you
narc.
got on cam for this? Like, this is this important to you? They actually got on cam?
I didn't even know I was on cam until I looked down and I was like, oh, my camera's on, so I might as well say hi.
No, but you have to admit something. You have to admit this though, that there was one part where he said that you've gotten into it with, like, I don't know. I don't know how many people he said.
200 people, he said.
And you said name 30 or something. And then
wasn't that funny though?
Yeah, it was funny because that was a very high number. But
yeah.
But
name 30.
That's pretty funny.
You have done that with a number of people, and then you're saying
Yeah,
it was like,
well, no, it's been a number of people because I mean, 1 is a number, 2 is a number. Of course, it's been a number of people, right? But it's only been a very few. It's been the same people over and over again.
Maybe.
So it seems like a lot of people, but it's been Jim like 4 times. It's been Sean Sean G, whatever his name was. I don't know his last name, but
I'll tell
Sean
you what's weird,
Genius.
yeah. The way I see it is this, right? When I'm
But we
drunk,
don't really mean it unless you know
I
what
know,
I'm
bro. But
saying,
what I'm
right?
trying to say is this, yeah. When I'm drunk as fuck and I say shit I totally don't mean because I'm so fucking drunk that I would never say this type of thing to someone that I even fucking know or care about, right? That's the type of shit Jem does as soon as he gets mad.
Yeah, but did you say fuck their show all the time, Doe Branch?
No, but Jim
No,
flies
but Kosho,
right off the handle, bro.
listen,
Starts
man.
going in
It
deep
takes
on people
a long
for his
of
little
fucking
show.
alcohol to get me to a point, Kosho, where I would actually talk shit, proper
Not that
shit.
much alcohol, man.
You know he's copying. You know who he's copying, right? You know what pisses him off the most? I noticed it 2 years ago when he started copying Nathan Oakley. He's just copying his style.
It wasn't a
He's just
copy. It's
he's
always
just the
been the same
opposite.
person.
He's just
They
the
are the
opposite of
same
Nathan
motherfucker on
Oakley.
different sides.
Yeah. They just Jim eased into it long. It took him a longer time to ease into the Nathan
Nah,
Oakley
bro.
thing.
You
He
know
didn't
what? You
want
know
to.
what happened? Yeah.
What's that?
What triggered the fuck out of it for me? Yeah. I got DM from him in the middle of the fucking. Like at this point, yeah, I was helping out his fucking live stream and shit, taking care of that shit. I got a fucking DM. He's like, "What the fuck you doing, you dumb piece of shit? You can't fuck with fucking chemo. Fucking." I don't remember what the fuck he said. I was like, you know what, Jeremy? You can't fucking talk to me that way. I'm fucking helping you out, bitch.
Yeah.
He was like, no.
Well,
You need to fucking understand fucking where your place is. All right, fuck you. Here's my fucking place. I'm done with this shit helping you.
Yeah.
I just shut his fucking live stream down.
Well, he forgets who got him going. Like he forgets like the people that he's treating like that right now are the only reason why he has anything interesting going on his platform anyway. If we all left, he'd be sitting there jerking himself off.
Yeah, but that's what happened to fucking Oakley too, right?
I'm just saying.
You
So I
know
have to
what?
remind him of that. Like
Cyclical
you
fucking thing. People just want to talk about bullshit, and especially at our age. Because when I say our age, I'm talking about the average age of people in this fucking cunt. We would rather talk about some stupid shit that's not indicative of our real thoughts and feelings than actually have real conversation. And that's why we enjoy talking about fucking flat earth.
Yeah, but that's not true with everybody, man. There's people. That's why people get upset because
Absolutely, it's not
there's
true.
different groups of people, and some people are okay with that. Some people
Absolutely,
do like
there's
to
some
talk
real
about
flat
stuff.
earthers out there, and there's some real globers out there.
Yeah, but I mean in general though, I think you're right.
The thing is, it has to be a safe space for learning. When they create these toxic environments where everyone's just constantly triggered by things they don't even understand, it gets people like they don't want to even try because they know the person's just going to trigger anyway, and then blame them for it.
I mean,
I
we
got
all know.
backup.
Listen, look, man.
I got backup.
There's another part of this too. I think the reason we all enjoy this shit is because there's this thing about humans where we enjoy watching the same shit over and over. Like we enjoy watching reruns of our favorite fucking movie.
Yeah, 'cause
We
they're good
enjoy
movies.
watching fucking reruns of our favorite fucking shows all the fucking time, right? Because it makes
Because we're mental.
It makes us
'Cause
feel
we're
comfortable
mental.
inside because we know what's gonna happen.
Well, no, it's just
That's
'cause
why
it was
flat
it
Earth
was cool shit,
makes you
dude.
feel fucking comfortable because no matter what day in the year it is, the conversation is actually always the same shit.
No, not always, man. It's actually boring. Like when I go in there and it's the same shit, it's really boring. Actually, I have to leave.
The gist of the
But
conversation is always the same
yeah.
fucking shit, my man. It doesn't change. It hasn't changed for the last 5 years.
Flat around.
But
Well,
like David brings some new shit in there. That's why I try to be quiet if there's a new person because if there's a new person.
Did you really just say that, dude? Like
Yeah,
David brings new shit in
David's
there.
legit shit.
Okay.
Kojo. David does make it funny.
Yeah.
Branch, if you could
But he don't bring any real new shit.
Because you say some funny shit, Branch, until you're not coherent anymore. David is always coherent. That's the
I
funny
know,
thing.
man. The
He
problem
doesn't
with
miss a
me,
beat.
right, Culture, is I know when I'm having a good time and shit, and I know I should stay at that level, right? And that's where the difference between me and you goes. Is like you can plateau and just chill and sip. I can't sip.
Yeah, man, I got in trouble there at night, man.
You talk about Dallas, Dave?
You notice someone hasn't been in the room?
Who's that?
In Jem's room?
Who?
Dave.
He's probably working.
Fuck that. No. Merle knows more about it.
What happened to David?
He's taken some
Maybe an
time
epiphany.
out.
Maybe he had an epiphany.
He's been dropping me some mad links.
What kind of links?
Probably Vades.
Man, fucking hell, dude. Watching
Probably
Grim
because he wants you
smoke
to make
weed,
that video, man.
Kosho, I think I need to start smoking weed, bro.
Dad took shrooms yesterday, man, and I regretted it.
Do you want to be my dealer, Kosho?
No.
Look what I got from a friend of mine. Oh, I don't even want to show you. I'll get fucking knocked on.
I do need a fucking dealer. Actually, I have a fucking dealer. What am I talking about? Oh, never mind.
I regretted that one shroom, man. I don't know, man. Go straight edge for a while. Other than beer.
Have you guys had
if,
shroom gummies yet and edibles?
Yeah, that's the last time I did shrooms. I had an edible. Was it 4 years ago? Bro, it was fucking. Holy shit, that was like 8 years ago.
Dude, have you ever tried to So like
They're gonna legalize it here in Cali.
weirdest shit about shrooms was this, yeah. Like I usually roll the best fucking joints, right? And or blunts, right? But when I was on shrooms, my hands just wouldn't work. It was like I don't know what it was because like I would just lose track of what I'm doing, like major ADHD shit, or what. But like
The shit I had
fucking hell, I
yesterday had
couldn't
me off.
fucking roll. I couldn't roll a joint or a blunt for the fucking. I just couldn't do it on shrooms. It's the
Couldn't do
weirdest
shit,
shit.
dude. I was paranoid and I just had to like fucking chill, dude. I got into some trouble the other day, man, so.
Got in trouble doing what? Man, don't do that shit. Okay, Grim, I'm on this phase now where I want to go back to my fucking weed smoking days. You know what I mean?
Okay. Look.
I'm just playing.
Oh man, I remember just a nug just like that, bro. Like, fuck, the best shit ever, right? Was like fucking, we're just chilling, smoking cigarettes, right? Me and my brother used to run hotels, right? So we're chilling.
Oh yeah.
There's no
Pull out
weed
the
around.
Gandalf.
And this wasn't a hotel we were actually running. This was just fucking. It was like a night thing, one night thing. Yeah, just helping some motherfuckers out.
Wait,
so this bitch walks. This bitch and this dude walks down, and my brother's just like, you guys gonna hook us up with a nug? And I was like, what? That's so random, bro.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
And the motherfucker's like, he looks at his girl, he's like, yeah. So they just hook us up with a fucking nug.
You told me a story the other day, man. What do you say?
I don't know, man. Weedar is, I think, just as strong as gaydar, bro.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Like tokas can fucking.
Yeah, they can spot each other.
That's because they're easy to spot, man. What are you talking
Plus-
about?
No, I mean, I guess I'm talking about like maybe like 23 some shit years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we still got like 40-50% of the population are pot smokers. You just have better chances. You got what, 12% of the population are like gay or something, or 2%, some very small number compared to pot smokers. So it's a numbers game. You just ask everybody. You'll find more pot smokers than gay people.
Having gaydar in fucking California, I mean, especially San Francisco, fucking sucks balls.
Yeah, you're sitting at a bar and somebody's buying you a drink and they think that something else is going down. You're like, oh, no, yeah, let me explain our positions here, buddy. They're This is
Sorry,
I'm
man.
married to a female, right?
I ain't gonna say that hasn't happened to me, bro. It has.
I wish
Yeah,
gay
well,
people were as consistent with their gaydar, reverse gaydar as the weed people, because
they probably are.
I don't know, bro. They'd be.
I think they want to convert. I think they like to convert straight
I was
men.
about to say,
so
are they trying to
go for
turn
you.
me, or what are they doing?
Yeah, they like to convert you. That's a challenge, right? They want to
Oh,
convert the
dude, I
straight
don't know,
guy.
bro. There was one dude, and it was the weirdest fucking shit I ever heard. Right? Like it was
What,
San
D20?
Diego.
That one time
Fucking,
walking on you and D20.
I was
talking
there.
about
I was
something
just there for a little bit, so I was at a fucking hotel bar and shit. And somehow the conversation went on to gay people,
Blue and yellow,
shit, right?
purple.
And then I was like, nah, man, I won't do that shit. And then he was like, yeah, I'll do it, but I'll do it with you. And I was like,
Oh yeah, sure.
Right.
I was like, what?
That's when it gets real awkward, man.
Yeah, at that point, there was like 3 or 4 of us in the conversation, right? And then I looked at him, and
Was his name
didn't
Job?
say it. He didn't say it like he was fucking joking.
Yeah. Well, at least you were around other people, dude. I have a friend who's.
So then I went to his room and fucked the shit out of him. No, I'm just joking.
I got a friend who was in jail. He was in prison.
Made me waste that.
He jokes like I don't know. He's joked about it too frequently. Like he's like,
It's psychology.
Dude, but that shit was weird as fuck. Like that literally killed the whole fucking night. Because after that, how do you fucking talk to someone?
Get drunk. Dude, I
Yeah,
saw
him,
you.
Grim, he looked mad
Remember I
old,
walked
bro.
on you in D20, dude? Remember that, man?
I thought you
I'm
were younger
48,
than that.
dude.
You've got the sixth
Would you say
sense.
28?
You see,
48.
Little fart.
48. Yeah.
How much weed you got in the room? Show me some weed. Is there a garbage bag full?
Yeah.
Bro, there better be at least a hefty bag.
There is. Hold on, I'll grab it.
Grab me some garbage bags.
Bro, I need
Yeah, if you ain't got a garbage bag of weed in the room, I don't believe you're from Cali.
I'm about to hit up my man fucking Stone.
Yeah, hit him up, dude. I miss that guy, man.
3 of them.
He was
3
I
garbage
hit him up
bags.
on
party,
fucking.
man.
I hit him up the other day, and he's like, "Yeah, we're cool. I'm just chilling." I'm not because
You
I
got the
want no weed.
chain hanging and
I just felt
everything. Look
bad
at
that,
you,
like,
Grim.
fucking-
Look at you go.
You know what, Kosher? You know what I actually was worried about with Stone? I was worried about that. Some people from the Flat Earth community.
Oh,
pissed at him.
yeah, that's what's that, like a little pound there, a little pound, couple pounds.
Jeremy.
Yeah,
I
one.
understand you're a fucking mod, Jeremy, but you can't overtalk me, bitch.
Oh, my bad. Look at Grim's cam. It's way more exciting than whatever you were saying.
No,
You
it's
know,
not.
M Stone, dude.
Huh?
M Stone, man.
What about M Stone?
That's what he's talking about.
Who
I
gives
was
a
just saying,
that
bro.
guy's
I was worried
I
that
know
some
you hit him on that.
motherfucker got pissed at what he did to Witset.
Dope, Grim.
Yeah, dude. Jeremy hates M Stone, dude.
I like M Stone. Me and M Stone, Jeremy, I swear to me and M Stone used to hate each other.
Ooh, that smells. I wish you could smell through the thing.
Man, shut the fuck up. I'm not trying to look at that weed because it makes me want some.
light green.
Oh, I like how it's nice and yeah, that's nice right there.
Man, I'd rest my head on that. I'd literally
to my
like make
That
finger
would
a
be my
little bit.
pillow. Yeah, I'd put a
You
pillowcase
know what's
on
weird
that and
about
sleep on
fucking
it.
weed, right? Doesn't it make you salivate in a really weird way?
Yeah, not at all. I think it makes you do
Yeah.
the opposite of salivate.
It makes you wanna taste it.
Drooling.
Before you smoke
It makes
it,
me salivate, bro.
Pavlov's you. Little
Wow.
Pavlov.
Have you ever smoked weed before, Bird?
Yeah.
Yo, I dare you to eat a nug right now. Just like chew it and eat it.
Nah, that's a waste of
That's
weed. You never
nasty,
eat
dude.
that.
That'd be so dry. Yeah, you guys put some sauce
I
on
dare
it.
you.
I got something for that. I don't eat them in bud form, dude. We make this out
Hey,
of it.
so
I dare you
Grim,
to,
maybe you know this shit, right?
Ah,
Like when I was in fucking Cali, right? The best shit.
Yeah.
Fuck you, dog. I'm not gonna eat a nug. I'll just put it on a fucking hot Cheeto. Mm.
But Grim, maybe you know about this shit, bro. Because like I've never seen this shit again afterwards. Like when you get this weed that's just like it hasn't gone through the system, right? And it's just when you open it, when you get it, it's white, crystallized fucking weed, right?
I think that means it's not ready yet.
Would you rather have some? I'm still listening to you.
Hey, I'm listening
Okay.
to you 100%.
What the fuck is that? Why don't people sell that shit anymore?
Oh, they do.
Like, you know what I'm
They
talking
make,
about, though. It's
No,
shit
but
you can't
they
even
make
touch
quite a
without
bit of
breaking it up.
profit on these.
If it's white, doesn't that mean it's not ready yet?
Yeah.
No, bro, it's like it's white
If
as
it's
fuck.
clear, it's not ready yet. If it's white,
It's-
it's totally ready. If it's gone a little bit amber, it's
done.
getting over ready. Usually, you want about 20%
You want to
amber.
start. You want to see some color.
The rest, yeah. But you don't want white hairs or anything.
Oh, no,
like
no,
that.
that's
They're
what I'm
not
saying.
done.
I'm not talking about white hairs. I'm talking about white crystals all over that shit. Where you break it and it's
Gas
green on
heads.
the inside, white on the outside. And when you break it, half the crystals fall off and shit, so you'll be super fucking careful.
Gushers.
You know what I'm talking? You've seen that shit, right?
What?
Shit like that.
I've seen all that shit.
It's fuzzy.
I know what
Fuzzy
premature
fucking
weed
is what
looks
we used
like,
to call
man.
it.
Premature, dude. Here.
Oh. Yeah.
These are fucking.
No, bro.
They're all good, but I mean, you can't really eat a
Do
whole
you shake
pack
your
without
weed?
going
Do
to
you
sleep
shake
for
your
the whole
weed?
day
Do you
tomorrow. The next day.
shake your weed and take the crystals off?
Fuck no. Why would I do that?
All right. Well, what I'm talking about is pre-shaken shit that's just covered in crystals.
All right, who's got proof of the shape of the Earth, man?
My man, I'm gonna find you some Google pictures of this shit. So you
Dude,
know
I like that package. Grim, I got these ones. They're the sours with the little weed leaf head cartoon guy on them.
Yeah, we all make our different. We all have different things going on. You know, it could be from anybody.
They're beautiful packages everybody puts on these things now, but those lifesavers
yeah.
are cool looking.
You should just make.
Hold
like
up, Grim. You
burgers.
make that shit?
Are you kidding me? Yeah.
Just make boogers.
That's cool. I didn't know that you were actually making like the gummies and edibles and stuff.
Of course, man. I gotta get this in prepackaged situations to the fucking dispensaries so that
You got the vapes.
you don't just sell it to the dispensary. That you have to package it and all that kind of shit. Here's the crumble, man. Look
Pods
at
you
that.
got. Those are the best.
Legal. I
That's
got you.
CO2 distillate extract right here.
Yeah, dude. My friend's
So we don't
dad.
use the butane and all that bullshit. We got a $200,000 fucking rig. Oh,
You don't
we're
use
still
fresh?
paying on. No, that's butane. It's completely different. We don't use butane. That's the old school shit where they got the oil residues and shit left over, and that butane's.
No.
We don't. Yeah.
I don't mean. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but no, I'm not talking about like with like one of those like
That's
really.
the live rosin. Yeah, I do that for the carts. The live rosin press for these carts. I'm not going to show you the carts though.
I mean, you got like a
Well,
couple
I'll
hundred.
block the name off of it, but yeah.
Why don't you mail some of those out, man? That's me.
Free
I wish I
samples.
could, I wish I could, because if that's the day that's legal, I'll be a billionaire.
Oh, I'd be calling you, hitting you right up. I like your prices.
Yeah.
Just a gram for what?
25
bucks. How much what is it? High percent? 70, 80%?
91.
No,
91.
why don't you
That's
just sell
good.
coffee? Make like a coffee
Good.
brand, and then like you sell coffee to people as a front, and then every couple
No
pouches,
way, dude.
toss that shit in there.
Because then I'd rather go slow and legal than go
It's a
fast
turtle
and
race.
illegal at my age, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Slow and legal's best for me because
I'm almost thinking about driving to Seagram, and I'm in
it costs
fucking
you.
New.
See,
Plus,
if I was
everybody
anywhere
in their
closer,
garage is getting caught in the mail right now, fucking around. It's not like the old days when you wrote snail mail to people and no one was intercepting all your communications. Today it's not like that.
You got cryptocurrencies, dude, and you got fucking PO boxes.
I'm more scared of cryptocurrency than cash, dude. Cryptocurrency can actually be tracked. I'm not fully aware of how to cover my tracks that
Nah,
way.
bro, crypto can be untracked.
No,
Just
you
know how to
can't.
use
No,
it.
but
Yeah, by another guy like me, but it's not untraceable. That's just nonsense.
It's absolutely untraceable.
Absolutely traceable.
No, it's not completely traceable. It's not untraceable, but You see that?
I mean, they have fucked people over, but they do stupid
Well, it's too
shit.
complicated for me to trust that it's not traceable with this much at stake, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So I wouldn't
You
use
just,
it.
you just have to cover your ass. That's it. But that couple, they were ripped off like $4 billion.
Grim, if you want to talk about how to make your shit
Crypto,
untraceable,
hold on, Branch, sir. And they ripped off $4 billion, and they got caught because they made a transaction that was for the exact amount that they ripped off. And so, I mean, because you can see transactions and what wallets they go to. And so that was the only way they caught them, is because they literally sent it to their wallet, the exact amount that they ripped off. So it's kind of obvious. There's ways to get
well,
around
I'm just saying, Drim.
I'm here. I got you.
If you want your shit untraceable, bro, just talk to me. I'll tell you how to fucking do it.
I don't need it to be traceable right now. I really don't. I'm pretty cool with it.
I don't think it's that fucking hard. You just fucking got to use the right tools.
I'm checking it, Jeremy, but I'm about to have a business
Well, I
meeting.
just don't need to do anything. At this point, I'm in a position. I don't have to do anything that's going to get me in any trouble anymore, unless they change the laws tomorrow.
As long as you know, if I show you how to fucking do it and you use it for some scandalous shit, I will kill you.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I want to Kosho, come on, please, 2 seconds. He's out. Hey. Kosho, did you go to your Okay. All right. So look at how Kosho be like, he'd be like, send me the gummies, but nah, not for me. Like he act like he's sensitive of that, but then he'd be like, yo, I was tripping mushrooms yesterday.
No, Kosho's a regular dude, man.
Nah, bro. Like the best way if you wanna send some shit unknown, the best way is to use the rails you already have.
Bro, Kosho, why are you so bad?
Like for example, right, Grim, if you wanted to sell some shit, yeah.
I don't. It's okay.
I'm just
Grinch,
saying though. Have you ever thought about doing this way? Like you post.
Starting to feel paranoid.
You post on Amazon.com right now. Post some shit on Amazon.com. And if that motherfucker buys it with a note to you, then you know what's up.
Yeah,
you still deliver it. You don't deliver it to like it's gonna get delivered to a fucking Amazon pickup box, right?
Look, Branch, I'm not really a part of this conversation, man. If you don't mind. I don't want you putting on digital air how I'm supposed to be breaking the law with my fucking business that I pay my mortgages with, and my kids' college fucking tuition and shit. You just need to stop.
Don't do that shit using Amazon.com boxes.
Fucking with someone's livelihood on that big of an issue.
If you do this shit using Amazon.com boxes, I'll kill you.
Branch, you're being like you're just so like over the top needling.
No, I know. I'm just but I've known these guys for a long time, so they know when I'm fucking around.
Yeah, I do, but just saying all that stuff for the next person listening, they might take it seriously in some aspect. I don't need that crap.
True that.
They've already done these lines of investigation where like, I think on your digital stuff, and come through and check all the fucking, the stocks and make sure we got
Did you know that
right amount of plants and shit?
USPS is the only company allowed to ship.
Okay, who even gives a fuck? Who can ship you?
It's the only company allowed in America to ship.
Is he still talking about that?
Branch, how about this for conspiracy theory and shape? What about the Globebusters and/or Jeranism exposing that you can send mail for 2 cents?
3 cents. I was just gonna say that, Don. I think it's like 2 or 3 cents. Yeah, it's got to be a regular letter though. It can't be like a package.
Right, so think about this. If USPS is the only company allowed to sell pharmaceuticals, are you better shipping with them or not with them?
So 2 cents. What do they have? 2 cent stamps? The other stamps are just too much.
Actually, they do. I believe they do. But
they have 1 cent stamps for if it's. Go ahead, Don.
Oh, for overage, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
but
no. They
just
need the
write it
one
in
set
old
stamps
format and
because like
work.
back
Hold
in
up,
the day, yeah,
French.
back in the
Let
day,
Don
like
explain.
a first class stamp was a first class stamp.
French, Don, I'm trying to hear Don real quick's answer.
Now, look, I'm gonna be honest. This is just testimony of people that looks organic and legit, but they put on the table like the thing where there was some law back in the day, monopoly law or something, and presidential involvement or government involvement where the USPS never could have a cent stamp higher than mail is never going to cost more than that. I don't know. Did it involve inflation, monopoly? Who the fuck knows? Whatever, right? Private business, but whatever happened, the company shifted one way from private to public. I don't even know, but trust me, they're gonna break it down. It's a simple little story, like something like this, and there's on the books laws that they have to do it for 2 cents or whatever, and they have video documents of them receiving their letter in the mail with the little 2 pennies postage or whatever. But you have to write it in 13 colonies format or something like that.
So what's the process?
You just have to write out the whole, like Google Jeranism 2 cent postage or something.
I thought you were gonna tell us, man.
I mean, it's like you have to just write it out with like no state abbreviation or something like this, no zip code or something.
Yeah, it has to be written on there in a very specific manner. Yeah, but there's a way. There's a way
It's
to
not
do it.
difficult. It's
They
just
have to
like
mail it,
you don't
like,
have to even
legally.
bother with a stamp.
No, you need 2 cents at least of postage, or 2 and
I
a
mean, are
half.
you mailing it to an actual address or just another post office?
No, to an address.
Oh, okay.
You never heard
'Cause
this thing?
well, no, I think back then, yeah, I did. I heard back then, but back then they had a different postal situation where everyone went to the post office to pick up their mail. They weren't getting dropped off at their individual houses at that time. So I think that's when the prices went up and they started dropping them off at individual houses.
What was it, Jeremy? The 50s or 60s or 70s even? Or this
It was
wasn't
even before that.
Was it 1800s?
This is like some old ass. Yeah, this is like some old ass shit, bro. It's 3 cents, so it's gonna be from a long fuck time ago.
No, dude. Think about a $2. Think about like a little piece of candy. It's like the quarter or the 50s. That was like a penny and 5 cents back then. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, but in the
maybe
20s,
it's from the 60s or 70s.
in the 20s,
I don't
a
know.
cheeseburger was like $900 though. I think they went through this thing, right, in the 20s where they had the Great Depression and all of that, and so after that,
yeah, I don't think it was 1800. I think it was like Nixon. Maybe it wasn't, dude. Maybe it was like some fucking. Anyway, look at that
no,
shit
you
up.
could be right. Yeah, it seems like it could be legit. It's only.
This is one of the things where they actually have the evidence, or they just like the biggest bold-faced fucking liars like in the world. Like it's like I believe them on this. I'm sorry I never mailed the shit to nobody. I haven't mailed anybody a letter, period, because I promise you if I did, it would
Makes
be
sense now why postal workers make such good money for that job. Because any jackass could do that job,
right. And I respect if people can, give more money to a group that does the work and is making progress and not just, profiteering. Probably.
Oh no, I mean, they're definitely profiteering in that aspect if that's the case. But I meant like,
I'm saying I don't think they're making ends meet.
Profiteer that hard, you have to pay your employees pretty good too, usually. Usually, so you can keep going with that profiteering.
But they're pretty fair, right? I don't know if they're like, you know what I mean? I think they're probably just making ends meet or whatever, sustain. But the fact of I'm all for that, but I'm also
U.S. Postal Service is sorry, it has some other overreach bullshit too. They were trying to push. I'm gonna look it up real quick because I'm not even sure what I'm talking about. But it was something that disturbed me about the Postal Service's overreach.
Does anybody know a lot about virtual machines? Like running virtual machines on a cloud?
get some solar panels. Are you ready for some football? Okay, guys, come on. Let me get a little bit of a little bit of hype for football right here. Okay, I asked y'all this before. Let me ask again, see if we swayed any minds. Jeremy, let me know. I'm interested in your opinion. You know, Grim, anybody who, you know, likes something different maybe. What if they had the football field slightly concave or slightly convex? Just,
It
you
is
know,
slightly convex.
a little bit more, I'm saying. A little bit more, though. But, like, so you actually had to go, you know, if you
Like you're
wanted...
actually going uphill for the first 50 and then downhill for the last 50?
Yeah, if you wanted your home stadium to be more offensive games or more defensive games, you could have it pitched the opposite way, you know, so it's
Well, they
easy.
switch sides.
Yeah.
They switch
Well, you
sides.
can
So
have
it
the
doesn't.
angle. You can have the slant also. You could have also just the slant. I mean, there's like 4 or 5 different versions of different fields you could have that would offer this. It's awesome. I don't care if people...
From the Patriot Watchdog, dude. The U.S. Postal Service is spying on Americans' social media accounts. They've been given the charge of the United States government to have an oversight committee and do internet covert operations. They call it ICOP, which monitor American social media accounts. Yeah, man, the fucking Postal Service. I'm not going to give them any more money. It's fucking ridiculous. They've turned into a different job. Now they're basically CIA spying on Americans and giving the info back. So I'm over this bullshit, man. We're supposed to not be lamb. We're not sheep. We don't need to be watched and, you know what I mean, regulated that hard like farm animals. Where's the freedom in that? It's like really getting weird.
See, to me though, it's always been, it's a middle ground. Like, like, you know, I respect that authority's going to watch. I respect that whoever can watch is going to watch. You know, I respect that. Like, if I go to work and I leave a nanny at home, I might have a sneaky camera on her. Right.
Yeah, man.
But at the same time, I
That's in
also
your home.
see a different world where you let the nanny know that there's a camera. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And different shit happens. And we all have more of a community philosophy of we're all gonna get along. Like, dude, I don't care. Like, and it's just gonna come down to like who's sneaking and freaking. And that's really the only shit people are gonna hide. There doesn't need to be hiding of all these things that everyone's gonna get in trouble for. You know what I mean? Or a lot of them.
There's a couple arguments to be made from that. Like, for one, like what they're doing, if there were to be a centralization of government and anybody who wanted to resist it as a free person would definitely be traceable, trackable on the list. They'll already know ahead of time who they're going to have to go after before you even get off your couch. I don't want that.
Of course.
I feel like that's a prison situation and I'm being held hostage.
Right, but in Grim, see, the weird thing is, though, is in the opposite situation, it's like you need to stand on your land and fucking kill to hold it. You know what I mean? So it's like, dude, the world is, let's become an organism together. Let's become the Borg, dude. You know, like, I don't know, dude, like, in a way. Like, come on, I don't want to go against the Borg. I respect the ability too, but it's like, dude, like.
Not the real Borg, though, dude. That's somebody else's version of the Borg.
Yeah,
it's
you're right.
Not your version of the Borg. You're about to be controlled and you're not allowed to climb to the top. At least in this version, you can climb to the top. See, that's where you're going to stop. You're going to never climb to the top. And then the average in the bottom is going to be, who can complain? What can you do at that point when they have that much control? If they say, well, I think you guys will survive fine on half of what we've been giving you. But we've already got all these controls in place, so there's nothing you can do but complain for a second. You might not even complain. We've got you so brainwashed. You know what I mean? All these controls and all these conditionings and everything. I mean, human beings, you could just put them through all kinds of shit, and after a while, they'll just get used to it. So, I mean, if you never knew what you didn't have, then I guess you're just happy, right? But if you did know what you had and you saw it get taken away, you wouldn't feel so happy. That's how us older guys feel. We're like, whoa, we used to have a lot more freedoms.
I mean, it was different before cameras a lot too. I mean, the world was a lot different. Internet, cameras, cell phones, a lot of that really boomed in the past couple of decades.
I mean, growing up, growing up, dude, I probably got in 200 fights in schools and shit. Moving
Right.
to different schools, gonna fight again. Sometimes I fought every day after school, the same person, and he beat me up every day for almost 2 weeks until he finally gave me my money back. I made him beat me up every day though. I had some heart, bro. Fuck. Yeah, he was a fifth grader. I was a third grader. We were supposed to be friends. He jacked me for $20, and I fucking fought him every day until his mom made him give the money back. It's good.
Got him.
Yeah.
She didn't want the headache.
Well, no, I think he was he was pretty much, he had to explain a black eye came from a third grader. Because after the third fight, I started getting smart. I threw sand in his face. I started, you know what I mean? I got a lick in one time, and I put one on him. And so it started getting to where I was getting better at it. I was like learning from my mistakes. I wouldn't let him get his leg behind me and throw me to the ground again. I would circle him and shit. And he started recognizing it. I was learning and wasn't scared. Man, I wanted to fight him every day until I got my money back. I mean, I've been hit by my dad way harder than that dude could hit me, so I wasn't even like that worried. I was just getting knots on my head and shit, but it wasn't shit. He obviously wasn't getting hit that much growing up, because when I hit him, it stunned him a little bit, and then he fucking sat on me and started until someone pulled him off. I was feeling like I was dying.
I remember taking a few big licks when I was a kid, but definitely hella fights, like wanting to fight, scrap all the time.
Yeah, but we never had the cops had to come or none of that bullshit. I mean, the PE coach would run out on the field and like, all right, you fucking boys, try again tomorrow, but the party's over. You know what I mean? Like, not even giving a shit. And
Yo,
today,
me and
it's
this
like you
one
have a
kid, me and
SWAT
this
team
one
come
kid,
down to the school.
me and this one kid were beefing one time. The teacher brought us to the gym and made us just fight it out.
Yeah,
Right
that's what
in
I'm
the
talking
gym.
about. Did he throw on the gloves and shit, or just tell you fucking go ahead?
No, just brought
Yeah.
us to the gym and was like, "Go ahead, do it."
See, you gotta be 40. We still had
That
it
guy
when
would
I was
never.
in
That
school.
teacher would never be able to do what he did today.
Dude,
No
we
way.
were getting paddled by our principals and shit in school back when I was in school with a big wooden fucking bat shaved in half. Like, what the fuck? Cricket paddle.
I used to
Yeah.
copy the dictionary or write stuff on the board or write pages 100 times. I mean, I wrote so many pages in school.
Yeah, they used to have us do that, right? They would have me do it in a notebook, though.
Yeah, so the point is that there were a lot more freedoms, and boys weren't supposed to act like girls. They weren't made to. You didn't have to, they understood that boys were going to fidget more and that they were developing twitch muscles and things that girls aren't developing. Our whole neuron thing this is all different. All of our fucking, you know what I mean? There's a lot of physiology that's way different than a girl, and it makes it very hard for us to sit still growing up. And they don't give a fuck with this new schooling. They want you to sit still. And if you don't behave like little Janie, then you got ADHD. We'll medicate you until you do act like little Jennifer.
You don't want to
boy,
be
you ain't going to be a boy. We don't want none of that toxic masculinity around here.
Dude, they're trying to listen. If you're trying to control a population of people, you don't want them. You don't want them smart. You don't want them to be tough. You don't want a lot of tough guys, masculine, manly men running around.
Nope.
You know what I'm
Sure
saying?
don't. You sure don't.
You want everyone as weak and as soft and as stupid as fucking possible.
Yeah, and they'll fight for their prison bars. They need that security. They're scared of everything.
I related to
protect
like
me.
a serial killer, Gacy, the clown killer, or whatever. He was the clown or whatever. But he used to trick his victims into wanting the handcuffs put on them. He would do like this magic trick with handcuffs, and then his victims would be like, "Oh, do it on me, or let me try, or whatever." And they would, ask him like, "Please put the handcuffs on me." And that's where that's where he got you.
John Wayne Gacy?
Yep, yeah, John Wayne Gacy, yep. He used to trick his victims into wanting the cuffs put on. By doing that trick. Like he would put them on him.
Wasn't he the one that went after
trick,
the
get out of 'em.
little boy in the city?
He killed mad kids, yeah.
Yeah, kid killer. He was in Atlanta, wasn't he? Because
I'm not sure.
For some reason, when I was growing up there, I was in College Park. They were telling me to watch out for him, and then my foster parents were like, they were black. They were like, well, maybe not you, because he's only going after the black kids. But watch out for our kids though while you're out there with them. And I thought that was weird, but I didn't understand it all back then, you know. I was just like, oh yeah, right, somebody's scary. I didn't care. Now I realize that was a fucked up, crazy big deal, actually. Probably should have been more scared. I would have been right there going, oh, show me the magic trick. Maybe. Probably not, though. I was pretty standoffish against strangers and shit. Did I say something revealing? I got quiet.
No, I'm here with you. I'm on this game a little bit to get ready for the Super Bowl. But that shit y'all talking about.
Is it the Vikings? Who's playing?
It's LA and Cincinnati. LA's the Rams. That I think that American Horror Story kind of did one of the murder clowns once. Where he was like,
Well, I'm going to go for the underdog, Cincinnati, on that one. They are the underdog, right? I don't think I've ever seen them in a fucking Super Bowl before.
Neither of them. I mean, dude, but yeah, I want the Tiger to win. But I actually, though, my son, I need the Ram to win. It's like my son, I guess. So that means it's probably not going to win. No, but think about Ram versus
championships, though. Haven't they? I don't know. I don't know much about it, so.
Tiger wins. The Tigers.
I mean, Tigers do eat Rams. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I don't know.
They probably do.
We're going to find out today if Rams, are going to beat the Tigers or not. What channel are you guys? What do you watch the Super Bowl on?
I think it's on Peacock Network. Whatever that is, NBC or whatever.
Oh, is that? I don't have regular television anyway. I don't even know how I would do that. I would have to look up online and watch it.
Yeah, well, that's like one of the apps, like Netflix is Peacock. They got an app. But it's probably on Fire Stick everywhere.
Yeah. Well, you guys have a good day.
Yeah, great. They all got quiet, Graham. Good to talk with you, man. Good to talk with you.
And the universe is electric, for the record.
Why not? Until proven otherwise. They all just telling stories about the skies, man. Disguise.
Yeah. Caught that. All right, then. Kosho, Jeremy. I was going to ask Jeremy a question. Is my mic better than it's been?
It's pretty clean, bro. I don't know if it's what they talking about, but I know it's cleaner than mine.
Oh, good. I got
Yeah,
that
you're
new
good,
phone.
bro.
I
You're
was talking
crisp.
about.
You're
Yeah,
crisp.
it was just the old phone. So
Bro,
yeah, I'm probably gonna have to.
save that old phone, bro. I'll get
I
you
was
$1
gonna
a
say.
day off it.
I was gonna say I'm probably gonna have to get with you later and talk to you about what you're doing there.
Yeah, it's mad. Once you get it set up, bro, it's so easy.
Cool. All right then.
I got 12 phones going.
All right, get in now. Tiger beats the Ram. Oh, Jeremy.
What's that?
Hello? Yo, Kosho. Fuck. Room's dead. Come on, man. Someone has to fucking talk to stop the room being dead, but looking at the fucking lineup, it ain't gonna fucking happen, is it? Like,
what's up? I'm not watching football. I don't know anything about football.
You don't... Do you like football, Jeremy?
I don't like basketball was my sport.
I do
and
like
boxing.
basketball. But I don't like to
was
watch
good back in
basketball. I
the
like to
day.
play it.
It's one of the more fun sports to watch.
I would say that I would rather watch basketball than football.
Oh,
I
all
hate
day. There's
watching
lots of
soccer
scoring,
too.
lots of action.
Yeah,
Yeah,
basketball's
basketball keeps it
fun.
moving.
Like,
Baseball's
baseball's a fucking
terrible
bitch.
to watch.
Have you ever tried to watch cricket?
Nah.
Oh my god, man!
We don't do that.
Imagine watching
here.
a game that takes 5 days to play.
5 days?
Yeah.
For a cricket game?
Fuck yeah.
How many innings? I don't even know how it works. Whatever.
Like 40.
That's fucking obnoxious.
It's crazy. It's
40 innings? Yeah, I don't know. They're trying to speed baseball up, though, because every time a pitch gets thrown, everyone has to redo their whole routine every time. And that little routine in between every pitch is just slowing everything down, like, drastically. Like, every pitch, the guy steps out the batter box, taps his heels off, checks his fucking guards and his shin guard, adjusts his cap, spits, taps his bat off on his cleats a couple times, and the pitcher has a whole routine too while he's doing that. He's adjusting all his shit, his cup, whatever. Like, everyone's got a little routine in between every pitch that's making the games take forever. It's so boring.
It is, man. It is. It is.
Like, basketball is like nonstop, dude. And there's mad scoring. It gets pretty physical too. Like, they'll do
And you know the cool thing about fucking
screens.
basketball, right? Is that like all the fuckers that like the crowd is like right there on their ass. You know what I mean? Like they can basically fall into the crowd and shit. That shit doesn't happen in football.
Oh man, that Ron Artest shit was crazy. You remember that? That was back in the 90s, I think. He was in the stands fighting fans.
Dude, so you know what? There's one point in my life where I kind of liked football, and I didn't really even like it. I guess I liked it because of fucking where I was, but like, we were fucking with the Cowboy Stadium, right? And I literally had a fucking pass to go anywhere I fucking wanted. So we used to hang out. There's this little bar. Like, you know where the people run out on the field, right? During the game? There's like, they usually run out, and at least in the Cowboy Stadium, there's like this bar that they run through. Right? So we used to always just go chill there before every fucking game. It was just cool just being there, you know what I mean? Anyways. Jeremy, you still think Bitcoin's worth keeping our money in? Just sell it all.
I mean, yeah, I'll keep a few bucks in Bitcoins. I'll buy some cell phones too, bro.
What do you mean by cell phones?
I would get at least 5 cell phones right now.
Do you want me to show you how fucking I do this shit where I get virtual fucking computers running for me?
Yo, seven cell phones will make you $1, $2, $3 a day. Pretty much on passive, semi-passive mostly.
7 phones, $3 a day. So we're talking.
That's on passive.
We're talking about approximately $1,000 a year, right?
Yeah, but I got other phones that make more though. But off of just those phones, yeah, give or take $1,000. off of those 7 phones.
You'd have to do
They
that
would probably
52
cost
times to even get a decent. I mean, I guess. I can show you ways to do this shit extremely scandalously. I choose not to do it. But if you choose to do it, that's up to you. Like basically, just utilizing these free fucking. We got like fucking
Yeah, but I don't know what the
Google,
IP will be though. These people
Huh?
be checking IPs and shit.
No, what do you mean IPs? Fuck that.
Your
They even
IP
need a credit
address.
card number. You can't do this shit like without. They need some type of ID against you. That's why I don't fuck with it.
No, I'm saying for
But
the stuff I do, they know your IP address. Like you can't have IPs outside the U.S. for some of them, or they won't work.
if you can't have IPs outside the US, then you don't use Google.
Yo, listen to me. How many virtual machines could I make on my computer? Not running them all at the same time. Like let's say I wanted to just make one, use it for 2 minutes, shut it down, open
Jeremy,
a new
I'm not sure
virtual
you
machine.
understand when I say make a virtual machine, it doesn't run on your computer. It runs on Google's computers. So
Yes,
you
but
can
could you do it
whatever
on
the
your?
fuck
Could
you
I do one on
want.
my computer though? Could I do one on my computer though? I just want to do it on my computer.
What kind of computer you got?
I don't know. I just want to have one virtual machine going though. Is that not you?
It depends on your computer.
Here,
I mean, it depends on really depends on how much RAM you got. How much RAM
probably
do you
not
have?
much. I mean, maybe I could get another card or something. But hold on, I'll find it out. System.
No, you're not gonna upgrade just to run a VM to do fucking crypto.
No, it's not crypto. It's not crypto. Hold on. There we go. I got an AMD Ryzen 3 3200G with a Radeon Vega graphics card, 3600 megahertz MHz, 4 cores, 4 logical
All right, how much
processors.
RAM do you have?
Hold on. Where's the fucking RAM at? I don't know. Don't even say.
How many gigabits of SDDR do you have?
Bro, I don't fucking know.
That's what it probably says. It says 18 gigabytes SDDR and then some other shit.
I don't say nothing about none of that.
Just paste that whole shit into the chat or into my DM.
Hold on. Installed physical. Oh, here we go. 8 gigabytes.
So you can definitely run a VM.
Installed physical memory RAM, 8 gigabytes. Total physical memory, 5.91. Available physical memory, 1.5.
Okay, based on what you just said.
Total virtual memory.
Okay, on the back of your
13.9.
machine, do you have
available
on the,
virtual
on the back of your machine? Do you have one place to put your monitor, or do you have 2 places?
There's that crazy pin one, and then there's an HDMI one.
2 video cards.
I don't know. Is that enough to just run one virtual machine on my computer at a time?
Right, but if you're talking about using it to mine shit, you can probably just
No. Listen. I just want to run a virtual machine for like 2 minutes and then shut it down, and then open up a different virtual machine.
Yeah, you definitely have enough shit for that.
And then I want to open up a different virtual machine and shut that down, and I want to have like 100 of those. Like, well, you could shut the virtual machine down, right, and open a new one up?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Let me think about how you can do that.
You do that?
You can't do that super fast on one machine.
What do you mean? How long does it take to shut a virtual machine down and open a new one up? A minute?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, we can do it.
I don't want to do it on this computer, though. I gotta do it on a
What would you
different
do with
computer.
that?
My whole family's in it. I can
Your
run some of
families
my
won't even
phone stuff
fucking
on it.
understand what the fuck's happening. I mean, could even fucking route your shit so that everything's fucking encrypted and everything that goes out of the machine.
Yeah, I guess I could do it on this computer.
I mean, what are you gonna do?
I can do some of my phone stuff on the computer, but
Yeah, but how are you gonna do that? Like, how can your phone shit runs on
they got
Android or fucking Mac
yeah, and they
OS
got Android.
or iOS? Do they
It's
have a
all on
fucking
Android.
version of that
It's
works
all on
on?
Android.
Do they have a version that works on Windows?
Yes, you can put it on. The guys are telling me to get this program, put it on a virtual machine, and then you can do
Do they
the
have a
stuff.
version that works on Linux?
I don't know about Linux. I use Windows.
What's the name of the program? Let me see.
BlueStacks.
BlueStacks.
Stacks. You love stacks. BlueStacks.
BlueDecks.
Stacks. BlueStacks.
BlueStacks.
Stacks. It's like an emulator to run Android shit on. So I'm trying to get a virtual machine, put that on it, put a couple things on it, and then I want to be able to open that up and then shut it down. You know, I'll probably have it open for a minute or two, and then I'll shut it down. I want to open up a new virtual machine. I don't know. I got to figure out from these guys how to do it because these guys are like professionals with it in this one room.
Well, I was gonna say, like, if you really want to do it right, then what you do is you utilize you have a GPU in your machine based on what you just said.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming, I don't know about your fucking general motherboard, but you may have an output on your motherboard. And what I would say is this: if you really want to fuck with just one machine, then you could probably make a VM that uses that video card to mine, while the rest of the shit you do on a day-to-day basis, like talk on Discord and
I'm
shit.
not trying to mine nothing, bro. I ain't trying to mine nothing. My computer's not. They can't do that. You need a big, really good computer to mine. I'm just trying to open up a virtual machine, click some stuff on it, and then shut that shit down. Open a new virtual machine up, click some stuff on it, shut it down.
All right, you can totally do it on your machine. I would say that if I was gonna do it, I would do that shit on a Google machine.
I hear you, but I need the IP to come from me.
Hey, look at this shit, right? You know what I got going on right now.
I need it to be my IP.
Totally for free, right?
If I'm doing it on the Google Cloud, I don't know what IP it's going to be.
Yeah, but you can always tunnel that shit back to your own IP.
What are you doing?
Who? Me?
I'll be back.
You're talking to your kid, huh?
No, I'll be back.
If I leave right now, everybody else in the room will probably leave. Kosho is not around. Fuck it, gotta leave.
Later, Brand.
Motherfucker, if you still around, then I want to help you make some money, bitch. I don't want nothing from it. The one thing you gotta understand about me, right, Jeremy? If I help you do this shit, I want nothing in back. I don't want nothing. Just knowing I helped your ass. Is what I fucking give a fuck about.
What's up? Honestly, like, you're no help right now because I got to figure out from these guys exactly what to do because it's very specific. But I'm gonna keep you on deck, though. You're on deck, Branch. You're a huge asset to this. Oh, he left. Kosho, you're no help.
I exist. Hello. What's up?
Hello.
What's up?
How you doing?
Bob, these guys gotta be either lying or just dumb. I'm telling you, dude. There's no other way. And I know it's dishonest. It's the dishonesty, most of it, for some of them.
Hmm.
Like seriously, bro. When Rubif tells me he's using a Euclidean straight line and doing spherical geometry, that's incorrect. So he's either lying or dumb. Like there's no other option. No other option, bro. What the fuck?
You're comparing spherical geometry to Euclidean geometry, which aren't the same thing.
I know they're not. Spherical geometry has no Euclidean straight lines in it. So if you use one, I know for certain that you're not doing spherical geometry. So if you're persistent and tell me yes you are, after using a Euclidean straight line, options after that, you're either lying or you're dumb. Like I don't want to be a name caller, but that's the
Think about
reality.
that.
What's up?
I will think about that.
Think about it. Sure, think about it. You watching the Super Bowl, Bob?
What's that?
Personally, are you watching the Super Bowl?
Oh no, I don't really watch football.
Me either. I honestly think sports are set up like gladiators in ancient Rome to keep us busy and amused.
Well, I think they do
while
that because I find them to be really boring.
Yeah, but a lot of people, it keeps busy and amused, and
Yeah.
it's like the gladiators of ancient Rome. They keep us busy and amused. They use other things too now. They have television, radio, the internet, all kinds of devices they use to keep us busy and amused while they run wild and just do whatever they want. If they can't keep us busy, we would be wondering about what they're doing,
Yeah, right. Be paying attention, thinking about the world and what we are, where we are.
They got to keep us busy on TikTok or on the YouTubes or Twitters or whatever the fuck, the television, whatever they got.
If they get us to watch each other, then we're not watching them, right?
That's right.
Hello, Basil.
Hey, Jeremy. You brought up sports. Do you think there's any significance to, like, that a large portion of the rest of the world is really into soccer and they call it football or whatever, and for some reason in the United States specifically, we have something called football, but it's something like totally different?
Yeah, it's weird.
Hello. Hello.
What's up?
Hello.
Hello.
It's not Bold Lives Matters.
Alright.
Why do you think the Earth's a fucking ball, you dumb fucking tard?
I think the Earth is round.
Oh, my bad. You're right. It is. Why do you think it's flat?
Hold on. You asked why do I think it's flat?
Yep.
I don't think it's flat.
So what do you think it is, man?
An oblate spheroid.
I think you're wrong, bro.
You're welcome to think that, but
Why
I'm
do
not
you
sure
think?
why you think
Okay,
that.
okay. Let me ask you a question. What is it in your life up to this point that's made you think this?
Doesn't look flat.
So this.
But there
How old are you
doesn't appear to
again?
be flat.
How old are you? How old are you? Are you 4 years old?
No.
Then why are you talking about how it looks? Do you not have a little bit more cognitive fucking intelligence than to just say that's how it fucking looks? That's how a 4-year-old perceives the Earth. Why do
It's also
you
how
think it's a ball?
that's how some people. It's not just 4-year-olds.
My man, A 4-year-old looks at ball and says ball. So you're trying to tell me you was like that. You said you look at Earth, look like ball, must be ball.
Right. I don't see what's wrong with that. What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just trying to clarify a fucking general level of neutrality before we continue this conversation.
Yeah, I kind of observed the Earth to be true.
You observe the Earth to be turning.
Yep.
Why?
The clouds move.
Not sure if you're trolling me, if I'm trolling you now.
Oh, if the clouds are moving, maybe that's because the Earth is spinning.
You're full of shit, aren't you?
No. Well, what other explanation you have? How else do you explain clouds moving?
I mean, when you piss, does the piss move with you? Or does it fly back in your face?
Move straight down.
I mean, irregardless of wind, never piss into the wind. But if there was no wind, does the piss move back in your face?
Probably not. I don't think so.
Okay. So why would you expect the clouds to move with us too?
Because they're much bigger. They're like, because
it's inertia, bro. Shit moves with us.
They're lighter.
It's been moving this way for a very long time. Shit doesn't always move with us though. That's why we have all these fucking weather patterns. Very complex weather fucking patterns.
Right. That's true. I think the stuff tends to move west to east.
The Earth and its atmosphere tends to fucking move as it does. Everything else does its other shit. Ain't that how fucking shit works? If you look at fucking every radar, every fucking vagina, doesn't it look like that?
What? I don't know what you want about. I've never seen a flat Earth. Never seen it. I've never seen a flat ocean either. I don't know anyone that has. Anyone that's seen the ocean, the whole ocean flat. I don't think anyone's seen that before.
Hello, how are you guys doing, man? Is anyone here? Hello.
Yeah, we're here. What's up?
Hola. Hola, mamacita. Hello, can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yo, man. You there, man? Anybody? Oh? Anybody there? Roger?
Hey, asshole, are you there? I know you are, dude. Yeah, I do know about fucking VMs in the cloud. Not in a good mood, Jeremy.
What's up? I'm still trying to figure this out. I'll let you know if I get it going though. You'll get crazy with it. I don't even know if I could tell you this, bro, because this is something you could really get nuts with. Like, bro, this is something to just make like 10, 20 bucks a day off of and not get crazy with.
Jeremy, are you here still, sir? I didn't mean to abandon you, man. Jeremy, would you believe I got arrested when I was in here the other day?
For what?
I fell asleep in my car. And my friend had just gone to jail. And as I said, I had something of his in my car. It's the whole thing. Anyways, none of that's important though. Because I got the best lawyers in town. And this shit's already expunged. What were you saying? VMs?
We're just trying to figure out this program we need.
Figure out the what?
I'm trying to figure out this program I need.
What do you need, man? Because I'm working on a game for this other dude, and I can work on that too, man.
It's BlueStacks. I gotta get BlueStacks running on a computer, and you gotta like go in and mess with the BIOS and shit with the visualization.
Say in English?
The name of the program is BlueStacks, and you gotta go into the BIOS of the computer you put it on and like mess with the visualizations and shit.
Do what?
To get the program installed. That's fucking step one. You need this program. Bro, I'm hesitant to even let you in on this because you're a maniac and you're going to try to make $1,000 a day and you're going to get all your accounts banned or crash the whole thing or something.
Dude, I'm basically a professional, dude. So just tell me what the damn deal is, dude.
You're reckless. You're reckless abandonment.
Yeah, a little bit. And guess what, dude? That's how you stay on top. So what's up, dude? That's why my brother. I just laid the whole thing out. He doesn't even want to do the project with me, dude.
You get BlueStacks working, you can make like an easy $10-20 a day. Maybe you're in the U.S. You should do easy. $10 a day, easy.
$10 a day. Wow. Might give me a girlfriend in a couple of years.
Okay, very funny. That's fine.
What do I got to do with BlueStacks? What's that going to do for me?
You can run Android apps on it.
Oh, you're talking about emulators. Is that what you're talking about?
Bro, emulate these nuts. All right? All you got to do is get BlueStacks going.
And what? BlueStacks. Okay, world's #1 app player. Okay? And you want to do this on virtual machines. You don't want to do this on virtual machines, man.
That is a virtual machine. That is the virtual machine. That's all you got to do is get that, the guy said.
Yeah, but you can only do one of these on your computer at a time, though, right? So as I'm saying, if you want to have a virtual machine so you can set them up.
Nah, you can. I think inside that you can set up multiple things or something.
What game can you do with this? What's the $10?
I don't care if I could even do. I wouldn't care if I can even only do one per computer because that'll be an extra like $1 a day for me.
Is this the thing that you've been talking about that you got all those cell phones for?
What's up?
Is this why you got all those cell phones? The same thing?
Same kind of thing. It's a cell phone thing, yeah. That is the virtual machine, dude.
All right, dude. Give me a layout or outline or something, and I'll set some shit up tonight, dude. Because I'm working on this other thing.
I don't know. I just need to get BlueStacks. Step 1, get BlueStacks installed on a computer. I got to go through and set up a whole visualization thing in the BIOS and shit. So it's going to take me a minute.
Why?
Because it fucking takes a minute, man. It's not like a couple clicks. If you ever set up the visualization in a BIOS, you don't even know what that shit means. You asked me to speak English the first time I said that.
For what reason? Well, why do you need some visualization in your BIOS?
Otherwise, you can't get the program.
I'm gonna have to check this out, man. I'm gonna do me some homework.
Yeah, check it out, bro. Check it out. Get BlueStack set up on a computer, and you're all set. That's step one.
I just reset my computer, my PC today. I don't know why, but it made it a lot faster. But still.
I think everybody in the room right now is just giving up on fixing this room and is willing to just fucking let it die. Nobody talks. Just let it fizzle out. Right, Jeremy? I mean, you know, once Witsit leaves, there's very less. I mean, I don't know another flat earther who's as intelligent as Witsit. Therefore, when Witsit leaves, shit goes to hell, doesn't it?
Branch, you ever heard of this BlueStacks bullshit?
No, I haven't.
It's like a cell phone emulator, virtual machine. Jeremy says he has to set up some bullshit on his BIOS in order to use it.
No, if anything tells you to fucking fuck your BIOS up, don't trust it. The only thing they're gonna tell you to do is take off secure boot, which means they're gonna fuck with your boot sector.
Yeah, I'm doing this project for Scott Veach's friend, and I was laying the whole thing out for my brother.
Scott Veach's friend.
Yeah, and I was laying the whole thing out for my brother.
How much is he paying you?
Scott said could be 30,000. I might ask for 50.
I guarantee that.
You want in?
I will help you do it.
You want to see the outline?
Sure. If I help you do it and you get the 40 grand, I don't know what I want. I don't want nothing. Fuck it.
I'll buy you a Bud Light.
Yeah, just get me a fucking 12-pack.
Yeah, I'll give you a 6-pack.
I said 12-pack.
Yeah, but
dude, 40 grand. You can't buy me a 12-pack.
I'm kind of weirded out. So I thought my brother, he's not as motivated to do it as I am. We're supposed to start this business together.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm gonna go in it alone.
I thought he was gonna send me some shit about this business.
About to send it, dude. Hold up.
You know I ain't gonna do some shit that fucking got passed off to you from fucking Scott, right?
What are you talking about? Hold on.
Like, you got mad jock on Scott. Scott don't know shit though.
Scott's a friend of mine, man. So
I know, but he acts like he knows the tech world. And my man got a fucking PhD in technology about fucking what? Back when fucking we were fucking learning Fortran and shit.
Yeah.
Like, his shit don't fucking qualify anymore.
Say what?
His shit ain't good anymore.
That's why he's paying me, dude. And that's why I'm getting paid.
And that's why I need a 12-pack.
Yeah. Here it is. Wait till you read this shit, dude. I don't even want to talk shit about his friend, but seems a little he seems a little simple. That's what tells me I can get more money out of it.
How much is he paying for the whole project?
Scott threw out a number of 30,000.
30 is that includes QA and like deliverance of a project?
What?
Do they fucking do their own QA or?
I'm gonna give the way that I'm gonna do this is I'm gonna prepare a package that I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna give him the complete package when it's done. I might give him some outlines beforehand. I might get some feedback from him.
The product and QA.
I'm gonna give him a product. He's gonna give me money. He wants 100% of the copyright and that kind of stuff, so he can have it. I'm gonna give him a project that he's gonna give me money for.
And he's gonna pay you 40 grand for that.
I'm going to negotiate with him what I want based on what I'm gonna need to do.
That is actually the right way to do it. Yeah, bro, just send me the specs that he's got. Does he do his specs? Like, how the fuck is he telling you how to do it? Has he documented what he wants?
I've sent it to you already, dude.
Okay, should I read it now or should I read it when I'm sober?
Read it at your leisure, dude. You check it out yet? Hey, Playboy, did you check it out? You don't respond, dude, I'm gonna fucking walk away, Branch. You fucking piece of shit.
Dude, I'm opening it, man. Hold up.
Wow, you're opening it, dude. Okay. Fucking sloth, dude. I've still gotta go, so.
I haven't opened it yet.
For this, man, I'm gonna read you some of the highlights, okay?
Okay.
This is how this guy talks. Hold on.
Hold on. Let me. Okay.
Here's what he says. I would also like the option to re-roll the raffle if the chosen player is not there, which is very unlikely. The fuck is it? But he says, we want to allocate the player a certain amount of bucks to compete. This will be one of the complex factors of the game, to my knowledge, maybe. Haha. This is this dude's fucking outline for me, dude. He doesn't seem like he's playing with a full deck.
What are you talking about, Kosho?
This is game. This is games I had to make for somebody, and the instructions look like it was written from a kindergartner. Anyways, Gio, any news on the horoscope thing? You were telling me about the Venus and Mercury. They just both ended a retrograde, right?
Yeah. Well, Venus was a little bit longer ago. Mercury was last week. No, if you wanted to look at that, like if you're having some kind of event that happened between a couple people, and there's like, ideally, yeah, we'd want to look at. I mean, you'd want to do a full analysis, look at all their charts and all their transits, like I said before. So it's not something that could just be done super quickly, but
I saw a wolf on the highway yesterday. I've never seen that before. Like a wolf dead on the side of the road. I thought it was an omen, maybe.
yeah.
Anyway.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying if you were really wanting to look into it all, I mean, like if you were going to pay, let's say, an astrological consultant to look at all that, then yeah, you'd have to have like the birth dates of all those people, and then start to take a look at what's all alchemically fusing together to create the experiences that you're having.
How much is that going to cost me, man?
I mean, I think in general people charge anywhere from $150 to probably $350.
Let's make it $5,000. I want to know everything, dude.
$5,000 and have a month-long session.
I told you I used to do tarot readings, man, but I wouldn't charge a thing because I wanted them to feel like it was authentic, so I could scam them later. I'm just kidding, but yeah, I really didn't charge anything. I even went to a. It was like a. I don't know. The thing where everyone, like, you could purchase a table. You could purchase table time. I don't know, and bring your table to this crystal place, and I did. But everybody was charging. I was the only one who didn't charge anything.
Hey, Kosho, I tried to open that doc you sent me, bro, but like everything tells me I have to open it.
Because you're a pussy, dude. No two ways about it. It's just a fucking document, dude. Stop being a chick.
Nah, dude, like everything, there's something embedded, bro. There's something embedded in that document.
You're such a fucking... Ugh, come on, dude. What are you talking about, dude? It's just a document.
You know how you can embed shit in the document, right?
What would the purpose be, man? Why would Scott Veach give me a document from his friend just so he can fucking hack my computer, man? What are you...
I don't know, dude. Why would he do that?
Maybe because his dad was a fake astronaut?
Hey, whoa, easy.
Whoa. Hey, Gio. First of all, never talk shit about Scott in front of Kosho.
The CIA?
I'll be honest, man. Any of us would be honored to have Scavish's fathers as our own. I think. I'm not saying anything about other fathers, but
Fuck no. What are you talking about, man? I love my own
he's a
father.
war vet.
Scavish's father is my own.
He's a war vet who was
my father is way better than Scavish's father.
Maybe. So my dad was good too. I love my dad. But I'm just saying,
man, don't
there's
fucking ever say that type of shit.
There's no need to. I think Scott's dad was an honorable man. He sounds like so. Shape of the world aside, I think he
Well, if
he seems
there's
like
if outer space doesn't exist and they're just pulling all of our chains, then what would you then say? It's a bit of a liar.
Geo, I think you just shut the fuck up because Geo, you're fucking talking. They got a loaded fucking question in your fucking ass.
Be nice, Branch, or you're gonna get fucking silent.
Oh, fuck yeah. Well, when it comes to Geo, I don't get muted for a day. When this nigga fucking mute me like for a week,
I've seen you get muted, man.
No, we usually do a 24-hour sober up deal because if you do a temporary mute, you'll just come back and start harassing the room again with your drunkenness.
Gio,
what's up, Bob?
Hey, are you able to make like as many like positions in the server as you want?
You mean like roles or?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a limit to roles as far as I know. I mean, maybe there is at like thousands or something, but yeah, I think
you get to pick the color for what color their name is then?
Yeah, you can make roles and then the role gets a color. Although the name won't show the color unless it has to be in a certain order in the role list in order to actually show up that color. But yeah, technically that can be done. Yeah.
I would like to request the creation of the Bob Dole role. And you don't have to give me any powers or anything. I just want it to be, I want my name to show up in orange.
Yeah,
so if I could have
that's $4.95 a month.
You can call it the Bob Dole role. And my whole job, my whole role will be just continue to be the real Bob Dole on the server.
Again, that's like we're gonna charge for that shit, bro. That's $4.95. You're gonna pay that shit to Geo's he must have one of those fucking PayPal accounts or some shit like that.
Well, some servers do that kind of stuff. Like, they'll make like all kinds of different roles and like, and all kinds of different colors and
You
stuff.
don't even have a PayPal, do you?
No.
Yeah, you're not really in it for the money. You're in it for the for the bettering of mankind. Which is why I love you, Gio. Which is why I keep trying to fucking help your ass out.
Thanks, Branch.
Hey, Kosho, man, I got this shit fucking down to a fucking like the whole fucking virtual fucking servers and shit. I've been trying to tell Gio to switch his shit over to virtual shit. He doesn't want to listen to me. He thinks I'm fucking full of shit. But bro.
Well, Bob, I guess I'll just say that. I mean, yeah, the thing is like, it's like right now the colors kind of all have like a purpose, for the role. I guess I'd have to think about that. 'Cause you start adding a whole bunch of roles and a whole bunch of different colors, and it kind of changes things up a bit.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not asking you to add a whole bunch. I'm asking you to because you like me so much, specifically make a Bob Dole role for me because I'm special, and my whole job will be to continue to be the real Bob Dole on the server. That's it. Don't give anyone else any more positions. Just me, and mine will be the only name that's orange.
Hey, Bob Dole, you can't be the only name that's orange. I want an orange name too.
Too bad. You're not the Bob Dole. You're not Bob Dole.
Then Branch is going to want
you wouldn't qualify.
Branch is going to want the Branch role, and then.
But you just got to tell them no because they're not Bob Dole, so they can't have those roles. That's a special Bob Dole role.
I actually think that if there was going to be a good role out there, it won't be worth talking about.
Hey, I realize
now Sean G wants he says I'm Sean G role, so he wants I'm Sean G.
No, don't just ignore them. Okay, listen. I realize my ideas are very meta. They're very big picture. You don't have to answer right now. You might need some time to really kind of wrestle with it and get a grasp on it. But just think about it and let me know once you've really wrestled with the idea.
Well, the other thing is there's already an orange role, which is the read-only role, the account limited read-only, which is like when branch gets wasted and we have to.
All right, guys, listen. This server's dead. I'm gonna have to start my own Bob Dole server. We can all move over there in a couple weeks when I get us.
Are you guys gonna watch the game?
I'm just kidding.
Hey,
I'm not
Gio,
gonna
do you
go
watch
for
the game? Gio, do you watch the game?
What game?
The fucking Super Bowl game tonight.
The mega dish.
It's the home team versus the away team, and then
Yeah, see, that's exactly how I am too, bro.
we're all
I'm
gonna
not really
root for the
who
home
fuck's
team.
playing.
Well, actually, the Super Bowl sometimes they hold that in some other city, right?
Today's Super Bowl. Today's the day they play the Super Bowl.
Right, but I'm saying, don't they when they do the Super Bowl, they don't necessarily do it in either of the team cities. They do it in some third
No,
city.
it's usually the location is picked before fucking the season even starts.
Yeah. So who's playing and where is it being played at?
Who gives a fuck? That's the point.
Well, the most important thing is that the commercials and the halftime show, right?
Rams Bengals in LA.
I'll be sure.
I just
not to
thought I threw this out there the other day, yeah, that a lot of people that enter the whole flat earth community on either side of the spectrum are not into fucking football.
That's not true at all.
I guarantee that during football times, the general consensus of people in flat earth rooms won't change.
I think there's a lot more interesting games than football, in my opinion, but
I just think there's a different type of.
I was telling him, Gio, sports is like the gladiators of ancient Rome. They got to keep us busy, keep us amused, keep us worrying about what the sports teams are doing or our favorite celebrities. Because if we were focused, because if we were focusing on what they were doing, we'd be rioting in the streets.
yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it's a huge distraction. And they hype it up. I mean, this whole thing of drink beer and just watch football. Yeah, it's definitely all correlated.
Ranch, don't talk over me. Ever. Anything I'm going to say is always more important than anything you got to say.
I muted him when he was talking over you because he was just.
Oh, did you? Thank you.
Yeah.
Dude, we've been doing this shit for 5 years. There is no rush. Trust me. There's no rush, guys. I know I do it too. I get all amped up. I get a little ants in my pants. I get all fired up, but we got to try to keep it going. We have plenty of time. I mean, we've been doing this for years. We're not short of time.
That's a rookie mistake. That's not where you should keep your ants.
In the pants?
Yeah.
Where do you keep them?
You shouldn't keep them in your not in my pants.
I mean, it rhymes.
Well, okay. I guess I can't argue with that logic. I concede.
Concede.
As they say in France, I surrender.
France is where they love to keep ants in their pants. In France.
Gio, I move that we just boot Jeremy from the server. We need to temp ban this kid. It's getting to his head. Those ants are inside his brain.
What was up with that joke, Jeremy?
Hey, you know what? I can't even ban Jeremy right now, even if I wanted to, because like
that's right.
Well, it's because the owner account is a different account than this Geo one. You know, like it's a separate account. So I can't I can't even ban you from this account. Oh man, if you go concave, we're gonna be in trouble. You're just gonna take the whole place over.
Concaver's that, man.
I just right clicked on your name and I was like, I can't ban him.
Like a room. Wait, why did you even try? Listen to Bob Dole.
I didn't try, but it was just funny when he said that, so I clicked on it.
What? Listen, where is all the concave earthers at? All right, I want to know about this rectilineation thing.
Get rectal what? What kind of fucking sick shit are you guys into?
Listen, it's the concave earth tangible measurement they got.
Hey, you want to get concave.
Wait a minute. Am I?
What's up?
So, if the Earth was concave, wouldn't we see wouldn't stuff rise up above our heads in the distance?
Okay, no, it would, but it wouldn't look like that because of refraction.
Oh, they say that it refracts so far down. What?
And then you got atmospheric magnification, maybe. Who knows? It's all optical effects going on out there. You never know.
Huh. Yeah.
You could have refraction going. They actually use the same. They would need the same thing going. They would need the same type of optical effect we need, only much more.
Just way more powerful or whatever?
Yeah, they would need like a lot more of what we need.
Yeah, actually, if it's curving up and they got to somehow get it to look like it's level or huh?
Dude, they did what you guys did, but better. They literally said anything you ever say to them, like, how does this work on concave Earth? Like, oh, same way it works on a globe. Exactly.
That's right. You can't even beat these dudes.
Dude, that's hard. That doesn't matter.
You can't even get them. There's no way for you to get them.
It's not about beating anybody, dude. It's about what kind of fortitude do you have as a man if you don't even have convictions of what you believe, dude. You actually just you're literally just arbitrarily pretending to go with something just because you can I don't know, do a gotcha.
It's the same exact thing. It works. All works the same way.
Doesn't seem like you were even convicted of that whole sentence, maybe.
If concave Earth is retarded, dude.
Maybe not.
Yeah, but have you ever beaten one in a debate?
Yeah.
When? How'd you get him? Forget when. I don't even care when. Just tell me how you got him.
Fucking, I just said, hey, dude, what the hell is up with the Earth? I don't know. I did it to that one guy. What's his name? Smokey the Bear.
Bro, you never got him. Did you get him on gravity or refraction or something? Like, what did you get him on?
Jeremy, I've done this shit multiple times. And the way I get them is just by telling them they're fucking full of shit. Because that's what they are.
So you guys got nothing. That's what I'm saying. You got nothing on
bro. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted. When I say they're full of shit, I mean you all are full of shit.
No, dude, the laws of motion. He describes the laws of motion. What does he describe? Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm just saying that, bro.
Can't think his brain. You're confusing.
Kosho, the only way you've won a discussion in the whole flat earth arena is by telling them they're full of shit to start with. Because that's what's up. They are full of shit to start with. No?
Kosho, what were you going to say?
Forget, man, because what was it with Smokey. He said, God damn it, hold on a second.
Like, I'm beating you right now, and I don't even know
I
nothing
just gotta
about
remember. I
concave
just
Earth.
gotta remember. Hold on.
I'm destroying you, concave Earther, and I know nothing about it.
You just had standard atmospheric refraction, 7 over negative 6R.
Boom.
Boom. We can predict it. It's perfect. We got it all.
Yeah.
100% predictable.
No, it's about the laws of motion. I just forget what.
You know how small the sun would have to be?
Yeah, but have a
The
thing where
universe is
things get
tiny.
smaller as you go closer or some shit.
Yeah, the whole universe is teeny tiny. It'd have to be like, the sun would have to be like the size of a head on a needle, of a pin.
Yeah. A little bit bigger than your cock.
And Kosho, you don't know what the rectilineator is?
It's Jeremy's new sex toy.
It's got rectal in it. You've got to know what it is.
That's your favorite one.
Rectilinear. Yeah, it's a fucking lens, huh? Oh, it's the shit that makes their shit look normal.
No, it's like a physical cage thing that can be squared up. It's kind of like a force the line device thing that you can measure the Earth with.
Hey Gio, if you keep this up, I'm going to fucking mute you.
When I say cage, it's like I don't know, how could it be explained? It's like pieces of wood that are screwed together that are all level, and then you keep putting them
Don't make me
along the
mute
Earth.
you, Gio. You know, Gio, that ain't right. So why you fucking with Kosho like that?
There, I just posted a picture of it. They claim they measured concavity.
It's fucking hilarious. Good job, Gio.
There was also another guy called Ulysses G. Morrow. He measured the canal in a place called Bedford in America, and he got 5 centimeter curve up per kilometer.
What's going on, Realm? How you doing, Playboy?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I love coming here. It's no fucking egos, you know what I mean? You go to the other place, man. It's fucking hell. Fucking deafening, man. Where'd everybody go, man?
Still here. So, Realm, are you? What is your current thought on the Earth? Like, are you kind of just still researching stuff, or?
I think for me, like, I've always sort of like photography and making, just using logical things, and that's like that is like sort of proof if you can do anything. For me, my latest thing is trying to make a usable 2-scale map of the world I know it's, I would say it's a sphere, still at a sphere, but when you take these two maps and you try and get the diameter right, I don't know, skinny sphere. I mean, the thing is, if you take longitude areas out of the Pacific, which I keep on getting that in my map making, then naturally you're going to have a skinnier Earth. It doesn't make it. It doesn't mean you have to add anything or hide anything in the top or the bottom. But in ways, if let's just say 35 degrees longitude was missing in the Pacific, then naturally in the north pole, whatever you want to call it, you're going to have naturally 35 degrees missing there as well. So, I mean, that's where I'm at. I do believe it is a spheroid. And I can explain geocentrism, that can work. And then concavity, if you've got a shorter equator, then naturally...
It sounds to me, though, it sounds to me, though, the only reason you think it's a fucking sphere is because that's what your mama told you.
Nah. Do you know what? I went through my whole life and fucking...
And by mama, hold on. By mama, I meant your teachers.
Yeah, but we weren't talking about school like that. It was never a fucking conversation. And actually, it's never been a conversation in anything I've ever spoken to anybody about, because it's just how it is. You know what I mean? So 2015 comes, and I look up the meaning of yin yang. This was the first
you
question.
never doubted it. You never doubted it. You never wondered, what if it's not?
But no. I mean, not until about 4 or 5 years ago, I came across the Truman Show Exposed, and then fuck me, I discovered there was an actual thing called flat Earth. So I'm like, oh fucking hell, wow.
I did. And then I doubted it at one point.
Tell me what you mean 35 degrees is missing. What does that mean?
Well, every time I've done maps for the last 4 or 5 years, what always ends up happening is Alaska, that arm of Alaska, just fucking the length doubles, and my maps are like equal spacings at the equator, and then you converge those 10-degree lines to
okay, wait. So according to your map, it must be a sphere. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. I do support a sphere, but I'm more for like it's more flat in sides, because like I said, if you've got, I mean, my thing is like there's a total of 40 degrees missing.
I see what you're saying. It's a sphere, but it's flat inside.
No, a rugby ball.
Can you show us a picture where 35 degrees is missing? What you mean by that, so I can see it?
A picture. Yeah. I've got loads of stuff in my bank. Yeah, Godric, man, we spoke before, mate.
Did you show me before this 35 degrees?
Yeah, I'll just try and find some stuff. I mean,
hey,
yeah, that's it.
Ram, I guess the question I have for you, though, Ram, to get to the point, yeah. At what age of study did you then realize to question the shape of the Earth we lived on?
I said 4 or 5 years ago. So late 30s.
Oh, okay.
Never really sort of. So I'm going to post like how I made the sketches. There's a lot of foldings in there because I've always done this Mad Magazine idea, because we had Mad Magazine as kids, where the back page folds in, and that's the first thing that came to my mind.
Yeah. I want to see this shit. The back page doesn't fold in this one, right?
Yeah. No. These are my sketches, and then if you can zoom in, you can see how I've converged the lines to the poles. And to get my convergence up higher and lower than the equator, I broke down lines into 10-degree I sorted it in a very logical way, so that the curves. But either way, like even if they weren't,
even if you draw straight lines trying to converge to the poles, you wouldn't get that much difference. But when you start to get, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find some pictures that I've done.
No, bro, you don't need to be. You don't need to. You
So,
don't need to apologize. Why are you apologizing, bro?
no, because I'm just trying to find some
Nah,
pictures of this.
dude, just chill, my man. You're good, bro. Everybody here.
These are
I've
some
got
nice pictures, man. I appreciate that. I just want to know which one this proves a sphere Earth.
Okay, so I'll put some pictures in, and then we can all see what
Oh yeah,
I'm
okay,
talking
okay. I
about.
see these new ones. They're so much better because they're colored in. I like my
I-
pictures colored in.
Yeah, so the very first picture of the raw map making, the first picture I put there, you'll see where Asia meets Alaska. Now it's not, if you zoom in, you'll see you'll see Alaska joining with East Asia. Now
Holy
that's
shit!
how
I
that's how
see
far
that. I see.
that's how far out Alaska measures navigationally every single time. I've done on flat Earth maps. I've done fucking south-centered flat Earth maps. Flat Earth maps will never fucking work, but it definitely helped me make models. I made stadiums. I made crowns. I made fucking donuts. I've done it all, man. You know what I mean? It's like with a piece of paper. The great thing about it is that you can manipulate it in the way you want it because Anyway, so going back. Alaska always comes over way loads, and like if you check Magellan's logbooks, they when you plot his journeys using 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter squares, and just and you say they're actually 1 degree squares. So when you plot his journeys, the actual shape of the journey, block by block, 2 to the left, 4 to the up, things like that. It exactly fucking matches the left-hand side of the Americas. So I'm like, fucking hell. I mean, I was expecting a fucking something close to a fucking straighter line. I got the fucking thing, and I pushed it against I get like a picture up on my laptop and stuff, and then I fucking put it over there. It fucking matched the fucking east side of the fucking the Americas, man. And it's like fucking. So anyway, so this is where I'm like, well, with a flat Earth map to solve this, I would have to find a reason why there's area missing, or longitudes of degrees missing, in distance wise, whatever you want to call it, in the Pacific. And the first thing I thought was well, Magellan. Checked out Magellan. Turns out they just fucking went up sorry, this is the west coast of the Americas, and then followed Alaska, and they come down again from the north to Guam, which is exactly what we all know. So even measuring Hawaii to Asia and Hawaii to America, I've got 2 dots there. That's where one measures, and the other one measures like a centimeter or so adrift. 1 centimeter on this map is 1,000 kilometers. And then also islands down like Easter Island, there'll be a drift. Bottom left hand corner is French Polynesian Islands. So there's a drift. There's an anomaly there where they've I think by the time they measured it, they realized it wasn't a sphere. It was short of a sphere. But is it them hiding it, or they just haven't realized they're fucked up? Because realizing you fucked up. So the second picture was, I was thinking that, are they hiding this through the eye of Sahara? Sorry, the second picture is the Pacific. There's about 5 to 6 degrees missing in the Pacific. So the third picture is where I have folded the page over, and that's reduced that down by like 33 third degrees. Just call it 35. So you fold it over. The diagonal foldings cause too many problems. You can't fucking manipulate the sun path and all that. And I was like, no, I'm going down the wrong route. Just stick to the Mad magazine jobby. So fold it over, and that's sorted that there. But I've done this a good 50 or 100 times, so it might look a bit messy, but it saves me. It takes a good sort of half hour to make this because you need to plot. What number am I on at the moment? So first picture, second picture, third picture, fourth picture, fifth picture. You can see that all on all the maps I'm doing, I'm getting the coordinates of Google Maps. Anything will give you the same coordinates, magnetic declination maps, calculators and stuff like that. So you can easily plot everything, but every single time, Australia, Alaska, is way too long. I'm trying to find 5 or 6
Do you
down.
believe in Google Maps? Do you think they're accurate? Google Earth.
I think if you use data that is acceptable by the majority, if you're talking about majority being 99% of people, then everyone will say the same thing. It's usable, etc., etc., etc. But magnetic declination occurs where we have a arbitrary grid on the ground, and then you've got a moving variable, and that's what. But the problem is that the magnetic north is not the geomagnetic north, which the geomagnetic north doesn't move. So geologically, they aren't using anything. They're using a moving magnetic pole, which is it's tied into the celestials, something like that. There's a force that goes up to the sky. But anyway, back to the maps. Like picture 6, if it's the number 6. It's the last hand-drawn one. This is like you've got Pacific. I've also done this in a peculiar way. I haven't got 0 in the center. It's just slightly out. And then if you look up at Greenland, you'll see that Greenland measures a lot bigger. So when you use the coordinates and stuff, it comes out like twice the size. Or just under twice the size. But when you actually measure Greenland, the adjusted version is a much smaller version. So can everybody understand or see that there is an extension of Greenland?
Were they measuring the length and width or the coastline?
Are you saying Greenland is smaller or bigger than it appears?
What are you going? Are you going by the coastline measurement?
No, I'm going point to point. So I'm taking a point up, down, left, right, diagonal. But they're nowhere near as wide as what the navigation plottage shows. And I've always known that
Width and
there's
length.
Yeah, width and length, diagonal, everything.
Not using the coastline. Okay, just checking.
Well, if you're saying coastline, I'm talking about the edge. If you go on Google Maps, you're putting in a plot.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the measurement of the coastline itself.
No. You're just going for you're measuring the length and breadth, that type of thing. Yeah.
Because the coastline paradox, though. All right.
No. For me, I wouldn't think about measuring the coastline of this in comparison.
Of course,
it's just too much work. No, just keeping it simple.
Well, you got the coastline paradox, so you would never, you'd never go by that.
No. It's like trying to fucking plot Africa by knowing the perimeter of it. What you do is you do get the coordinates for the perimeters of everything, and then you plot it on this map. But then, like Greenland comes out way bigger, and I've always known that there's an anomaly in the Pacific because of the likes of the Titanic and other things. The South Atlantic anomaly. Bermuda Triangle. I mean, if you go back to that thing where I show you about Alaska and all that, you've got things like the Devil's Triangle, all these magnetic anomalies that they've had over the years. Magnetic declination, I think, was put into place to counter that, and then they said, they talked about this 400 years ago, or shit like that. So yeah, going back to the color. If it's a color form, you've got the first picture. That's how big Alaska is. I've just colored it in. The black marks on the top and the bottom, those are the bits that would naturally not actually be there. There's a dot on the top and the bottom. That is the actual international date line at about 140 degrees east. and then you go to the next picture, and you can see where. I'm sorry, it's sideways. You can see where you close it up, and everything's sorted out. It sorts out. I mean, the distance from Australia to South America works out about 9,000 kilometers in a straight line. But the Antarctica, and this is actually bigger than it needs to be. I've revised it, but I haven't taken pictures of it. This was just sort of like just to save a little bit of time because I wasn't concentrating.
Yo,
on
what's
that.
your overarching point? Hold on, Ron. What's your overarching point here? There's more land in the south than the north.
No, there's less. There's less longitudinally.
There's less land in the south. There's less land in the south.
Not land. There's nothing to do with land. It's just saying that you can see
Water.
where I've
I mean,
you're collapsing it, so you're reducing it. So the other thing that
there should be more land and there's not, or what's going on in the south?
There should, yeah, okay, maybe we can agree on that. There should be more sea. There should be more longitudes physically to match the 360 equator. But my findings is always saying that it's not 40,000 kilometers. It's closer to 35,500.
So they're hiding land in the south. They're hiding land in the south.
No.
So you're saying they're hiding land in the south?
No, they've made it up. But it's not the
They've
south.
made more land than there is in the south? How's that?
No, they've made it up. You've got a. Can anybody help out? It's like when you get the diameter and you reduce it to 11,111 kilometers, then you're making stuff up. You're not hiding any areas. It's the fact they don't exist, and you've made them appear that they're there. But people aren't verifying these distances. People aren't going from Japan to Santiago, and things like that. You've got the spaceship graveyard, which people can't get to. There's a place called Point Nemo, which is 2,500 kilometers from anything. People aren't going these places. But when you measure the islands like Easter Island, yeah, you measure it from Australia and you measure it from South America. They fall in two different spots. So you can see where I folded over, and then the same thing with the Pacific, where it's not the fact that I've just folded it over for the sake of it. Even this is where it started, is that the distance between Africa, South America on the tip, Brazil, Natal, to that point, the closest bit to Africa is meant to be 3,000 kilometers. But if you measure it on the world map, and if you measure it on a globe and stuff like that, if you measure it on the maps that are acceptable to be measuring on, it'll come out at like 3,000 kilometers. But there have been accounts of 2,500 kilometers. So that's when I started to think to myself, but if I was making a flat Earth map, I would have to reduce these distances. And you got the air map of the world, 1945. This is the routes that I took. The most interesting thing is the result that I got. I mean, I only done this like a couple of days ago, but the most interesting result is that the
What am I hot micing? My bad.
I'm hot micing. Yeah, so I've just posted a picture here, and this is where I wrote some stuff on. I've got some shit handwriting. But the revised line is actually 35. It's 35 degrees west, and it was this line here was around in the old days, and it's called the demarcation line. Maybe I would have to move South America slightly to the right because I haven't quite got it perfect. But that's the demarcation line back in the days. And I thought demarcator, mercator, demarcation line. DE means the, so you got the demarcation line. But funny enough, by folding it, I naturally it naturally became the demarcation line that we had years ago. So,
dude, I'll say this though, yeah, the map, the only part that I see wrong with that is India, because you still have it you still have it connected to Africa, and way before Africa reconnected to the European continents, it separated away, moved along the fucking ocean, went back in, and then reconnected up where it is now, and that's how the Himalayas were created.
yeah. They say that there was a much bigger mountain before or something like that just raised up. But in my India isn't joined to Africa. If you look at the revised thing
Yeah,
of
bro. If you look at Africa right now in the picture you just posted, the bottom one, right?
yeah.
You realize how like right underneath. Let's see, what would that be? There's one like if you look at the south, there's a spiky point which is south, right? That's India.
India's not on that map.
Yeah, that spiky bit, that spike that's pointing straight down is India. There was a whole bit there that got cut off, separated away. Like look at that spiky bit you see right there, pointing south.
Tell me, mate. Tell me. Where have I got a spiky bit pointing south?
There's only one.
Oh, hang on a minute. I think you're looking at yeah. Sorry, it's not the one I just posted. It's earlier ones. Yeah, where you've got yeah, you've got India there above Australia. Well, to the northeast, northwest. That's what you mean, yeah?
Yeah, I was talking about the last picture you posted.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, India's not on there, and what spiky line?
It is in there, but it's just connected to Australia. I mean, it's connected to Africa.
Yeah, that spiky bit sticking out there. That's just the Africa, and then you haven't even got to it.
Why doesn't that part of Africa, that spiky bit, exist anymore?
It does still exist on maps. That's how it looks. That's can be slightly different, but no, that's pretty much how it looks, mate. It's
like the one that's pointing almost south. It's pointing about what 20 degrees off south, right?
No, the one I'm thinking of is just pointing right. I guess it depends on your orientation. If you're looking at your phone, yes, the map is sideways. So I'm just looking at the orientation.
That's India, bro. That shit pointing south right there. That's India. That shit broke off and moved down by itself. It became an island for a little bit, and then fucking conjoined to the Asian continent, and that's why the Himalayas were made.
Yeah, So what? The continental drift moved India into Asia.
I don't know, but that's pretty much what happened, dude. Yeah, India used to be part of Africa, got split off, became an island for a little bit, chilled out by themselves, and then fucking joined onto the
This is the biggest red herring I've ever seen.
Oh my
Somebody pull off
fucking god! I'm a
successfully.
fucking joke. I am not fucking joking. That is exactly.
I know, but he's trying to talk about where all the and shit are now,
I see
right?
what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I'm fucking up the conversation. Got ya.
I don't reckon anything moves, man. Like I think simply what you're seeing here is just the fact that the water level is just done what it's done. And if you were to take the water away, it would look different, wouldn't it? Because
more land.
Yeah, there'd be more land, the contours and all that. It would look different. I think it's just naturally just turned out to look like this type of thing. Yeah, personally, I think India is India, but like India was a bigger country before.
I mean, India's getting shorter every year.
Shorter? Is that just by water?
No, because it keeps moving upwards towards that land, and the Himalayas get a little bit taller, and India gets a little bit shorter. But I mean, not a lot, a tiny little bit.
Yeah, I see like a club on a 4-leaf clover, yeah. And you see like the equator, and you see like the poles. like curving inwards. Just imagine if it was concave, whatever. Yeah. So, I'm thinking to myself like, what is the shape? And they fucking say we're in a box and this, that, and the other. But just think about it. And like these things that are curving up and stuff like that. It's the four-leaf clover. You've got like the equator either left and right, and the equator is about 3 kilometers high. Antarctica is 5 kilometers high at its highest peak. Even the likes of South Africa is 5 kilometers high. There's but there's
I think
one movement.
at the end of the day, though, I think what makes the most sense is that the Earth is flat.
Nah, man, the maps. I'll probably give or take 200 flat Earth maps, and I reduced the equator down to 33,300, and the option is to get the middle of the flat Earth map and lift it up. But why would it be north facing? You can do a south facing one.
Yeah, but why do you start stuttering so much after I said that?
I'm not stuttering up. I've got a dry mouth, man. No, stuttering. When a person's talking, they're kind of thinking about what they're saying.
Nothing wrong with that. It's just what makes me think is that when people stutter, it means that their mind is working faster than they can talk.
No. I'm just trying not to embarrass myself by fucking sound like a fucking muppet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro. You seem like a nice.
Yeah. So, I didn't know what your
like a sexy boy.
I didn't know what your take on the Earth was until now, actually, because I never heard you really sort of like.
Oh no! For me, bro, I'm the type of earther that I'm a branch.
You're a realist. You're a realist, yeah.
I guess if that's a type of earther, then fuck it, I'll be that.
I tell you what, fucking, I didn't get no fucking grades, Too many. I didn't give a fuck about school really, but I fucking still learned a shit lot. And I started off saying, well, you know what? If I'm gonna fucking sit, I was just like, I want to see if it works. And then I made flat Earth maps, man. I fucking tried, mate. I tried, and then I hear about this chick called Lisa Blair, man, and other people doing Antarctica races, and I'm like, fuck, man. I stopped doing them. I was like,
see, if I was gonna make flat Earth maps, right? I would want to put pictures of people on the maps.
You what? You having a laugh? You're fucking right up, man.
Like I would want to put pictures on the maps of where the people are at. Like in New York, I'd have a big picture of Jeremy smiling. I'd be like, "Hello, I'm Jeremy." And then like California.
You know what, man? I fucking lost my respect for you just a little bit there, man. I've been a good listener to you, mate, for a long time. I'm like, oh man, you throw that one in there, man. But you ain't a flat Earth, man. I know you ain't.
Now that you lost all interest in me, why don't you discuss how something you said would possibly make sense?
Cool, man. I've done my bit, man. I'll speak to you later, guys.
Geo is so bad to fucking ban me if I don't fucking shut the fuck up sooner or later. Hey, Gio and Jeremy. Jeremy.
What's up, Branch? I was hot micing the whole time. Branch, what's up? Talk to me.
Jeremy, can you back me up on this bow dole roll thing?
So, hey guys, is there anything we can talk about that won't get me the fuck banned from the room? Or get muted for the like 20, 30 minutes? If there is, let me know.
What's up?
Everyone's on mute. What's the story?
Everyone has decided to join me in protest of voice chat until I receive my own Bob Dole roll.
Okay.
Just kidding, maybe.
If I had the power, you know I'd do it for you, right?
I want my name to show up orange.
Fucking petrol's insane price here. Insane. It's cost me $210 to fill up the car.
You got millions of dollars. What are you even looking at gas prices for?
It's just still pisses me off.
At what point does it not matter when how many millions of dollars you need for? Like, I got like a few grand in the bank. I don't even worry about gas prices.
Yeah,
Well, I
I
mean,
still care about money. Yeah.
value is value.
Well, I'm saying
right?
yeah, but you have to drive somewhere. Like, no, they're all pretty much close to each other. Like, you might save a nickel if you drive somewhere else, but the bottom line is they're all pretty much the same price. And if you need gas, you need gas. Unless you're just driving around for fun, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, I better not drive around for fun because gas is so much.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like there's no point in looking at gas prices because no matter what, it's like, I don't know. You have to have it.
Yeah,
Unless you have like an
But it feels like
can't just
it
be a
feels
bitch
like
about
price
it, though,
gouging.
right? Like you always got to still look for the cheapest place. That's just a. That's
No,
like
you can try to save 3 cents and drive across town. What, you're going to waste a gallon of gas to drive across town?
No,
to
I'm not talking about driving across town, but what I mean is like we still have an amount of frugal within us, no matter how rich we are. Right? It's not like you still, if you see one place here that's 20 cents or even let's even just say 2 cents cheaper, we'll still go to the 2 cents cheaper place. Regardless of how rich you are.
How many millions of dollars do you need to have before you don't worry about the 2 cent place? And you're like, yo, it's on the right side of the road, and I can make a right hand turn into this place,
bro. Again, if
you think heads are worried about 2 cents when it's rush hour?
Yeah, being on the right side of the road is like a 10-cent per liter cost, if you know what I mean.
Fuck up, man. Because I know what you're saying by that. Like if it was just 2 cents more, you wouldn't drive across. Like I kind of feel that. But like shit.
Yo, even if it's right across the street, listen, in America, you drive on the right hand side of the road. So if I need gas, there's a gas station on the right side of the road and the left side of the road. Like, it would have to be a ridiculous amount of money to get me to cross to make that left hand turn. If I didn't need to, like if I was going to keep going straight,
Okay, so
like there's no way I'm making that left.
$2 a gallon, you put in max.
It'd be like $1 a gallon. It'd have to be crazy for me to make that left.
That's 20 cents.
Bro, it'd have to be $1, like 50 cents a gallon for me to make that left hand turn, bro. I'm not even joking. I'd have to save like $5 or something.
Yeah,
especially if it was in like rush hour
I wouldn't
traffic.
do it for 20 cents. I wouldn't do it for 20 cents.
Especially if it was like rush hour traffic. Like, there's no way I'm even contemplating making that turn.
It's not even that. It's just like it's
turns? No, I'm saying, bro, if it's yo, that could jam you up for some of these places where I live. That could jam you up for fucking 30 minutes.
Wow, man. Have you guys seen Kanye's Insta today?
Yeah, no, nobody fills up where you about to get jammed up though. Usually,
say again, Ruth.
Have you guys seen Kanye
you
West?
fill up in the middle of fucking like.
Have you guys seen Kanye's Insta today?
What did it say? What happened? Is he pregnant?
Dude, he's just fucking off meds. He's going nuts.
Oh, he's always off his meds, man. What is he doing? He has another kid. He's gonna name it.
Talking shit about Pete Davidson and just Yeah, everything's in all caps, and he's got
Pete
photos
Davidson.
of fucking Pete Davidson. Yeah.
Oh yeah, isn't Pete Davidson with his
Kim. Yeah.
ex-wife?
Yeah.
That's so. I mean, that's weird, dude. I mean, Pete Davidson. Pete Davidson's not a bad guy, kind of, but he's not really a great guy, you know.
Yeah, for real.
He's funny. He's funny.
He's not the type of guy you want to suck his dick.
Not really. Sometimes he is.
Well, maybe.
He can be funny. When he was, oh shit, I got red bars.
You'd suck his dick though, right, Branch, wouldn't you?
Generally, when Branch goes into this territory, it's all downhill.
Yeah, well,
I'm
hold
encouraging.
on, Gio. Before you mute me like that,